Whoa. Girls.
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa. These chicks rock.
Yeah. Is that Cindy Brady?
Shut up, Beavis. These chicks are cool.
Oh, yeah. Fire. Yeah, fire.
Shut up, ass munch. She said liar.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I'm calling you a waste of bum wipe.
Hey, Butthead, check it out.
Shut up, Beavis. You're ruining it.
Fire. Fire.
Liar. Shut up.
No way, Butthead.
Don't make me kick your ass again, Beavis.
Shut up, Butthead.
Settle down, Beavis. We're missing this video, and it doesn't even suck.
Oh, yeah.
You just heard Beavis and Butthead, along with Shove and Fast and Frightening from L7's Smell the Magic in 1990. This is a Rook Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is our Patreon takeover episode, Rebel Girls. Yeah, here we are. This is we're definitely in the great unknown here, kind of probably out of our comfort zone a little bit. I was joking. We'll hear from our Patreon, Jess, that got to pick this show here in a couple minutes. Well, I was joking with her when I recorded the little bit with her last night that you were super worried that this was going to be Pantera, that somebody was going to throw Pantera at us, or just for shits and giggles to make us kind of suffer through having to talk about that stuff. And I said, yeah, so at least it's a step forward from that. It's definitely a challenge. It's something that's a little bit, I think, out of both our comfort zones, but yeah, we are here. So,
yeah, I would say our, the thing that's the later on stuff is what I'm not as familiar with or had no attachment to.
No context. Yeah. And that's
so like all the kind of, precursor stuff. I'm much more, I don't know, we've talked about the stuff in other recent shows and
sure,
at least stuff in that kind of a periphery.
Well, luckily, this is, where we're going to be going today, like the second part of it. It's pretty firmly in my wheelhouse, kind of the before I met you and Chris wheelhouse, when I was definitely
totally.
A kid of grunge and things like that. So I can kind of, add a little bit of it. But I think ultimately, we heard these pair of L7 tunes, which is definitely a tip off that we're going to be hearing kind of heavier stuff from maybe a female perspective. From their second record, Smell the Magic, which is kind of I just watched an L7 documentary and doing some prep for this, and they definitely hold up Spinal Tap a couple times, and they're singing Spinal Tap songs in the documentary. Mm-hmm. So I have to believe that this is a nod to Smell the Glove.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But there's kind of winking at the audience a little bit with that. But
well, right before we get into this, what is the I guess what's the idea behind the show? Just going in so people know right off the bat. Like, are we talking about just female heavy music, or what's the? Yeah,
I think this has been the tough part, and this is what Jess and I kind of got into a little bit, and we'll hear from her in a second here for the clip that we recorded with her. She tasked us at first. She said, well, I really love Babes in Toyland and I love L7, and I'd love to hear like kind of a Requiem take on that. And I'd love to hear, like the context leading to some of that stuff. Cause, I think it'd be an interesting conversation. I'm like, yeah, I think you're right. And I must apologize too. I've lost my voice a little bit I had a track meet last night and was yelling a whole bunch. So if I sound a little bit deeper in Johnny Cash wise or something, that's, just people should know that. But yeah, I think that the tricky part with this is, we want to tell the story of the influences. And I reached out to Nick Green from Decibel because he's pretty firmly entrenched in those kind of alterna metal kind of scenes, which I'm pretty expert in that as well. But I think he's kind of a little bit more firmly focused on that type of stuff. And, I said, hey, this is the list I have of who I think were probably a lot of the bands that were inspiring Babes in Toyland and L7 and Hole and some of that sort of heavier kind of 90s kind of thing that was kind of happening. Who am I missing? And he filled in some gaps and he kind of pointed out a few things. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I never would have thought of that. Or, oh, really? Okay, cool. And so I kind of used that. I used some of the literature on the bands, just some of the bands that they've talked about. There's definitely male bands that they were inspired by too, like Husker Du and, L7 were huge Motorhead fans and they all loved Black Sabbath and that type of shit. But like, that's the stuff that people out in Requiem land kind of know. So I thought this would be an interesting opportunity for us to sort of highlight the contributions that a lot of, female artists in the heavier spectrum of punk, metal, hard rock, have sort of made without trying to turn it into like a novelty show. And I think that's the trickiest part. It's something I kind of talked to Jess a little bit about and something I kind of expressed to you that I just want to, try to be good about that as best as we can, because it's like, there isn't really, there's no genre that's female music, and I think that's,
I don't want to come across as, being like, this is like a token episode or something. They're like, oh, we were going to have women in rock and black people in rock.
Yeah,
or something. It's like that's too much like just like a top 5 list that you throw on the internet for some clickbait type.
And I don't think that's what it will be, because I think we're just generally above that. But again, just from the impetus, I want people to know that like, titling it Rebel Girls, it's just, spotlighting and highlighting, like women in the heavier spectrum, whether it be heavier in terms of theme, it can be, and lyrical theme doesn't have to be necessarily like the heaviest of guitars, but women that were speaking out and doing it for themselves, and that inspired the bands that we're going to be featuring kind of at the back end of the show, which are the bands that our Patreon picked, L7 and Babes in Toyland, who definitely have certainly really metallic aspects to them, and there's we'll be talking about, actually like specific female movements as well. Sure. Yeah.
And I think probably the lyrical approach is different. Like the whole thing with, I think there's just a lot of subtlety to a lot of the stuff, because some of the stuff we'll be hearing is just like, okay, what does this have to do with anything? Yeah. Like, well, you got to put it in context at the time, and being like Suzi Quatro, for instance, is a female front person, for rock and roll, which is and being from Detroit and all that. But like, just I think so. There's like, I just wanted to make that clear before we start in, because that was my question. Like after seeing the playlist, I was trying to figure this out without asking.
Sure. I think I told Jess that too. I said, sometimes when I create things, I forget that people aren't inside my head, and that's a problem sometimes. And so it's like the mad scientist kind of part of me that I know where the narrative's going, but like other people like might not be able to like look at the puzzle pieces and be like, what the fuck does this even mean? And so you and I were kind of bouncing some text back and forth about that. But I think like, just from the very get-go, I'll speak to the 2 songs we just heard, Shove and Fast and Frightening. Here's what I kind of wrote, and you can feel free to jump in, whatever. I said, both address the topic at hand that we are woefully unqualified to try to tackle as 2 dudes in metal, all right? But we're going to do our best. Rebel Girls and punk, metal, hard rock, and the double standards and the uphill battles they've often faced at being treated as equals and not a novelty. The line in Shove is, my boss says I should comb my hair. Some guy just pinched my ass. So it's like they're addressing the problems within the scene that we're part of. We've known that metal and punk and in just rock in general has, tended to be kind of a boys club at times. And so I like that a lot of these bands kind of confront those issues, and they kind of call it out for what it is. I think that's fucking badass, And as somebody that was really young when this stuff was coming out in a big, big way, I mean, I was kind of feminized in a lot of ways by the grunge movement. When Kurt Cobain's like kind of talking, he's wearing a dress on Headbangers Ball, and he's talking about like being a feminist, and I'm 13 or 14. Like, I don't really know if I know what that meant, but it certainly like didn't make that word dangerous or scary to me. Whereas like I knew other like dudes that I went to high school with who wouldn't be caught dead, like wearing that word or like, thinking about even the context of that word, because they just thought it meant like man hating or something. You know what I mean?
There's that contingent of extreme on that side or on the side of feminism where it's, where it's the man hating, but that's not really what it is at the root. That's just the one that gets the most attention.
Sure. It's like the extremes always get the attention on either political end and, that kind of stuff.
Of course.
But I think the other thing that's really fucking awesome about bands like, especially L7, and we'll get into some of these others, is like they also have a line in that song that says, it's been months since I've been laid. It's like, so there's this like, they're addressing the like issues of equality and the double standards, but they're also like owning it. They're also like sort of saying like, we're just like the boys. We're not different. We're not like a genre that's different. We're just we're like Motorhead. We're just as dirty and fucking grungy and gross, and we are rock. We are metal. You know what I mean?
When Lemmy was touring with Girl School, he's like, Jesus Christ, I can't keep up with them.
Yeah. Well,
as far as exploits on drinking and other things,
Well, like there's a conversation piece that we'll have in the Jess clip where she's talking about the oral history of grunge book, which I have. It's great. And she was kind of talking about a story in it, about like at Sub Pop, where they were having like bets as to who was like the grossest band. And they had come up with, and I reread the passage today, that Babes in Toyland was the smelliest of the bands, and then Nirvana was like second, and then I can't remember who was third, but again, the girls were just as like debaucherous as the boys. And I think L7 does a nice job of like equalizing the playing field. And we'll read from their Decibel Hall of Fame that Gene Fury did a little bit later when we get to L7. And that's one of the topics they sort of bring up, is not wanting to be a novelty act and things and stuff. And so, yeah, so even though we are titling it Rebel Girls, we're going to treat this with respect and not try and turn it into like a girls and metal episode. It's more just like, here are a bunch of like powerful female artists that inspired a lot of the music in the 90s that you and I kind of were aware of, that we were like, whoa, fuck, these girls are kind of badass and kind of scary and in a good way,
Yeah.
Where did this come from? Like I didn't know where it came from, not until I got older. And then I could kind of put the pieces together and kind of formulate that story that all of this all started, way back when. And it was just one foundation building on top of each other, and I think that's cool.
That's what we usually find out on these shows, is the stuff that, like, how does this connect with anything else?
Sure.
all the more punk and metal things that are kind of over time, we're like, Jesus Christ, like that's where it came from. Okay.
Yep.
And really, even like with L7, they're much older than I thought.
Oh yeah.
As far as like when they started, because I've always kind of put them in that category of that weird, like, I don't know, like White Zombie stuff, because White Zombie had, what was their big record? I can't.
Las Exorcisto was their breakout, and that was their third record. So they'd been around.
Yeah. So I put them in the same kind of thing as that as well. And I think in that documentary, they talk about, we sold like 350,000 copies of
Bricks Are Heavy.
And then, but they don't have, anything to show for it. And White Zombie sold 3 million copies, and they're somehow still around. They're just still doing their thing.
Kind of the way it goes sometimes, it's kind of sucks. And there was a lot of double standards with the way the rock critics talked about these bands and stuff like that, only spotlighting the female kind of end of it or whatever. Whereas like a lot of these bands just wanted to be kind of taken seriously in the realm of all rock, not just as a girl band, and so that's always kind of been like that uphill battle that they were kind of trying to, fight and things like that. And
was it that same interview where they had this PR, or this is a different interview? I forget I'm not going to be good with anybody's names. At least from that band, because I've made so many fucking pages of notes that.
Oh yeah, no worries. I've got their names down
at this point, but they had a PR agency that was working with them, and there was two different female-fronted or mostly female bands, and they put them together that they had nothing to do with each other on this ad, and it says two bands to get you hard or something on it. And that's like, oh my god! But that's like the crass marketing of commerce and art.
Yeah.
Is that it's really hard to accurately represent what you're trying to, and a lot of stuff like, you wouldn't have heard of Entombed if at that time, if it wasn't for like that crossover stuff too, like, oh shit, Marvel Comics, or there's a lot of these weird kind of like PR decisions and, business decisions that don't always work, but.
Yeah. Sometimes the novelty part does get you the foot in the door, and then hopefully you just discover the value of what the thing is beyond the novelty or beyond what the perceived novelty is, and,
sure.
That's all you can kind of hope for. But, I think like the other thing I want to mention besides Shove is Fast and Frightening, I think in a lot of ways has, to me, the ultimate like L7 lyric. It's like the thing that to me is like, what is maybe the whole foundation of this whole fucking episode in some ways. And, it's this iconic manifesto about being kind of a badass rock and roller when she sings, "I've got so much clit, she don't need no balls." And it's like, that's it. That's what they, like, fuck you. We could beat the fuck out of you too. We can fight, we can scrap, like we are equals. And I think that's like kind of the coolest part about what they were trying to do, and that's kind of the bomb that's being thrown into the sort of machismo of the like late 80s, early 90s scene, I think the irony that I've kind of discovered, and I've listened to a couple podcasts on Hole and some other things in the last couple of weeks. And one of the things that kind of came through is, even though grunge like made heavy mainstream rock and punk kind of more sensitive in a lot of ways, right? It kind of like purged some of the overt sexism of hair metal and whatever that was kind of going on in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Still a boys club. Like like they didn't want women to do that. They wanted Kurt Cobain to do that. They wanted Eddie Vedder to like feminize things a little bit. They didn't want the women to be equals with them. They still wanted the boys club, even though they were like more sensitive. And I think that's like, there's kind of something sad about that. You know what I mean? On some level. And like, that was a revelation to me because I think I realized that subconsciously, probably because I was growing up in that. But until I heard it framed that way, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. Like this was, even though like things were improving, like everybody was like still pissed off about what PJ Harvey and Liz Phair were doing. Like, oh, how dare Liz Phair call her album Exile in Guyville? You know, that's a Rolling Stones record. Like, she's a girl. She can't fucking call it that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, people were fucking losing their shit about that kind of stuff. Like the rock critics and mainstream critics. And, you know, they were really scared by it because, again, they were threatening this like institution of like, you know, male dominant patriarchal rock and roll on some level. And I think that's cool. It took a couple decades and I think things are a lot better than they were. But like you could feel this like seismic thing starting to happen in the early 90s, you know? Yeah. And we were around for that. And like, I think we were friends with girls that were being empowered by a lot of that music. You know what I mean? I think that was kind of the cool part.
I was talking with Lisa about this too, that it wasn't a thing for like, we hung out with a bunch of girls that liked the same kind of music and movies we did. So it was never like this exclusivity thing. It would be like people coming back and forth with, and I'm sure that, you know, it was a fairly unique thing at the time, but yeah, like we were just everybody was, you know, had the same mindset. So like the differentiation of like, oh, this is a girl band, I don't want to listen to this. Like I had none of that on my radar, but I was not reading any, you know, I wasn't reading Rolling Stone or any mainstream publications talking about anything.
I guess it was on my radar because I knew people that were that way. I wasn't. I was into all this stuff, like whatever, you know, like it didn't matter to me. Yeah. But I definitely knew people that were like I knew people that like would not listen to Hole because they're like, that's like girl Nirvana. Like I know what that is. Yeah. And I was like, okay. Like I just would shrug my shoulders. Like I was 15, 16 or whatever. I didn't really know how to argue with them. I was just like, okay, that's fine. You know, like, but there was definitely like that was out there. And I think part of it was the tabloid culture surrounding a lot of this scene. You know, a lot of these,
of course,
a lot of these artists were pitted against each other. And that's kind of like that's a whole nother thing that I don't know if you and I are really that qualified to unpack it, but like how like, you know, females are often like pitted against each other, you know, in a realm by the patriarchy, you know, and whether it's beauty standards or this or that. And it's like, here's a few scraps you have to fight over. We'll give you 10% of the market share, but you're all going to have to fucking like fight each other for it and like shit talk each other and create feuds and shit like that.
It's a ruthless industry too.
Yeah.
And I'm not the stuff with like Babes in Toyland and Hole and like that's all kind of like I don't know. I don't know how much of that was in the media. It was definitely out there. Yeah. Okay. And when we get there, I have some thoughts on that and some things I've kind of discovered that, you know, anyways, but yeah, and that drew like a spotlight to it. And there was a lot of controversy around, I mean, here's the thing. Let's be honest. Like in the early 90s, like you had outspoken women, you had Madonna, right? Like she was iconic by that point, but there were still a lot of people that hated Madonna because she said what was on her mind. And like there were a lot of people that didn't like outspoken women that just said what was on their mind and upset the apple cart, you know, and Courtney Love and Kat Bjelland and some of those people were like that. And some people respected that. Some people were scared by it. Some people were intrigued by it. You know, it was a whole, you know, it's powerful women still to this day scare people. You know, there's like an older generation of men that I know, you know, that like don't really like powerful women telling them what to do. Like that scares the shit out of them on some level. And so, you know, it was a kind of a seismic event that was starting to happen. And again, it goes back to the 70s and it was kind of building up, but it really started to like peak in the early 90s in a big way. So, yeah, I mean, with like Sheryl Crow, Alanis Morissette and Jewel and, you know, all that stuff, the Lilith Fair thing, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. There's a funny thing about L7 that one of the things that one of the last albums that they did in the 90s, they were marketing it and they flew like a plane with like a flag over the Lilith Fair concert and it says, "Bored yet? Try L7."
It was pretty funny. They were just kind of commenting on how like, this is like really saccharine, like watered down versions of what like is actually like empowering female music that's out there, So
yeah, that was always been my thing with like outspoken, at least in music, outspoken feminist stuff was usually music I didn't like because I didn't like the style of music, not because what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Like the Riot Girl movement had a lot of outspoken political stuff, but it all made sense. It was kind of like it was like what the White Panther Party did with Sinclair or something. Like here's the manifesto, here's our demands, like we demand this, and it had an urgency and power to it. But that stuff bored the shit out of me. Any of that, like God, what is that? The band that Indigo Girls and Cowboy Junkies and all this stuff is just that's fucking boring.
Pretty saccharine stuff, really. Yeah. I agree. It was not but I think that was like music that wasn't made for us, on some level, for sure.
But also we don't have to like anything.
No, exactly.
But I think for like I'm all about having a powerful message and being outspoken, but also you have to be interesting.
Yeah, agreed.
Because just because you do a movie or write something about a really great thing, but you do a shitty job at it, does not mean it's good.
Sure.
Like you can do a terrible movie about the Holocaust, or you can do a terrible movie about Martin Luther King. It's not the substance of it has to be good as well.
Yeah, it's not just like the sacredness of the message.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And then we kind of started the whole thing off with a pretty choice clip. It was kind of my first exposure to Babes in Toyland, was seeing them on Beavis and Butthead. So I thought it'd be kind of funny to open up with their little 40-second clip of them playing Bruise Violet. And Beavis and Butthead loved it. That was the crazy part. I mean, they were kind of like weird tastemakers in that time. Speaking of White Zombie before, they kind of like resurrected White Zombie from the abyss because they like loved Thunderkiss 65, and it kind of brought it back into rotation on MTV.
Yeah.
And I mean, that like for somebody that was my age that like watched Beavis and Butthead like mindlessly, like if they liked the video, like we liked the video. That was like the weirdest part. Like it was so easy, and I don't know, like it shouldn't have worked that well, but it just did. Like they were like these weird tastemakers. And that particular clip where Kat screaming liar, liar, liar. Well, Beavis like obviously mistakenly thinks they're saying fire. And so in the episode, he just keeps screaming fire, fire, fire. And if you listen to the whole clip, it's like 2 minutes long, but we just kind of cut it off at 40 seconds because you hear Beavis going on some rant. But like that apparently clip inspired a guy, like a young kid, to go out and like fucking set something on fire, and like he got sued. So now you can't actually see the clip on YouTube. You can just hear the audio now because it's been taken down from social media and all these other things because it's like considered like a dangerous clip. And so there you go figure. Fucking Babes in Toyland, Beavis and Butthead, just fucking stupid shit. So but I think
anybody that's triggered to do shit like that, I don't care who, what it is, you're a weak-willed person. Or you're using it as a escape, like the stuff with Ozzy and Priest and
sure,
all that stuff. Just it's just stupid. It's like in video games don't cause children to, everything can't be boiled down to one thing or the other. Just because they went to this school or they didn't go to church or whatever it might be, like does not mean that that's the one thing that that would have stopped them. Or if they just wouldn't have saw Beavis and Butthead, this kid wouldn't have been in jail or burn down this shed in the backyard or whatever.
For sure. Yeah. So it's really pretty funny. So, but I thought this would be a good time to bring in a clip from Jess to sort of hear what, why she picked this show and kind of what her journey as kind of a female metalhead and female who's into like harder stuff and punk and things like that. So let's kind of bring in that clip and then we'll sort of come back and start to talk about these influences and stuff. So we are joined by Jessica Schrum, who is our, of course, announced. I guess now it's been a couple months since we announced it because the Venom thing lasted a lot longer than we expected. But our announced Patreon winner. So welcome, Jessica, to Requiem Metal Podcast.
Hi.
Longtime listener, I think. Also a Michigan native. So that's pretty cool. Give us a little bit of, I guess, your background and entry point maybe into metal and heavier things and, just anything you want to kind of tell the listeners why you're a Patreon supporter. And then we can kind of go into the topic that you end up picking.
I don't know. I've just been a huge music fan my whole life, I guess. Metal, I think probably just got into heavier music from my dad. My dad was a huge Deep Purple, Black Sabbath fan. So at a really young age, started listening to that stuff. And my brother plays in heavier bands. And we got our first electric guitar handed down to us, I think in, I don't know, elementary school anyway, 4th grade, something like that. And started playing around with that and playing in bands. And yeah.
Now, were you in bands as well as Jay?
Yeah, I mean, I played with some other guitarists. I kind of did my own solo stuff. Just messed around, but he was more serious about it and played in bands. And
give a shout out to some of those bands, because we go way back with the Shrum family too.
Yeah.
Mark and I do.
Well, and my brother Jay, so now he's so he was the Gunkies way back in high school, and then in Today I Wait, which was a hardcore band through college.
Mm-hmm.
And we were close in college as well. So I was tooling around with him, going to a million shows. And he played in that band a long time. A bunch of friends that, from the same area in Northern Michigan. Yeah. Then Mean Mother, which he still plays with, a stoner rock band. And then he was in a heavier metal band with the same guys from Today I Wait. He is now playing in a hardcore band called Poison Tongues.
Oh, cool.
And I'm trying to think of his other bands right now. He's playing in 6 bands right now. Yeah.
So needless to say, you've been, through your dad, through your brother, through all these means, you've just sort of been like immersed in this stuff for as long as you can remember, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
I love it. It's my favorite thing. And I just, kind of like Mark, I guess, I just tinker around on guitar and I have a piano and, it's just fun for me. But I'm just a huge music fan and nerd and geek. And I love it. I love learning the history and reading books about it and listening to the podcast. So.
And thank you for that support. We do appreciate that. And and you were surprised, you said, when you got picked, because you said you never get picked for anything.
Yeah, I never do. I am not very lucky. I was not at all expecting to win. So that was pretty cool.
It was pretty awesome. Yeah. So I'm excited because you gave us a task that I think is a pretty big challenge, especially for 2 guys, because, we're obviously sensitive to the context of the topic that we're kind of handling tonight, and trying not to mansplain or to do, anything where we're crossing lines, and trying to be respectful of the nuances, I think, of a lot of what we're going to be covering tonight. So I guess, why the topic that you picked and the bands that you sort of wanted to focus on, and what influence they had on you in shaping your attitudes or your musicianship, or even just your interest in different forms of music. Feel free to kind of riff on that for a moment.
I don't know. I guess I love the bands that should I announce the bands? Have we?
Oh yeah, at this point, yeah. So I should tell our listeners. We're recording this the day before, so yeah, they will have already heard the opening L7 songs and things like that. So yeah,
I have loved Babes in Toyland forever. They were one of my favorite bands, and I probably wore that CD out.
See, I wore the tape out. That's how far I go back with that.
Oh, nice.
Columbia House. Beautiful. Yeah. I was running Columbia House scams left and right as like a 9th grader. So that's how I got Babes in Toyland, if I remember right.
I think at that, young age, when that came out, it just really spoke to me. And it was just everything that I felt inside. Angst, teenage angst, right? Yeah. And still, years and years, I think it hits you, that nostalgia. And I hear any of their music and it still carries me away. And L7, same kind of thing. What is the album that has Andre on it?
Hungry for Stink.
Yes, that was the one. That was the one that just played over and over and over again. So those had a big influence on me. And then since then, I've just done a ton of reading. I'm a huge Sonic Youth fan. I've read Girl in a Band by Kim Gordon, and I've read Patti Smith's Just Kids, and I'm just kind of connecting all these dots of women in music. And I just think it's really neat when you start reading and even just listening to music, and, you hear Patti Smith, and I guess you hear the influence in the music. And then obviously you can read about it in their stories and everything else, but and it just had such a powerful impact. And then you can follow the story and hear the next artist take it to the next level, and just feel inspired by that woman. Patti Smith, to me particularly, had such a huge, huge impact. I feel like she portrayed, she was just herself on stage, and I think starting off as a poet and not necessarily a musical performer, she wasn't worried about portraying this like female image that was trying to persuade men or be, this typical blonde bombshell or whatever that men were used to seeing in music.
Well, even the iconic cover of Horses, right? She's very androgynous,
Yes. Yeah. She's got the button up shirt, the men's dress shirt buttoned all the way up. And granted, she's really beautiful in her own way, in a very different way. But, and even in the way that she sings and the way that she speaks, she's not worried about sounding sexy or attractive or anything like that. She's just sounding real and she's getting her point across. And I think that opened up the door for a lot of women at that time, that they saw that and, oh, hey, we can really put ourselves out there. And right around that time in 1975, there was a lot going on in New York in that regard too. Just a lot of artists and more people getting into that and putting themselves out there. And then you see Sonic Youth evolve and et cetera, et cetera. It's your story. You're gonna.
Yeah. We're gonna try and connect it up somehow. I guess, was there a point in your early years, like, maybe your formative years, middle school, early high school, where your interest in the heavier spectrum of things, where you did feel that weight of being a sort of female fan and feeling like there weren't necessarily as many places for you, and then maybe you hearing Babes in Toyland and L7 and stuff like that, like kind of open doors? I'm just kind of curious of the journey that you had as somebody, we always joke you're one of our only female patrons. We have a couple, but like it's tough, metal and metal more than I think I'd say punk has had its kind of sexist, elements to it that it certainly tried to shed through the years. But I guess give us a little bit of that perspective and like what any of this music that we're playing, on the episode, like kind of meant for you to like get through that journey, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think for me, growing up where I did and not having a lot of exposure to a lot of diversity and that, and other like-minded people, or women particularly, it was cool to have this outlet and say, oh my gosh, here's some people who actually think like me and they understand me and they get me, and I'm okay because, these people get me. So, I glommed onto that, and I kind of I dressed like that in high school, and but it made it okay, I guess, for me to be myself, and not feel like I had to fit in with the pack that was up here. Yeah, I definitely never fit in.
I think that's a common trait of a lot of Requiem fans, probably at a certain point. The sort of outsiders music is a lot of this music that we play.
Yeah.
I guess, why do you think, maybe for a naysayer or maybe somebody that's perhaps skeptical going into an episode like this, why does Babes in Toyland, L7, Hole, some of these kind of bands, why do they belong for Requiem? Do you have a thought on that? I know that's a tough one. I threw a curveball at you. I'm just kind of curious, like, as a fan who was inspired by this stuff, and again, I'm a fan of all this stuff as well, and I know Mark, is into some of this stuff. There are people who, I don't think a lot of Requiem people, but there are definitely people in the metal community who might kind of be like, L7, Babes, that stuff doesn't belong in the conversation of the heavier end of things, or I feel like it's sometimes unfairly dismissed. So I guess
yes,
giving you a forum for that,
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. And I think that people have kind of forgotten about, those bands particularly, and they made a big impact. And L7, they busted their ass to make as big of an impact as they did. And then it's just kind of, now they've made a bit of a reunion, but those girls rock hard. Those women, and they were way into like Motorhead and the Stooges, and they never wanted to be compared to, they didn't want to be a female band. I think they even have like it's your story, but
no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think they only had like a male drummer. Like in the beginning, they ended up with a female drummer because they couldn't find anybody that wanted to play drums for them. Yeah. Like a couple of girls who wants to play drums for a girl band or whatever. And but they just wanted to be accepted as a couple of girls who love to rock out, and they're just a rock and roll band, that was, and they do. They're awesome.
For sure.
And they definitely are overlooked and somewhat forgotten. And same for Babes in Toyland. I think her voice is incredible and super extreme, and the guitars are really good. And, there's some drumming that's really fun, and it's super catchy and aggressive. Yeah.
I think there's some things, and I don't want to go into it too much because we'll obviously get there when we get there, but I forget, because I love that, I love Babes in Toyland, but I just forget how heavy they are at times. And it's like the emotional rage that exists on a lot of this music is as heavy as anything in the extremes that we've covered on like an episode like this, so it's just different, right? It's coming from a different place and a different POV, and we want to kind of give voice to that POV, I think, and that's kind of what you wanted to do. And I hope people are open-minded enough to, like, when they hear Kat singing and raging, it's just like the hair in the back of your neck stands up at times. You're like, this is intense as like Jacob and Converge. It's got that kind of level of emotional like catharsis sometimes where it's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, just out of curiosity, since you were kind of in this realm as well, did you get caught up in all the sort of crazy media rivalries that were sort of going on? I feel like in the mid 90s between, Courtney Love versus the Riot Girls and the L7 and the beef with Babes in Toy. Like, was any of that kind of interesting remotely to you, or did you just not care and you just kind of liked what you liked and didn't really think about whether it belonged to this movement or that movement? Because that seems
at the time, I didn't really pay that much attention to it. Yeah, at the time I didn't really pay that much attention to
Okay.
it.
Just curious.
After the fact, reading about it is interesting to me, but
It is. Yeah. It's I think it's unfortunate, and it's something Mark and I will talk about later in the episode, because I think it's a classic case of sort of like the patriarchal media like pitting like the few really great, the like female artists against each other rather than like trying to unite them. And it's like a weird, I don't know. I have some really odd feelings about the whole thing when I look back on it, that it's a lot of sexism,
yeah.
And that's unfortunate, and I hope that history is on the side as it's moving the way it is, that like, I think that story hopefully can start to get told in a different way rather than just a bunch of like kind of pettiness or like drama, almost like a reality TV kind of thing that seems to like float around some of that,
Right.
especially the grunge part of it, I guess, or the Riot Girl part of it at times, but
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess anything else that you want to throw in as in terms of, why you picked this and the impact it's had on you, or what, I guess, I don't know, maybe the danger of assigning, I think I had some reservations with doing an episode like this, only in that there is no genre called female rock, right? Like that's really important to like get out there. That's not a genre of music, And so I wanted to spotlight female artists and the impact they had on these heavier bands that you wanted to kind of focus on. And so I don't know, like, how do you as a female, a fan of this, how do you like coach me through this? Like, how do I do that in a way that's like maybe not offensive? If that makes sense, you know what I mean? Because we're trying really hard to not do that.
I think, like I said before, it's more showing the influences and how different artists paved the way for the next artist to take it to the next level.
Yeah. Okay. Well said. Well said. I just, like I know that like Babes in Toyland were super influenced by like Husker Du, right? And all that sort of Minnesota stuff. But I'm like, well, we've played Husker Du before, like let's give the spotlight to some of the other bands that had females in them that maybe people haven't heard before, and that's like, I guess the impetus from our end. And I hope, like what we're trying to do. And I hope like any female that like comes across this episode also hopefully understands that, that was it was really in the back of my mind as I put a lot of this together, like to be really mindful of that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Cool. Well, thank you again. Is there any last plugs or any last cool memories about L7, Babes in Toyland, anything that you want to sort of share about the music that we're going to hear, other bands that we're featuring that you just kind of want to give like a quick shout out in terms of like the impact it has on you today, or really anything? Your final word, I guess.
Oh my gosh, my final word.
No, this is intense. I know, lots of pressure. You don't need to. I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah, I don't know. Just keep an open mind, and I hope that people actually, take the time to listen to it, and just be open to maybe they'll hear something that they might have just discounted before, and hear it with some new ears. Sometimes you listen to something that you heard 20 years ago and you were like, this is garbage. And then you hear it 20 years later and you're like, wow, this actually is all right. So give it a chance. And because I know this is kind of out of the wheelhouse for a lot of listeners, but
we tend to go out of the wheelhouse sometimes. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of what people hopefully expect from us. So I hope people will be, I think people.
Well, and I wanted to challenge you. So
yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah, I spent some time on it. That's,
I had, I thought about some other bands, but I'm like, oh, that's too easy. It's too easy.
Well, you're the first Patreon to ever pick an episode. So of course, like now the bar has been set. So now like we do something like this again, people are going to like Mark's nightmare of like, oh, they're going to pick Pantera. I know they are. That was his big like existential fear about this whole contest. He's like, these motherfuckers, they know they're going to pick something. I said, no, our Patreons are kind people. They'll be good. So thank you for not picking Pantera. Although I'm fine to talk about Pantera. I'd love to contextualize all that, but So.
Cool.
All right. Well,
Glad to
cool.
hear it.
I do again appreciate your support as always. It's really awesome, and I hope that we make you proud. And congratulations on the win yet again. And I don't know, it's cool. This is like a episode for you and for Requiem fans and for just fans of heavy music. And I hope that anybody that maybe is unfamiliar with this scene and maybe or has like avoided it because of whatever reasons, the second you hear Hansel and Gretel, you'll just be like, fucking A, this is as heavy as the Melvins. Like, what have I been doing by not listening to this shit? You know what I mean? So that's my hope. Like the first time I heard Bruise Violet, it was like a game changer. And honestly, it probably was Beavis and Butthead for me. I think that was for a lot of people in our generation, like seeing that video and the fact that they endorsed it was so huge. And I didn't care that they were girls. I was just like, this fucking rips, And so, yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm hopeful that people will keep an open mind to this stuff as well. So.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you doing it.
All right. Well, thank you again for your Patreon support. We appreciate that. So that was cool to hear from Jess there. Our first Patreon takeover for, of course, people that don't know what this was all about. Last summer, Andreas, our very first and best patron, he'll love to hear that, offered up a kind of matching donation sort of challenge. And we sort of did it was surrounding our 3-part bolt thrower memoriam kind of episodes that we were doing. And basically everyone that kind of made a big donation that he matched, we said we'd put all their names in a hat and draw them out. And whoever that patron was could pick a topic for an episode. And so, yeah, so Jess got that. And she sent me a couple more thoughts this morning because she kind of, I think, just, was trying to think on the spot. She's not like you and I, where we just do this for, I guess, a living. I don't know. But
we make some money on it. So
we make the money. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, as a teacher, I'm always thinking on the spot. Like that's kind of my whole life is chaos and, just making up shit as I go.
Well, yeah, that's me too.
That's it. Exactly. So she said, couple more thoughts. I think I talked about Patti Smith in the past tense a lot, but she's still super active, touring, playing music, writing poetry, creating and totally inspiring and relevant, even in her 70s. 2, I'm super excited for those that don't already know about them to hear the gets. I discovered them in high school and absolutely adore Mia's rocking Joan Jett-esque vocals soaring over energetic punk rock anthems. Mia's premature death also sadly highlights what women were up against. Despite all her talent, some demented asshole looked at her like an object for the taking, stalked her after a show, and destroyed everything in one horrible night. 3, I played music a lot throughout high school and college, wrote my own music, played gigs when I could. I know that life. As a woman, it's different to be on stage and be judged by an audience. I ended up pursuing a business degree in school, and in one of my HR classes, I remember we were talking about gender in the workplace. One of the guys in my class actually said that if his boss were a man, then he would automatically respect him. But if he had a female manager, she would have to earn his respect. I never heard anyone articulate it quite that frankly, but as a woman, that's what I've been up against my whole life, whether competing in a male-dominated music industry or for a place in the upper management. It's 2023 and I still feel it. I think it's really important thinking about the historical context of what these women were braving in 1975 and 1985. These women are fucking warriors, armed with guitars, fueled with rage, playing their hearts out and putting it all on the line. I really can't think of anything more metal than that. Sorry, my voice is terrible, but so I thought that was kind of a cool little after statement from Jess that kind of adds on to kind of what she was talking about in the piece that we did last night. So
yeah, I feel like for some reason we were lucky for the most part with our friend group where we didn't have a bunch of like meatheads that had those types of attitudes.
Sure.
I couldn't imagine saying something shitty like that. Like I would somebody, no matter who it is, needs to, demand my respect or earn my respect. But to be so like, I don't know, that's really unfortunate. Anybody's got to deal with that.
I mean, I have one of the biggest issues that's kind of going on with like high school boys right now is like, especially in middle school, they're all sort of discovering like Andrew Tate and they like live on his website.
Who's Andrew Tate?
So Andrew Tate's like the sexist guy, the sex trafficker that got arrested like in Romania and stuff like that.
I have no idea who this is. So,
oh, you're lucky. So he like promotes like rape culture and like hating women, and he's like a huge YouTube personality. And like all these like 13, 14-year-old boys think he's awesome because he talks about being an alpha and like you got to be the alpha. You got to tell the woman what to do and blah blah blah. And they love hearing that because it just like it feeds into their worst impulses. And when you're 13, you have a lot of really fucking bad impulses, right? And so like
sure, and a lot of like it's the antithesis of you know, any of the other sexual conversations going on right now that they're hearing. So it's
so they love
teenage kids. It's like when we first heard Andrew Dice Clay for the first time. It was like, you know, this terrible, stupid shit. But yeah, that's the age it grabs you.
And so like you're dealing with a lot of that in high school where these kids have to almost like be deprogrammed a little bit from that because that's what like sort of like shaped their values about how they think about women and stuff. And so it's just a lot, you know, like these kids that are basically growing up with the internet, they can find everything and anything, and that's good and bad, obviously, you know, so it's like a minefield out there. So
yeah, that's the existential crisis of the internet is all the information's there and all the information's there.
Exactly. It's both.
You know,
it's
also like if you want to see the worst sexual act as a young kid, you can find stuff everywhere. Like there's
you can also found every book that's ever been created and all the great information, you know, just depends on what you want to use it for, you know? Yeah, absolutely.
Crazy.
So I guess, you know, in putting this together, I think I wrote some thoughts. I said, we're going to kind of try and take a minimalist approach and build some context for L7 and Babes by highlighting and spotlighting some of the female artists that paved the way or directly inspired them with a lot of research or scholarship to keep things moving. Just again, another shout out to Nick Green. He really, you know, helped a little bit with that for two reasons. One, I think this subject, if you wanted to do it dead end justice, deserves its own series by people more qualified than Mark and I. So less is more out of respect. This is not Venom or Neurosis, you know, so we're just kind of like grazing the pasture a little bit here.
Well, it's an incredibly broad subject.
For sure. I mean,
you know, we could
Patti
talk
Smith
about
deserves her own 5-hour episode. You know what I mean?
Easy.
Like, you know, like a lot of these bands do. And so it's like, how much do you go into it? So I think just kind of highlighting that is going to be kind of our approach. And then the second thing, as I said, it's a Patreon takeover. So we're up for the challenge, but I think we don't want this to be kind of a female genre episode, right? Because most, if not all, wanted that feminist goal of being treated as just another band, not just a girl band. So yeah, that's, I think, the two things that I kind of like, you know, had in my own manifesto for how to approach a show like this, I guess, you know? So, yeah. So anyways, let's hit it. So I guess in this set, what we're going to be looking at is kind of like the 70s kind of hard rock kind of influences that were going on. And some of these bands kind of towed the line of like proto-punk as well with Patti Smith and Blondie. But, you know, starting with Suzi Quatro, as Mark kind of mentioned before, and, you know, she was out of Detroit and at times Canada too. She played in some bands across the river. And, you know, a lot of people knew her from Happy Days. She played Leather Trocadero or Tuscadero, sorry. On that was show.
Her, Pinky Tuscadero.
Yeah, that was her. Yep. So
I knew her more from that than as a actual musician. So
yeah, I think
I used to watch that like every day after school.
She was in some bands with some of her sisters that I actually checked out a few years back. I picked up some of the reissues. One's the Pleasure Seekers, and the other is Cradle. They're actually pretty cool, like 60s kind of like proto metal stuff. It's pretty awesome, actually. You know, and she was linked to the glam scene a little bit. Obviously, when you hear, you know, Shine My Machine, you can kind of put this along with Sweet and, you know, the Slade and some of the stuff that was going on in England, obviously, at the time.
And I think a healthy dose of Seeger.
Yeah, that's definitely there. You know, she's singing about Motown and different things like that. That are kind of.
I think that's what it is like the, you know, the people kind of pulling in Motown elements into their music, soul elements.
Yeah. And it's funny because I originally wasn't going to put Suzi Quatro in until Nick Green was like, you got to put Suzi Quatro in because that's who the Runaways were trying to be. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. I don't know if I knew that or maybe I had heard that before, but forgot. But I was like, that makes sense because she dressed in leather. She kind of had this style, this look to her. And
she
even though,
edge.
Yeah, she had an edge. She's not heavy at all. You know, this is not what I would call like proto metal or anything, but like as like a inspiring person for where all of this is going to go. This is kind of like the origin point is somebody like a Suzi Quatro, so.
Well, especially I would say for rock, because at this point, like female fronted bands wasn't a new thing, but for harder rock, harder edged rock, that's, really
you obviously had the girl groups and soul music and all that stuff that was really huge, in the 60s and stuff.
We should take a second just to say, goodbye to Tina Turner.
Yeah. River Deep, Mountain High, man. That's one of the great live performers of all time, certainly. And, just kind of a legend. It's weird because like you and I growing up, like knew her as like this completely different personality from, Mad Max and kind of her like second run.
As you remember her pantyhose commercials for legs?
I kind of remember all that stuff, but I didn't realize how old she was, right? Like that.
Oh yeah, that was a big deal. That she was kind of her second act.
Yeah. But definitely kind of a sad one. But she, for having such a tough life, especially early on, where she ended up is pretty remarkable. So it's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, I just watched that documentary not too long ago too. I think it's the HBO documentary they did about her.
Okay. I haven't seen that. I've just seen the Angela Bassett movie, What's Love Got to Do with It or whatever. So
okay.
Ike's not a good guy,
He's a dick. They made some incredible music together, but everything else was very turbulent.
I mean, it's weird because Ike Turner helped write the first rock and roll song ever. And so it's like, it's such a weird thing. He basically wrote Rocket 88, which was like the Sun
first
record
rock and roll song.
Yeah. And it's like, damn it. Why does this guy have to suck so bad?
Well, the thing is like a lot of really nice people don't have the gumption to do anything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
that's a good point.
Yeah. We have, people are complex. So, it's you can be a shithead, but you can also make something awesome and inspiring.
Yep.
You just don't have to follow their
morality.
Their morality. Yes,
exactly. And then we go from Suzi to, I think, probably the most important artist of the whole episode, I would say, in terms of like who had the most seismic effect. And I think it's got to be Patti Smith.
Yeah, I would say musically and just artistically in general, like
attitude and look and
and like her
gender expectations and
her singing voice too, where she has a great voice, but she can do an affected voice that's like growly and ugly, but she just has this span that's really, really great.
Yeah, no, I mean, this garage rock sound that she brings in, her lyrics, her poetry, like we talked about, like the way Jess even brought up when we were kind of talking in the clip before, the androgyny of how she dressed, like on the cover of Horses and things like that. But in terms of like, heavy street cred too, the other thing that's going on, you can kind of hear it a lot, especially on Radio Ethiopia, because this is when she's dating Alan Lanier from Blue Oyster Cult. And so she was like writing lyrics for Blue Oyster Cult at this time. And I think like you can like hear some of the guitar stuff on Ask the Angels. It really reminds me of those first three Blue Oyster Cults, like in terms of like that kind of heavier sound that was also like super accessible, Yeah.
I mean, just a great like garage rock vibe. And I mean, I can totally see why, her and Fred Sonic Smith got together.
Yeah. Got together.
What a great combo for musicians.
The other thing that's kind of cool about the Blue Oyster Cult thing is that like he was kind of one of the ones that when she was starting to write some like lyrics for early Blue Oyster Cult albums, he like encouraged her to find her own musical voice. And like that's kind of one of the reasons that she, kind of put together the band to start, to do Horses and stuff. So I'm not saying it's because of Blue Oyster Cult or anything, but like it's kind of cool. It's like a weird, like metal Patti Smith kind of connection, I guess there,
Yeah, and kind of shaped, I think, a lot of, trajectories for a lot of like, I would say less traditional female singers.
Well, I think that's the thing. I wrote her vocal approach and attitude, I think were huge for like Babes, Hole, L7, a lot of those bands in terms
Sonic
of
Youth, the Kim Gordon, for sure.
Yeah, Kim Gordon, absolutely. So that's a big one. So, if you don't know who Patti Smith is as like maybe just a diehard, metalhead that's never really gone down that route, I encourage you to check out her 70s material quite a bit. It's all super great. Easter, Horses, Radio Ethiopia. it's different. It's not going to be punk in the way that like, Sex Pistols or the Clash or the Ramones were punk, but it definitely has like roots in garage rock and art rock and some other kind of Velvet Underground and some of that kind of stuff.
It was, punk in spirit, not necessarily in sound. Because at that point there was, there was more of an idea than a specific like trait of like, oh, this is a black metal band.
Yeah, exactly. And, speaking of a band that kind of got put under the punk tag, but probably wasn't truly punk by like our, the definition that we kind of have today, Blondie. And, Blondie was a band that was inspired by what, they were seeing at CBGB's and Max's Kansas City, which is where Patti Smith got her start. And, the self-titled record in 76, a year after that Patti Smith record that we're just playing something off Radio Ethiopia. And I think Horses was 73 or 74. So 2 years basically after Patti Smith got started. The self-titled, it's I guess punk, but I'd also say it's new wave. It's got keyboards and different things like that.
There's a lot of keyboards in a lot of this early stuff. I think that it was less of a divisive instrument in the 70s.
Sure. Well, Suicide was doing stuff with keyboards too.
Totally,
there were like a lot of really interesting bands that like, I guess were basically, if you were doing it yourself, if you were kind of left of center and weird and avant a little bit, like you could be called punk, Talking Heads, Television, all those.
Yeah, it was more like, like your attitude, like even back then it was where you played. CBGBs and those areas had, they had a really diverse, eclectic kind of group of bands coming through there.
Sure. Yeah. But the song we're going to play, Ripper to Shreds, sorry. It's kind of cool because it kind of deconstructs the massive hypocrisy and judgment that's placed on like women's looks and fashion and things like that when they're like, singing, come on, rip her to shreds. And they're talking about, she looks like a groupie. She looks like this. And I think that's kind of like, Debbie Harry and the guys, the other people in Blondie just kind of like winking at the audience. Like, this is how rock and roll sort of is. And like, are you going to do this to us? Because we have this like kind of beautiful singer who's also kind of edgy, but also pretty cool, also pretty fashionable, and it's like, I don't know. I think it's really like kind of self-referential and kind of subversive in a way. Once you pay attention to the lyrics, like musically, it's not like going to blow your mind or anything. But I think like the thing to pay attention to in a show like this is so much of the words and the message of a lot of these songs, right? I think that's kind of
absolutely
like Blondie's kind of doing here,
because really Blondie's a kind of a pop facing band, but it's the content. The content and some of the more dissonant aspects that kind of make them more be thrown in that punk tag.
Well, the fact that they were playing at CBGBs and all that stuff, like people were scared that Debbie Harry like had like a knife on her at all times, and she's just like this cute bubbly blonde. She's like, what the fuck, Yeah. I mean, I remember listening to like that sort of like audio documentary series on Ramones, and they were saying that one of the reasons the Ramones wouldn't get booked at gigs, even though like their songs were so fucking catchy, is everybody thought because they were punk, quote unquote, that they were like banishing like weapons and they would start riots at their shows. And they're like, we're just doing
bicycle chains in their pocket or something.
Yeah, we're just doing fucking like bubblegum pop, like sped up, like what the fuck. And like in a way, the Ramones probably should have been way bigger than they were, but a lot of doors were shut to them because people were just scared of the idea of what they thought punk was.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of too bad. But definitely a huge foundational band along with the Ramones, Blondie in the 76, and then we kind of get to, I think the other band that probably from an image wise and even to some extent a sound had quite a bit to do, especially I think with probably like a band like L7 on some level. And that's, the Cherry Bombs themselves, right? The Runaways. And they're kind of the prototype for so many of the kind of hard edge, kind of grungy female punk, hard rock sort of stuff. Even if a lot of what the Runaways were doing was kind of cultivated by Kim Fowley, who was their manager. And I think he kind of was doing something to like promote this image of who they were. I think
it's kind of the gimmick too, because they're also young.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't.
It was like the idea of like a boy band or I don't know if there's what's the equivalent of. You don't usually call them girl bands, right? Like Spice Girls and that shit.
No, but I think it's the same as Spice Girls and all that stuff. Is
that kind of same idea where it's a cultivated thing for sure. But they actually had some pretty ripping music.
Oh, fuck, that's the thing. I mean, you look at the quality of musicians. You got, Lita Ford ripping on a lead guitar, and fucking Joan Jett. What she's solo wise and stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, like, Sandy West on drums, Joan Jett was the rhythm guitar player, Lita Ford, Sherry Curry on vocals, and then you had Jackie Fox on bass. And the original singer, actually, I didn't know this. I just found this out today, was Mickey Steele. They were a three-piece. And then she left, and then she sort of joined up and started a band called the Bangles. So really interesting how all these things are like kind of interconnected, so it's kind of a fun one. But Dead End Justice, the reason I picked this has always been one of my favorite Runaways songs because it's does a couple things. One, it sort of plays off those like early 60s like playlets that like bands like the Coasters did and like the Shangri-Las, where they're almost like staging like a musical theater kind of performance or something like that. Yeah. But it also has like fucking awesome riffs all over the place. Like you gotta certainly the first half of the song is just a normal song, but then that last minute 15 just fucking rips with these like Stooges kind of riffs and like leads from Lita Ford that are pretty killer. And
because at like 3:30 it kind of breaks into a Kiss song for a minute.
Well, yeah, it breaks into a Kiss song, and then it becomes like a play of them being like trapped in prison. That's like the whole playlet, kind of like almost like a theatrical performance. Yeah. And then like it kind of breaks out of that at the very end, and that's when it goes back into like kind of Stooges MC5 kind of stuff. And
some good gang vocals happening.
Yeah, exactly. But they're definitely going to get justice. But I think like the Runaways from an image standpoint and all these other things were so crucial to the next wave, even if like. I think they're like Kiss in a way. Like even if you saw like the artifice that they were kind of like not completely serious or that there was a little bit of novelty to what the Runaways were doing, they're still inspiring people, especially women, to like pick up guitars and like start bands and shit like that. Yeah. Because it's like, representation matters. If you can see yourself doing that stuff and to have like an all girls band that's just like dressing cool and cool haircuts and being, with this kind of attitude, like, that does stuff, what I mean? It changes people's lives a little,
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah. And then we're going to end with Heart. Who knew we'd get to play Heart on Requiem, but here we are. I've always loved Heart. I don't know what your feelings are on them, but
yeah, I've always liked the sisters, like I don't know, like Ann Wilson's voice is incredible.
She fucking wails, dude. She can.
Her whole like kind of like connection to some of the Seattle stuff and Alice in Chains was always interesting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons I wanted to sneak them in is because a lot of the bands, especially in like the later sets, are kind of centered in that Pacific Northwest area, and I gotta believe that they knew about Heart and the fact that Heart's on Alice in Chains, Sap, and things like that, like. They're part of that, whether like those bands wanted to admit it out loud. The fact that you had this badass fucking band that was fronted by two women on lead guitar and, vocals, that had to inspire a lot of those Riot Girl bands and some of those Olympia bands and Seattle bands, even if they didn't want to own it. The same way that like Kiss inspired people and then people didn't really want to admit it, until they got older and kind of comfortable with it. But I know for me, like, the Wilson sisters had to be an inspiration, to impressionable, like everyone, right? Like growing up with MTV and seeing like most female artists, like your Madonnas or Cyndi Laupers, they just seemed to like dance around. They didn't really like play instruments that I saw very often. And so like seeing Heart videos with like fucking Nancy Wilson, like shredding, like that kind of broke down some, like it demystified a lot of the like barriers of like maybe some of my own perceptions of what I thought like rock and roll was. And I think that's cool, like, even if it was subconscious, it was still doing that a little bit for me. And yeah, it wasn't just a novelty. These were like people that were, like kicking ass, even if like maybe their 80s stuff is not as good as their 70s stuff. But
well, they had, kind of a renaissance. So they're pretty fucking popular in the 80s.
Yeah. They sort of brought themselves back. They kind of found a little bit of hair metal-ish, pop, kind of like a mixture of those two elements and kind of found their pitch again, So
just like Whitesnake or Aerosmith or any of these bands that had some success in the 70s.
Yep. And then, you hear a song like Devil Delight, and I mean, it's got some fucking doomy riffs and some cool like melodic passages. I mean, Heart could rock. You know, they could hold their own with all those bands.
Some Scorpions in there, I think. Some early Scorpions kind of vibes.
Absolutely. So, you know, it's kind of fun to spotlight like this kind of some of these hidden gems maybe from the 70s that, you know, I don't think a lot of people know. Devil Delight doesn't get the play on you know, mainstream radio the way like Crazy on You and Magic Man and some of that stuff. Barracuda.
Yeah.
And those are great. I mean, Barracuda is like a fucking riff, you know, I mean, that's a metal riff basically, you know, so, but yeah, so I think this is a good foundation to kind of start off with to sort of like show where maybe some of the inspirations for a lot of the bands that we're going to be spotlighting in the second half probably got their start or definitely, you know, I remember reading a lot of these bands the first time they heard Patti Smith, like they started a band, you know, or the first time they heard Blondie, they started a band. So it definitely mattered, you know, so. All right. So what we're going to hear is first Shine My Machine from Suzi Quatro from 1973 from the Suzi Quatro self-titled. Then from 1975's Radio Ethiopia, we've got the Patti Smith group with Ask the Angels. Then Rip Her to Shreds from Blondie's Blondie. Dead End Justice from the self-titled Runaways from 76. And then from 1977's Magazine, we've got Heart's Devil Delight.
City I come from. to be reeling. And baby, baby, show you the way. And I know it's hot sometimes. You got a piece and hit across the sky. And I know it's hot sometimes. And the war is a battle cry. And it's why you. Across the country, through the fields, you know I see it written across the sky. People rising on the highway in more wars, the battle cry, and it's why you. Can take it from me. What I know, it's just
cheap, rundown teenage jail, that's where.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Blondie, you're gonna be here till you're 18, so get used to it. Behind the bars, there's a superstar who never had a chance. She could sing, she could dance. You don't sing and dance in juvie, honey. Behind the walls, they've seen it all. Gotta have justice, justice. For what you're all in order. Justice, justice. For worldwide disorder. What you in for? Wouldn't you like to know? Behind the fence, there's no defense. There's murder, rape, and robbery, in and out. Burglary, you don't look so tough. I've been around. On the planet sorrow, there's no tomorrow. Gonna get justice, justice. Don't want your law and order. Justice, justice. For worldwide disorder. You can't turn off the tears. They crawl in juvenile hall. Cruel reform schools. They don't smile. They got no bail or jury trial. Joe, let's break out tonight. Okay, Sheree, what's the plan? You grab the guard in the prison yard. Get his keys and gun. We'll run. I don't fancy what's inside the van. Is he handsome? You'll see. You'll see. I should know. We gotta be free. Justice, justice. Don't want your law and order. Justice, justice. For worldwide disorder. We'll go far through the prison yard. You and me, we will be free.
just my deal. It's just my deal.
That was Devil Delight from Heart, Dead End Justice from the Runaways, Ripper to Shreds from Blondie, Ask the Angels from Patti Smith Group, and then we started off with Suzi Quatro's Shine My Machine. So we're just going to keep the train a-rolling here, Mark.
As Aerosmith says.
Yeah, that is true. I guess kind of, in a lot of ways, what's your take on the role that punk rock played in terms of, I guess, democratizing music a little bit more for women? Do you see that as like kind of a big step in terms of getting a lot more like women involved in kind of harder music and that kind of thing? Or do you think that's an overstated kind of narrative? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. It was something I was thinking about.
Are you thinking the stuff from the late 70s?
Yeah, I think, 70s, early 80s, because the DIY kind of attitude that like, everyone can do it, including women, Patti Smith's doing it, Blondie's doing it. And so like, it kind of opened the gates for some of that. I don't know.
I think the scene was so kind of fractured anyways. There wasn't necessarily like a guiding force under the whole thing, but because really we didn't see, outside like X-Ray Spex, there's a handful like in the Cramps but all that stuff is thrown under this umbrella that I don't necessarily know if it all deserves to be there. But it was definitely like, it was outside voices and with a lot of women in it. I don't know if, because punk seems in a lot of the stuff that I was reading and just from like the whole Riot Girl movement, it was becoming very like they were outsiders in the whole thing. Like women were marginalized and, you know, not really feeling part of that scene.
I think a lot of that was more the 80s hardcore scene, don't you think? That got really machismo and like, you know, brutal pits. And I feel like there was a moment in the late 70s where it was like more artsy and more open-minded, and maybe there was a little bit more room for women. But I think that's the big extreme on all this stuff is the more artful stuff like Patti Smith, and then there's stuff that's more, you know, like I'm trying to think it's not like the antithesis of intelligentsia or anything, but it's like kind of more like visceral.
Some of it's like whatever the female version of machismo is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You know, like with like the Renegades, that kind of, you know, had a little bit of that vibe going on.
Oh, the Runaways, you mean?
Runaways. Yeah. What did I say?
The Renegades, which I'm here for the Renegades.
I'm thinking about Sergeant Slaughter's Renegades or something, but
I think we should start a Renegades band. I think that would be a pretty killer fucking rock band name. So. Yeah. No, I think you're right though. You know, when like hardcore didn't last long and it started, all the stuff that kind of splintered off from that was much more of the, you know, kind of the brocore side of the aisle, I think, where it was much more about fucking people up and, you know, which is weird because like Black Flag was a huge influence on L7, Babes, Hole. Like they weren't that, but like a lot of the bands they inspired, unfortunately, or that grew out of that were like, I don't know, way more bro-y, you know, the Agnostic Fronts and some of that kind of stuff that just got.
There's a lot of that too is as a cultural thing, like New York cultural thing, which is that, you know, we don't really understand with like, if you weren't tough, you got fucked with. Yeah. Like it was a survival mechanism. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on there, but I think you're right with the 70s stuff was much more democratized coming into the 80s because it was much more broad. Yeah. You know, with just all the different stuff, like the punk and post-punk kind of banners were just so diverse. Mm-hmm. I just think it was like the late 70s, early 80s stuff is just incredibly creative period, and all kinds of like, you know, goth stuff coming in.
All the post-punk stuff. And
there's so much like that's, I think I'm more drawn to that kind of more, the arty, more dissonant stuff. You know, like what, you know, Sonic Youth kind of came right out of that thing too. The whole
the no wave scene.
No wave, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So I guess that leads us to sort of this next set. We're kind of looking at bands that quote unquote would kind of fall under the punk, post-punk kind of new wave kind of scene, you know, that grew out of what Blondie and Patti Smith and, you know, Ramones and all the other New York bands were kind of doing. And we start first with a trio of bands from England, which is X-Ray Spex, the Slits, and the Raincoats, who are all kind of happening between 78, 79, kind of in that realm. And I'm pretty familiar with the Slits, and I got into the Raincoats quite a few years back through like Kurt Cobain and some other people like kind of talking a lot about the Raincoats. I picked some of that stuff up. X-Ray Spex I've always known about, but I haven't spent a lot of time with them, if I'm being honest. And Germ-Free Adolescents is the only full length that they ever put out. And then they had some other like singles and things like that as well. Their kind of first big kind of single, it was a band that was formed by Polystyrene, and Laura Logic, who they formed.
Sax player.
Yeah, she was doing saxophone. Yeah. And they formed in 76, and they kind of burst on the scene with a feminist anthem called "Oh Bondage Up Yours," which actually wasn't. It was kind of hard to get. It was released as a single, but then when they put the Germ-Free Adolescents kind of album out, I guess it wasn't on there, and people were kind of annoyed with that. But it is what it is. And I Am a Poser is a song that comes from their only full length Germ-Free Adolescents, and I dig it. It's cool. It's very energetic. It's got like a good feel to it. The saxophone part is kind of interesting. You know, it's not overpronounced or overused, at least on this song. I don't know their whole catalog very well, but I don't know.
I think the whole kind of attitude is punk, but I think it has almost more to do with like reggae and glam music.
Yeah,
as far as
much bigger part of the British scene for sure, you know. And for people that don't know why, not to go kind of too into that, but like when the punk clubs were kind of opening up, they were always, all these punks were gathering in these clubs. But the problem is the bands were playing live, but no one had any songs out. So like there were no songs in the jukebox that were punk. So the only thing that they would play on those jukeboxes is reggae music. And so reggae they thought was cool because it was anti-establishment, down with the man. It was, middle finger kind of, rebel music, if you will. And so like reggae
colonial music.
Yeah, it sort of kind of started to bleed into the punk scene that way. And then bands like, The Clash and X-Ray Spex and the Slits and, the Specials and all those bands kind of took it. And of course you get ska that comes out of that and whatever. But so definitely like the use of, saxophones and some of these other kind of aspects to it are pretty interesting. Now the Slits were a band that I was way more into. I don't know how I got into them, but I have them on vinyl upstairs and I talk about them in my punk part of my class that I teach. So I've always been a little bit more familiar with them, even though I'm very aware of X-Ray Spex as kind of an influence. They basically formed around a Patti Smith gig. So speaking of the influence there, it was Ari Up formed them in 76 when she was 14 years old. And she met up with one of her friends, Palm Olive, and they formed the band in 76. And 3 years later, when she's fucking 17 years old, they're putting out Typical Girls and Cut. And it's pretty crude. Very primitive. They didn't know how to play any instruments at first. That was kind of something they prided themselves on a little bit. Which is kind of interesting because I would get kind of into the Riot Girl manifesto a little bit too, in terms of like simplicity and economical music. But Mick Jones kind of started teaching them how to like tune their guitars a little bit. And that helped get them the sort of opening gig for the Clash's White Riot tour in 77. And that's what kind of like put them on the map. So they're playing before, the Clash, when the Clash was kind of starting to really break out. And anyways, it's kind of that's kind of where the Slits kind of come out of. And what I've always found kind of fun about Typical Girls is the lyrics. They're really this sort of clever, like kind of feminist deconstruction of like female cliches. Of what this girl's supposed to be and what this girl's supposed to be and what a typical boy that would be into like the typical girl. Because like if you looked at the way that the Slits dressed, they definitely didn't dress typical. They were dressing very anti-feminine and wearing whatever the fuck they wanted and dreadlocks and all kinds of crazy shit. And so again, just from a lyrical standpoint, it's probably more interesting to a lot of people than maybe, some of the reggae kind of laden music is. But I don't know.
This also has a fair amount of reggae breakdowns in it.
Absolutely. Definitely hugely reggae kind of stuff.
But the look thing, going back real quick to X-Ray Spex, Polystyrene's whole look was like she created her own clothes and had like this very specific weird, like there's I don't know if it's on one of the albums, but she has this thing that almost looks like a big like big green can that she's wearing.
Oh, really?
That has almost like little straps on the shoulders and then like some type of little hat. But she was just going for completely kind of like bonkers look. Yeah. And I think she was part, I don't know if she was part Jamaican or if she was half black. Okay. So she definitely dealt with some shit over that. Yeah. So she kind of like created this whole new identity for herself and as the front woman.
Oh, wait. No, Ari Up is not Jamaican. Ari Up was German. So the lead singer of the Slits. So she was like half German, like half British maybe or something. So like when you hear an interview, she has like a really fascinating accent because she's also like way into reggae. So it's like reggae, German, and like English accents like mixed together. Like it's fucking weird. I don't know. I can't quite wrap my head around it. And then we go to the third band that's kind of part of this like British trio of kind of female punk that was kind of coming out around this time. And that's the Raincoats and a tune called Fairytale in the Supermarket. And they were formed in 77 by Gina Birch and Anna De Silva. And they had much more of an artsy, dissonant kind of post-punk thing kind of going on, I would say.
Yeah, it's a Velvet Underground and like early U2 riffs and stuff happening.
Yeah, definitely not coming from the Clash, Pistols kind of school of thought, but much more the atonal, like you said, Velvet Underground and some of that kind of stuff. And Fairytale was the first single that was put out, and it was put out by Rough Trade. The kind of, didn't they have something to do with Napalm at one point?
I think they were a distribution company.
Yeah, that's what it was. And so, yeah, if you kind of got distributed by Rough Trade, it was kind of like a little bit of street cred for you. But like Raincoats were fairly, they definitely didn't get the attention that the Slits and maybe X-Ray Spex got until the late 80s, early 90s, because it was actually Kim Gordon and Kurt Cobain that started to like talk up the Raincoats. And when like Kurt Cobain like talked about the Raincoats in the Incesticide, I think it was the Incesticide, like liner notes on Nirvana, like it drew a lot of eyes and attention back on them, and people were trying to track them down. And then Kim Gordon, like, you know, like always would talk up the Raincoats. And so I think it's cool. And I think it's one of the things, like, you know, people who maybe like slag on like Kurt Cobain or Nirvana or the grunge thing, but like, you know how powerful it was, like when you were getting those early death metal, you know, tapes and CDs and stuff, to look through all the bands that were being thanked, right? Mm-hmm. And like, you would almost make like a mental note of like, oh, that sounds like a cool band, I need to check them out. And like the fact that like Kurt Cobain had a forum to like be like a tastemaker, and he was like spotlighting like the Meat Puppets and Raincoats and the Melvins, and you know, he was doing a lot to shine attention, you know, Flipper, you know, things like that, like on bands that probably never would have ever gotten any kind of attention. They would have like kind of faded into like somewhat obscurity.
A lot of them are too fringe for any type of, you know, mass appeal.
Exactly. And so, you know, he probably upped their fucking album sales by like 100,000 or 50,000 or something like that, just by him talking about them. Yeah. And that's cool. You know, like good for him, you know, to use his forum for like the powers of good, I suppose. But yeah, pretty interesting. And that's kind of how like a lot of people found out about the Raincoats again. Like, I think they had like a moment in the late 70s, but it was like not a big moment, you know, per se. So, then we moved back over into the States, to a band that had a huge influence, especially in L7, because L7 was a band that hailed out of Los Angeles. And so they really did look up to bands like X and a lot of that punk, like LA, kind of Cali punk scene that was kind of going on at the time. And Los Angeles was kind of their debut masterpiece. It was produced by Ray Manzarek from The Doors. Pretty controversial title track, because they're kind of talking about like different stereotypes in Los Angeles. And so they use some fairly kind of crude language, I would say. But we're not playing the title track. We're playing Nausea. But again, here's the connecting tissue for X. John Doe and then Exene Cervenka discovered punk through Patti Smith. So that's what kind of like got John Doe like into punk, was listening to Patti Smith records. And then that's when he met this woman, Christine Cervenkova, who changed her name to Exene Cervenka. And she wanted to be a poet, kind of like Patti Smith. And they dated, formed a band, and eventually got married. And they made this hugely influential, pretty badass punk record. And like I said, this had a big impact, especially on the sound of like L7 kind of down the road and stuff like that. Were you ever into these guys? Chris True is really into X, and I never really got into him as much as I probably should have. If I'm
no, I mean, when I was working at the record store down in Detroit, or Detroit area, not the record store we talk about usually, which is the one from Mount Pleasant. But that I was just listening, because there was like an edict not to play any extreme metal.
Oh, okay.
At the store. Sure. So I would go through, I'd go through and listen to like, you know, UFO and like all this like, you know, rock stuff. But then we put on, you know, stuff like that I never really listened to much of X, or like, even I know like a handful of Ramones songs, but not listen to the whole record, you know? So I'd be pulling in a lot of that kind of stuff. That's the first, probably 10 years ago, I first listened to it a little bit. It's okay. There's something about LA bands that rub me the wrong way.
Really? Okay. So you never got into like the Germs or any of those kind of bands?
Germs are okay. But there's like a very like LA mentality. I always think back to like the East Coast versus West Coast of, you know, like what was happening with like MC5 and Velvet Underground, the Stooges, and then what was happening in California that seemed less interesting to me. Okay. It's like a, I don't know, because just like going through, and when I'm like writing some notes on the bands, like Okay, they're from LA. That's what there's that certain thing. Like how a lot of the cock rock from LA was just like Sunset Strip stuff. There's a certain level of like sleaze to it, no matter what it is. Just because that city is kind of like the
it's Chinatown, you know what I mean? It's like a dark underbelly of like gross, weird shit going on. It's Mulholland Drive, you know, all that stuff.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what it, that bit of sleaze, but not quite as interesting as the more caustic stuff to me.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I've grown to really appreciate, especially this record. I'll be honest, I haven't listened to a lot of X past it, but I've kind of really grown to dig Los Angeles quite a bit. And Nausea in particular is cool. You know, I like what Exene does on the song. It's she's got some kind of cool approach to it, you know. Like
what's kind of the driving force of the song? The drums are so fucking simple. I don't think they change or even have like any kind of like crash hits or anything. Yeah,
it's pretty like Velvet Underground-y, you know, from that standpoint. You know,
keyboards and some Deep Purple kind of organ grinding stuff.
Yeah, I just think it's pretty unique for like a punk band to have, like, they didn't sound like a lot of the other punk bands, I suppose. So I give them that. They kind of had their own kind of sound, you know.
Yeah, I think everybody at that point kind of had. I think hardcore is when everything kind of started sounding like, okay, this is a genre.
Purified. Yeah, it got purified into a sound. Yep. And then we go to a band that we recently talked about actually on our Samhain episode, which is the Cramps. And this is them doing, you know, it's another gender diverse punk band from this era with Lux Interior and Christy Wallace, who most people know as Poison Ivy.
Yeah.
And I think what's cool about the Cramps is like she's rocking on guitar. And I think it's cool that you didn't have to, a lot of the bands we've been kind of spotlighting so far are the vocalists, right? You know, at least the vocalists, if not the whole band, but often only the vocalists, you know? And so it's cool that like you had a male vocalist and a female guitarist, and that was kind of breaking some rules, I guess, or some standards back then.
Yeah, I would think that like there was more, if I had to like armchair quarterback what I think why that it was I think that there was way more opportunity to sing for women in traditional life, you know, church or whatever it might be. And like guitar was not really a instrument that many people played until like all the garage band stuff started happening. But
60s.
I feel like women probably weren't really clamoring to do that either. It was kind of an outsider thing.
Well, I think too, there's a weird, I was at an orchestra show for the school I teach at the other night. And it was, one of our listeners, who just graduated, who's been a long-time Requiem, listener. He was playing like was it Bach? He was doing like a guitar solo. It was pretty ripping. And he's like, hey, I want you to come. You know, I was like, oh, I'll go for that for sure. And it was awesome. But when I was sitting there, I was like watching the different people playing the different instruments. And I thought to myself, like, there were no girls playing tuba and there were only girls playing flute. And I kind of started thinking about like, there's this weird gender dynamic towards instruments sometimes, maybe in terms of like the instruments we guide different people towards maybe at a young age without maybe even knowing that we're doing it.
Sure. I think tuba in general is one of those things where you got to be able to handle that thing. So you got to have a certain amount of girth.
Yeah. There's a physicality to it.
But there's like something like cello though. That's also a pretty good sized instrument that I think has more female.
Yeah, violin tends to be a lot more females, at least at the high school level, you know.
But like drums, that's not quite as common. No. I'm talking like classical stuff. You know, you usually see like more, I think string instruments. Yeah. In a very general sense. I'm not like a regular attendee.
We're making some kind of broad generalization.
But I'm thinking more from watching like a lot of behind the scenes stuff for movies. You know, seeing that recording setup and how that works.
I just don't think maybe like a lot of doors were open to push like girls and women, young girls into like, learning guitar and things like that as much. Or maybe if it was like, oh, you play acoustic guitar and sing, use your beautiful voice.
Singer-songwriter. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit more of the, the Joni Mitchell, Carole King kind of model. But yeah, it's interesting.
We're still, the 70s and 80s, there's still a lot of, I think 80s is when a lot of the gender role stuff started to break down a little bit.
For sure. Yeah.
But I think before that, it was probably like, well, that's not a feminine thing to do. So you We'll get you piano lessons.
Yep. And one of the reasons I picked this Cramps song is because, again, kind of like playing Heart in the last set, is the kind of Seattle connection that they're doing, like a cover of the Sonics, probably one of the foundational garage rock bands out of Seattle, with their cover of Strychnine. And I thought that was kind of a cool connection to where this episode's kind of heading towards, which is a lot of that Pacific Northwest kind of sound, but yeah, good stuff. I always love to spotlight the Cramps a little bit. They're a band that in recent years, I've kind of grown to appreciate. I think I thought they were something that they weren't until I started hearing some of their older stuff and was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I associated them more, I think, with people I thought were annoying.
Yeah.
Like people that were really like into, like, I'm not really a rockabilly fan in the sense of like anything that's not, Sun Records or something.
Sure.
But so they had a little bit of that vibe, but then it's like, no, this is like fucking horror rock.
Yeah, exactly. They have more to do with the Misfits than they do with, like, I don't know, modern rockabilly stuff. I can't think of
I don't know any of those bands, but when I hear it, I'm always just like, ugh, it's like stuff you play at a tiki bar or something. But yeah, I did a comic about the Cramps. I don't remember what the hell it was about. It was like a 2-page comic I did about 10 years ago for a magazine. Yeah. And so I did a lot of research then, and I started listening to it, and I was like, oh, I really dig this stuff. And they're from like Ohio, which is weird. Yeah. And it's weird. Like, he picked her up as a hitchhiker is kind of how they met and stuff. It's just a very strange, like, he was on LSD or something, and he picked her up, and it's just like how the band met, and their whole like origin story is really fascinating. So yeah, nobody sounds like them.
No, that's for sure. And then we end with the Go-Go's, and personal favorite of mine, and I'll be honest, Nick Green and his final moment, his last Hail Mary, when he was like brainstorming, he sent me one last message and goes, oh, and you got to play the Go-Go's. And I was like, Nick, you motherfucker, I love you. Because I didn't think there was once Nick greenlighted it, I was like, okay, if Nick says it's okay to play the Go-Go's and that they were an influence on some of this, then like
the Nick Greenlight,
the Nick Greenlight, there it is. Yep, that's a new feature of the Requiem Metal podcast here, but it's probably the only time we'll get to play the Go-Go's on Requiem, so I'll just relish it for the moment it is. But definitely, they were the biggest, most popular all-female group to emerge from, I guess, the punk new wave scene. Certainly, they really like benefited from the birth of MTV. Beauty and the Beat, excuse me, their debut record came out the same year that MTV came out, and so they had videos that were on MTV right from the very beginning, and
they were playing around too with a lot of their image. Like the cover of that's just like them all sitting around in robes with like a what do you call it, like that night cream on their face and stuff.
Exactly. Yep. And they could write fucking catchy bridges and hooks, and they wanted to be taken very seriously by the establishment. They didn't have like maybe the punk ethos necessarily that like some of the British bands had that were more probably like staunch about like being perceived a certain way. I think they had more of their eyes on the prize, and I think that's cool, because I think that's where like bands like L7 were going for too.
I think they kind of had like that irreverent, silly thing going on. It wasn't overly serious like some of the stuff can get.
It wasn't politicized and some of that stuff. Yeah. But I think there was something about seeing like them doing it for themselves and kicking ass that probably would have been, was definitely inspirational to like younger, female bands and stuff like that. But, I don't know if they were, again, they didn't want to be like just kind of a female novelty. And I think they did a nice job, especially the first half of the 80s, and being kind of, I think, taken fairly seriously as like, along with the Bangles and a few other bands, as being one of the go-to kind of like female rock bands that were kind of doing stuff. And even though they kind of did some poppy stuff, they also could fucking kick ass a little bit, I mean, a song like Tonight, it's one of my favorite songs. I think it was on my Spotify top 5 for last year. I play the shit out of it in my classroom and stuff like that. It just kind of makes me happy when I hear it. But, when Belinda Carlisle like slashes into that part where she goes, there's no one to stand in our way, and that fucking rhythm section is just like going for it. I'm like, it's tight. It's like they put a really tight like pop punk kind of thing together here, and they're good at what they do, I guess.
It feels very 50s pop music revisited.
Mm-hmm.
kind of vibe. Some good sad guitar,
Yeah,
going on there, with a little bit of like raw edge.
Yep. There's a little bit of that sort of like, early U2. That's the sort of like, post-punk kind of thing that's just barely there. It's like underneath the poppiness, but it's there,
Even
Especially
like Roxy Music was doing that shit too in the 70s.
Yep, absolutely. So, all right, so let's get into it. We've got I Am a Poser from X-Ray Spex from the Germ Free Adolescents record, 1978. From 1979's Cut, we've got the Slits with Typical Girls. Fairytale in the Supermarket from the Raincoats, self-titled, from 1979. From Los Angeles, also from 1979, we got X's Nausea. Then we got Strychnine from the Cramps from the Songs the Lord Taught Us from 1980. And then from 1981's Beauty and the Beat, we've got the Go-Go's with Tonite.
Exhibition is nice. Why
That was Tonite from the Go-Go's, Strychnine from the Cramps, Nausea from X, Fairytale in the Supermarket from the Raincoats, Typical Girls from the Slits. Started off with I Am a Poser from X-Ray Spex. Are you a poser, Mark?
I've been called a poser before.
Have you really? No shit. Huh.
Everybody was a poser in the early 90s.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe I ever called? I'm trying to think if I've ever been called a poser before. I don't know.
I'm sure we used to get, we used to hang out in there's a pool hall that used to exist in Mount Pleasant. Rackham.
Did they think you guys were like, Rackham?
That's where all the unsavory people hung out.
Metal posers? Is that what they were saying?
I think it was just because we had a difference of opinion on certain, like we didn't just listen to one thing. Like, you guys are listening to, NWA, what are you, posers?
You're not true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I probably have.
But also we just got like accosted by people constantly because we were like, out of maybe 4 people that had the metal look or like the extreme metal look, like the punk guys would try to like light our ponytails on fire and shit. So.
I mean, Rackham was also like an unsavory place in Mount Pleasant. It was a
shithole. Yeah, it was a total shithole. But it's where like, underage kids, there was no booze there, but everybody sits around and smokes cigarettes and, plays pool and gets in fights in the parking lot and stuff.
Yeah. Like I was scared of Rackham when I was young, but then like we would pop in like on occasion.
Yeah. Well, there's like video games there and stuff too. So it was like a place we could smoke cigarettes and, play Golden, what the hell is that called? Golden Axe or something.
Oh yeah. Golden Axe. Is that the 4-player one? Right?
Yeah. They used to have, it was always at 7-Eleven and it was, somebody was always on it. And I was like, God, I wish I could just have this game.
So our 7-Eleven game of choice was, man, I don't know if I pumped more money into Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat, the first one. But that was like right in our middle school, like early high school realm. So like we didn't have cars. So we would walk to like the 7-Eleven, sometimes from track practice, because we had middle school track at the Fancher track. So then we would walk over from the Fancher track and get big gulps. And we would sit there and just play Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2. I think
we played most of that at the malt shop, or there was one up in like the Stadium Mall area. I don't remember what it was called, but that's where I would
that
like
just coin.
It might have been. I just would play that RoboCop game over and over and over. The side scroller.
Oh yeah, yeah. One time, Uncle John, where we recorded at Uncle John's cabin, the Satyricon, Anthrax, and Morbid Angel shows for long time Requiem listeners. But one time he gave me a $10 roll of quarters. And he goes, go beat Double Dragon today. So I fucking rode my bike down to Dolphin Coin. And
that is a cool uncle.
And I was like, holy shit, because $10 in quarters was a lot of fucking quarters in like 1988 or whatever, 1988.
Yeah, it was still just a quarter to play.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So I don't know if I beat it. I'd like, let's just say for the sake of the narrative, I did, but I'm not 100% sure how I did. So, but yeah, definitely. Rackham. Good memories there. All right. So for this kind of next set, one of the things I kind of wrote, as I said, punk and hard rock were filled with rebel girls that would inspire the next generation, especially the Gen X people. But like the gleam of the sort of screeching feedback and snarling, angry vocals and dark, often more overtly sexual lyrics were still sort of missing. And so I think that's kind of where this next kind of phase that we're about to kind of go into is kind of adding another layer to the mix, the noisier parts and some of the more chaotic parts that, Babes in Toyland and the Riot Girls will like draw from this pool. Right. Mm-hmm. And I think punk opened the doors for more extremes, like hardcore, grind. I mean, longtime Requiem people will know how much we love fucking Disrupt and especially like Alyssa Murray's vocals on Disrupt. Right. And so
fucking blood curdling screams.
Yeah. Where's she getting it from? She had to learn it from somebody. And, so she's taking it from some of these bands that we're building up to, right. On some level, I mean, one thing like in doing research for this is like Courtney Love was fucking huge into grindcore, like huge. She loved grindcore in the 80s and stuff. So like, regardless of what your opinions are on a lot of this stuff, I'm sure people have strong opinions about it. Like all of this stuff kind of mattered. And I think, like the doors are being blown open in the late 70s. And like you said, so many different like movements are going to sort of grow out of it,
Well, some like the importance of college radio too.
Yeah, that's really emerging, the sort of left of the dial, college radio movement in the 80s for sure. Noise rock is emerging, the no wave scene that we're going to be talking about here in a second. Not to mention, goth punk, post punk. And I think it's interesting too that like goth and post punk were often, they leaned away from a lot of the machismo kind of rock posturing, and they were probably the two kind of punk movements that were the most, I guess, feminine or at least emotionally deeper on some level. I would say
the most like internalized and less about, it wasn't really about any kind of like political stance or anything. It was usually always about internal struggles or, stuff that a lot of like metal actually kind of leans into now.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I kind of noticed a lot in when I was deconstructing some like Babes in Toyland stuff later, is like there's a lot of Bauhaus in like some of the weird patterns of songwriting and some of the stuff that Babes was doing. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That they were like probably drawing from that pool too, because bands like Bauhaus were probably more in touch with a different kind of like rage and energy than like the hardcore bands were. You know what I mean? That could
it was that stuff was definitely like on our radar too. Like, Bauhaus, like the goth stuff seemed to like marry in pretty kind of seamlessly with the extreme metal and then, like some hardcore stuff and all the stuff we were listening to in high school. Like that's when I started listening to like Sisters of Mercy and Fields of Nephilim and all that kind of stuff. It seemed important because of how it sounded, not about necessarily what they were saying,
Well, and that kind of leads us to Suzi Sue and Suzi and the Banshees, because, she had obviously one foot in the sort of UK punk scene, obviously where she sort of grew out of, but she obviously emerged to become kind of one of the spearheads of what became kind of the gothic punk movement or the gothic indie rock movement or whatever the hell you want to tag it as.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, she's really kind of the bridge between like Patti Smith to like the Kate Bushes and the Tori Amoses and the PJ Harveys and the Bjorks and, some of that stuff that really emerged. Like she's kind of almost like artist in the middle. I mean, Kim Gordon probably too. You could probably put those two like right in that kind of 80s realm. But, in terms of like introspective, sensitive, kind of dark stuff, she was good at it and she really
like darkness is something that's kind of missing in most of this music for me.
I could see that.
Like, it's much more, it's either about humor, like having a message, but saying it with some type of humorous or, sarcastic or some type of edge like that. Or it's like, putting some type of veneer of, pop music or something there's all this stuff, but I wouldn't say there's much of any darkness in this music at all.
I guess I would disagree when we get to like Hole and Babes in Toyland, because I think there's some really dark, disturbing shit kind of going on there underneath the surface, but it's like less.
I think lyrically, but not music wise. I think that's where I'm coming from. Like the emotional stuff is great. Like my one takeaway from this is, unfortunately, is that I think Hole is actually really good.
Oh, well, I'm a huge Hole defender, so don't worry, we'll cross that bridge. And I'm really happy to hear that, because I think Hole's fucking amazing and super underrated. And I have a lot of thoughts when we get there. But anyways, that's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
But
there's always a surprise,
Yeah, there's always a surprise. That's why we do this. It's just to revisit stuff. I kind of found some stuff that I liked more than I thought I liked it from doing this as well, or things I didn't really know much about. So, but yeah, when we get to, we're gonna play Night Shift from the Juju record from 1981. But again, Suzi, what she represented is kind of a strong, independent kind of female artist, and very much in a boys kind of hard rock kind of punk scene. Night Shift from Juju has this incredibly dark, I think this song in particular, it's funny you kind of mentioned that, because I think this is one of the darkest songs we play in terms of like this kind of dark, beautiful energy. There's a lot of like industrial kind of post-punk dark wave stuff for metalheads that they should be able to enjoy this song, I think.
The dissonance and gloom to the whole thing. And it just a fucking dark cloud.
Yeah, for sure. And that's, when Suzi's at her best, this is what she kind of does, stuff like this and Spellbound and This is the album Juju, I think, where she does the Iggy Passenger cover. That was pretty awesome. So, but yeah, so Suzi's definitely a foundational element to kind of what's going to come later, I think. This is kind of a late ad that we're kind of throwing in. This is sort of a Jess suggestion. I kind of checked it out a little bit today, and it's only 90 seconds long. So I was like, fuck it, we'll throw it in. But this kind of, I think, helps introduce the no wave kind of thing. And one of the early no wave bands was Lydia Lunch and the Teenage Jesus and the Jerks. And I think she came out of like the no wave scene along with James Chance, and I'm trying to think who else was kind of part of that magazine. Was it? There's a few.
I'm not really too good on that. I mean, outside of, you're talking like the kind of pioneering feature, or
just some of the early bands that were quote unquote the no wave scene. I mean, obviously Sonic Youth is going to take the baton and they'll become like, I think, the biggest of the no wave bands, at least in their early years, right?
Yeah, as far as I understand.
But I think like no wave was interesting in that it like sort of rejected both rock and punk in a lot of ways. And this was sort of a quote that I found from Lydia Lunch. And she says, "I hated almost the entirety of punk rock. I don't think that no wave had anything to do with it. Who wanted chords, all those progressions that had been used to death in rock? To play slide guitar, use a knife, a beer bottle, glass. Glass gave a best sound. To this day, I still don't know a single chord on the guitar." So like,
I believe it.
That's kind of what no wave was, you know. And
well, it's like anti-music.
Yeah. There's like an art aesthetic to it, I guess.
It's like, it's crass and dissonant and not pleasurable to listen to.
Oh, it's it's 90 seconds. So that's why I was like, okay, we can throw it in.
Screaming
But I think like one of the things that's really interesting is that, you got these pulsing kind of industrial beats in this song where you hear Baby Doll, but like they were playing CBGBs a lot in this era, 1979, 1980. And that's when Lori, the drummer from Babes in Toyland, was going to CBGBs quite a bit and living in New York.
Okay.
And so, they've also like talked a lot about how like Kat Bajellan's vocals owe a lot to Lydia Lunch's too. And I can definitely hear that when you hear Baby Doll. There's like a lot of like
it's her and like Wendy O. Williams and a lot of the good screamers.
Yep. Exactly. And of course this scene is also going to birth Sonic Youth and Kim Gordon. And that's really more part of the narrative where this sort of goes. So I thought we'd at least kind of just mention the Lydia Lunch kind of connection. And then speaking of Wendy O. Williams, Mark.
Yeah.
We get the Plasmatics, and
who don't really fit into any scene like Motorhead.
They don't. Yeah. I mean, I guess I would call them punk metal.
I mean, this is like fucking epic heavy metal.
But people like have always struggled with like what to do with the Plasmatics. I mean,
like she is on a like total, punk rock, her approach, her vibe, everything. And then the band is they're kind of just like a metal band.
Yeah, they're just fucking ripping off metal riffs and shit. I mean, it's like I said, the music is moody, heavy, primitive, yet strangely dynamic, right? It's like
there's great leads and shit in the too. It's like
yeah, and I mean her fucking snarl just fucking peels paint too.
She has not a traditional singing voice in any stretch of the imagination. It's almost monotone, but what she does with it makes it interesting.
And I think like Wendy also, like her approach in terms of how she acts and behaves is really inspirational for like a lot of these future bands, because
she was really aggressive too.
She was like a male rock star.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like she was like, fuck, you're not going to treat me like some fucking second class citizen. I'm going to demand, like Iggy, I'm going to demand like your attention, and I think L7 kind of acted that way. Like they were like, fuck you. We're not going to like placate to like what you think like females in rock are supposed to be. And so I know L7 were huge fans, especially Jennifer Finch of the Plasmatics. So, it probably like bled through into some of the attitude that they had, when they were kind of doing some of the stuff that they did. So, but yeah, anyways, then we get into a trio of tunes from Sonic Youth. And we've got kind of like early Sonic Youth from 83 from Confusion is Sex, where they sort of do like like an avant intro, like Lamont Young kind of like atonal thing with Freezer Burn before all of a sudden like a cover of Stooges' I Want to Be Your Dog kind of comes in. And that's really like, for Kim Gordon, it's kind of like a coming out party for her, I think, on this record, where like people like, she didn't sing a lot on Confusion Is Sex, but like here she's like really going for it. And wow. like if, you know, there wasn't a lot of females like doing stuff like what Kim's doing with the Stooges cover, I would say, you know, I mean, besides maybe Wendy O. Williams or Lydia Lunch.
Sure. Yeah. I always think that Kim was the most interesting person in that band.
Yeah. She's dynamite for sure.
Like vocally, like just like what she did, especially like later on too. And even like into some of the 2000 stuff before they broke up, like her song or the ones where she was singing were always like the ones I went to.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I can't think of what some of those later on records were, but
well, you know, later on, we're going to jump from 83 to 88's Daydream Nation. And, you know, that was kind of their big breakthrough record, obviously, with, you know, Teenage Riot and stuff like that. But I came across a Spin Magazine article when I was kind of initially trying to put this set together, and it was called 13 Essential Sonic Youth Songs That Put Kim Gordon Center Stage. So kind of cool. It's from 2019, written by Andy Kush. And he wrote about two of the songs that we're going to play here, Across the Breeze and Cool Thing. And I thought I'd just kind of share his thoughts with it. So it says, on this landmark 1988 fifth full-length, Daydream Nation, Sonic Youth used the ugly, beautiful textures they'd begun perfecting on Sister to build compositions that were far more structurally and thematically ambitious than anything they'd attempted before. Cross the Breeze is among the grandest gestures. It barrels forward with the furious kinetic energy of a hardcore punk song and never seems to stop, stretching endlessly towards a far-off horizon instead of petering out after 2 minutes like standard mosh pit fare. It takes about that long for Gordon to enter as a vocalist. By that time, the titular Breeze has gathered into an apocalyptic storm. She's cool and collected at the center, providing the album with one of the catchiest half-shouted hooks. I want to know, should I stay or should I go? If previous references to punk classics were a way for Sonic Youth to declare an affinity for songs of the past, this one served to show just how far they'd brought their music forward. So I thought that was kind of probably better than anything I could say about the song, if I'm being honest. And I've always loved this record, and that song in particular is one of the highlights. But
when there's some like the most like quintessential indie rock riffs that, you know, they're real kind of like jangly.
Yeah.
I would
they are
I wouldn't know how to like that, but like that is like when I think of like Pavement and some of these other bands that, you know, kind of do that same similar, you know, thing, maybe less artfully.
What's like angular kind of stuff. I mean, Fugazi did it, you know, but totally. Youth really started it, you know, in a lot of ways. You know, Dinosaur Jr. is taken from them. You know, everyone's kind of stealing from what they're doing.
Sure.
And you know, and just Kim is a beacon of cool. I think that's the other. I think in a lot of ways, Kim is like the 1980s version of Patti Smith. Like when you see Patti Smith just like has coolness about her. Like she could just she holds her own. She's not there to impress anybody. And I always got the feeling like that's how Kim kind of carried herself. And I thought that was really fucking awesome. And then we get to Goo, 1980s Goo, and the song Cool Thing. And I love the story behind this. I don't know if you know it, but it's one of the reasons
that I remember.
I always loved this song. So Cool Thing, here's what he wrote. It says, the terminally catchily Cool Thing serves as a brutal subtweet to LL Cool J, a rapper that Kim Gordon previously admired. Her opinion of him took a dive after Spin Magazine tasked her with interviewing the rapper before this album in order to get her feminist perspective on the genre of hip-hop. The two failed to connect during their discussion, and Gordon was particularly put off after LL remarked that a man, quote, has to have control over his woman. So Gordon funneled that frustration she felt into Cool Thing, and then she brought in Chuck D to kind of play the role of LL Cool J on it and do like the hell yeah, like all the like rap cliches and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And so Gordon's saying like, are you going to liberate us oppressed women from blah, 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 blah. Like the whole song is like fucking tongue in cheek. It's like her trolling LL Cool J the whole time. And I think the message of this episode that we're trying to do is these sort of like liberated women, like speaking out against like the fucking structural patriarchy. Like this is it right here. And even though it's not
Speak
like
truth to power. Yeah.
that's it, even though it's not like the heaviest song Sonic Youth kind of, wrote, it's still like thematically like fits with like somebody like Kim Gordon just in all her coolness, just fucking like raining down like thunder on LL Cool J.
And writing a really catchy poppy song.
That's it. Yeah. It's very, very funny. And I just love fucking Chuck D as well. I'm a huge Public Enemy fan. So it's cool that they got him on board with it to sort of like mock, because, say what you want about Public Enemy. They're not like that kind of a hip hop band. They were not like misogynist, like a lot of the gangster rap stuff kind of came off like a certain way towards women and some other parts of hip hop did, but Public Enemy kind of stayed away from that. Some
of Eazy-E's catalog on Easy Does It.
Yes, for sure. Oh man. But yeah, so we've got this trio of Sonic Youth songs for I think people to kind of, sort of hear some of the highlights of some of the stuff Kim Gordon did in the early years of them. She's no longer part of the band. She's kind of since left, which is, whatever.
I don't think the band exists anymore, do they?
I'm not sure if they're still doing anything, but I know for a while she left, and I think the band did continue for a bit without her.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's the band doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that would make sense. It's kind of hard to do Sonic Youth without Kim Gordon, if I'm being honest.
I mean, honestly, without any of the guys.
Yeah,
like the original. It's all the original people, right?
Yeah, Steve on drums, Lee Ronaldo on guitar, and then Thurston. Yep.
Yeah, so, I think that's like one of those bands that you can't really, you got to call it something else if somebody leaves.
Yep. They've had a pretty good run too. I mean, they've been around since the early '80s. So that's a 4 decade.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a 40-year career ish.
Yeah, better than most bands, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then we're gonna end with the Pixies, but we'll kind of talk about the Pixies when we kind of come back. That'll be sort of our launching pad into some stuff. So we've got Night Shift from Suzi and the Banshees, Juju from 1981, from 1979's Baby Doll 7-inch. We've got Lydia Lunch's Teenage Jesus and the Jerks. Then we've got from Coup de Grace, 1982, Plasmatics with the Damned. Then from 1983's Confusion is Sex, we start a trio of Sonic Youth tunes with Freezer Burn, I Want to Be Your Dog. Then from 88's Daydream Nation, we've got Cross the Breeze. And then from 1990's Goo, Cool Thing. And then we end with Gigantic from Surfer Rosa, 1988's Pixies record.
zo nervig worden aan de zo nervig. Voor hersters niet meer corpses nog.
this I know, his teeth as white as snow. What a gas it was to see him walk her every day into a shady place. With her lips she said, hey pa, let's have a ball. Hey pa, let's have a ball. Hey pa, let's have a ball. Gigantic, my big
was Gigantic from the Pixies from Surfer Rosa. Then we had Cool Thing, Cross the Breeze, and Freezer Burn, I Want to Be Your Dog, all from Sonic Youth. Then we had The Dam from the Plasmatics, Baby Doll from Lydia Lunch's Teenage Jesus and the Jerks. And we start everything off with Suzi and the Banshees and Night Shift. So, yeah, it's about the big, big love, Mark. Are you into the big, big love?
I used to like that Bill Paxton show.
Yeah. I don't think that was about this same kind of big love, if I'm being honest with you.
I never even looked into what I didn't think about what this would be.
Yeah,
it's about massive donks.
It is. Kim Deal singing one of the all-time penis songs, "The Big Big Love," the Gigantic, and apparently it was inspired by Crimes of the Heart, which is this like movie about a white woman that falls in love with a black teenager. And I don't know if Kim Deal was like watching it and she just thought it was like a funny premise, or whatever. So,
well, the Pixies are known for their kind of absurdist lyrics.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of that. It's almost like some of the stuff like L7 will sing about too, and some of these bands. I feel like there's a lot of Dead Kennedys in some of that, like the absurdist humor sometimes, or whatever. The dark political humor. This isn't political. This is just them having fun, I think. But it's fucking catchy, man. It's all there, right? The Quiet Loud, Kim Deal. We could have played a Breeder song too, but
the real Kim Deal. Yeah, I mean, I think that record was pretty fucking huge.
Yeah, Surfer Rosa, absolutely. Steve Albini production. I mean, that kind of helped put him on the map in a bigger sense outside of the Chicago area, because the Pixies were a Boston band. So, yeah. So, I mean, it's just kind of another, Kim Deal, I think, along with maybe lesser than Kim Gordon, but she was also, I think, seen as kind of like an indie rock hero to a lot of, like aspiring female artists to
I think she was probably on the same level, to be honest.
Yeah, I just think Kim Gordon had a longer stretch, right? Like they were, Sonic Youth already had 5 or 6 years before the Pixies kind of showed up, so they kind of came a little bit late in the game.
But like, I think as far as like influences, like
the Breeders, big.
Going that, I mean that record was pretty. The rotation that Cannonball had on MTV was insane.
Yeah, and then the fact that like the Breeders, it was her band too.
It was her band, yeah.
Yep. And so she was kind of leading that. So yeah, absolutely. No, that's a good point.
But I think that whole dynamic between her and Frank made the band.
Yep.
That kind of like push and pull between the two.
Kind of like Thurston and Kim in a way, right? There was kind of that dynamic, there. Absolutely. So
I don't know. The Kim and Frank thing seemed more, antagonistic.
Yeah, more.
It was like young people with egos.
More John and Paul, kind of, like kind of butting heads a lot.
Yeah. Knowing that they had, power in the band. So,
that's a different dynamic.
True. Excuse me.
But yeah, so now we've kind of like laid the foundation of, I guess, the more angry, metallic, noisy kind of indie sort of thing that was going on throughout the 80s and early 90s. And now we kind of get to move over towards the Pacific Northwest, especially Olympia, Washington, which is where the sort of birth of what's kind of known, I guess, as the Riot Girl scene kind of comes about, led by bands like, Bikini Kill or Huggy. Huggy Bear is a UK band that, was kind of part of that as well. But Heaven's the Betsy and, there's a lot. The Gits were kind of part of that. There's a lot of bands kind of part of it. And, Bikini Kill, of course, was Kathleen Hanna and Toby Vale. And they're going to have this weird interconnection to the sludge scene, to the grunge scene that would kind of coalesce around Seattle as well, because Toby Vale, of course, dated Kurt Cobain. He broke up with her when he kind of started dating Courtney, or like near that kind of era. Yeah, so there's a lot of weird sort of interconnections that like is going to kind of come out of this, I suppose. I mean, do you want to talk about the manifesto first? Do you want to,
let's play that clip real quick. Of just we've got a clip of Kathleen Hanna basically going through. It's like a 4-minute clip going through the whole kind of Riot Girl manifesto.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
And I think it'd be better for her to do it instead of us to do it.
For sure, yeah.
But a little bit of like the whole idea for this was, and me and Lisa talked a lot about this kind of era because this was the more kind of her wheelhouse.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what her insight is.
Kind of make sure that we got this part right because I was like, I don't know what exactly. That was before I texted you about about like what are we doing with this episode exactly? Because that's going to dictate a lot of things. And at that point, the hardcore scene was becoming kind of like toxic and fractured. And this was like the first time there was a movement with a manifesto and ideas about being based. It's for women, being like positive to women, encouraging of women artists. And also it really reminded me a lot of the what I mentioned a little bit earlier, where the John Sinclair, the White Panther parties, where it was
the 10-point plan. Yeah.
I have a couple here. Where did I put that? Oh, here it is. Fighting for a clean planet, free of political prisoners, rock and roll, dope, sex in the streets, and the abolishment of capitalism. That was the White Panther Party.
Well, I think like too, they said free education for all. There was some other.
There was more. This is the kind of truncated version of this for sure, but this all kind of also came around at the same time as like the third wave feminism, like the whole like Anita Hill trial that was like really kind of visceral and raw, and she was kind of dragged over the coals pretty bad, and it was televised, so that was kind of another like this is from
that's part of the context of that.
Like Rebecca Walker's this these are the kind of things like probably in retrospect you go back and you see that this is the stuff that really kind of in a public way, like seeing a woman be dragged across the coals and against with a man in power, and just kind of like nobody cared. It seemed nobody cared in the government, that it was just very kind of like all anybody ever talked about was the pubic hair thing. And it's just a very uncomfortable situation. And it was so public. But I guess this is like, when was the OJ trial? 92?
No, OJ trial was 95. 95,
okay. So this is like early on in, I think, seeing public stuff on TV about, seeing court cases being publicized and basically being turned into entertainment, at the on the back of these people. So, but
I think too, like the OJ thing as well. What was kind of fascinating about that, and the ESPN documentary OJ Made in America does such a great job at really getting into this. But something people forget about with the OJ trial is that there was this long litany of evidence of OJ domestic abusing Nicole throughout the 80s and early 90s. And there was conversations being had about like how she was weak because she didn't leave him. And it's just like really fascinating, like how the tenor and tone of like how the media handled that stuff, like the Anita Hill and just any, anything that deals with like abuse and rape culture and sexual assault and sexual harassment. It seems such like, we were so young then, we were not like really like completely rooted in that stuff, obviously, but it was, something I think both of us were probably aware of on some level. We heard
totally. Yeah.
There ain't live talking about it or whatever. Like, it was just like, it was there in the zeitgeist of the energy, but like, I wasn't in the workforce yet. I wasn't dating people then. Like, like I didn't have like a full understanding of like sexual politics and stuff quite then. But I think looking back on it now, it's just, it really does leave like a bad taste in your mouth as to like how the media treated a lot of that and how just, people weren't believing women. That's like when it comes down to it, that's it.
And it also comes down to like the media and who controls the media.
Yep.
And like advertisers, you can't criticize people that advertise, and like or people in power either. Like, and OJ was a fucking pillar of that. Like he was super famous. This not only like with his like my experience was more. I didn't know him as much as the football guy, but as Norberg from Naked Gun.
Naked Gun, yeah, absolutely.
And or like some of the disaster movies in the 70s and stuff.
Yeah.
But Yeah, let's not let a man hijack this conversation. Let's get to this clip.
Let's do it.
I'm Kathleen Hanna, and I'm going to read something from the Riot Girl Manifesto. It's actually the whole Riot Girl Manifesto. But I wrote this in 1991 for the Bikini Kill fanzine, Girl Power.
We're Bikini Kill, and we want revolution! Girls don't know!
This is a piece called Riot Girl Is. Because us girls crave records and books and fanzines that speak to us, that we feel included in and can understand in our own ways. Because we want to make it easier for girls to see, hear each other's work so that we can share strategies and criticize/applaud each other. Because we must take over the means of production in order to create our own meanings. Because viewing our work as being connected to our girlfriends, politics, and real lives is essential if we're going to figure out how what we are doing impacts, reflects, perpetuates, or disrupts the status quo. Because we recognize fantasies of instant macho gun revolution as impractical lies meant to keep us simply dreaming instead of becoming our own dreams, and thus seek to create revolution in our own lives every single day by envisioning and creating alternatives to the bullshit Christian capitalist way of doing things. Because we want and need to be encouraged and to encourage in the face of all our own insecurities, in the face of beer gut boy rock that tells us we can't play our instruments, in the face of authorities who say our bands, zines, etc. are the worst in the US, and who attribute any validation or success of our work to girl bandwagon hype. Because we don't want to assimilate to someone else's boy standards of what is or isn't good music or punk rock or good writing, and thus need to create forums where we can recreate, destroy, and define our own visions. Because we are unwilling to falter under claims that we are reactionary, reverse sexists, and not the true punk rock soul crusaders that we know we really are. Because we know that life is much more than physical survival, and we're patently aware that the punk rock you can do anything idea is crucial to the coming angry girl rock revolution, which seeks to save the psychic and cultural lives of girls and women everywhere, according to their own terms and not ours. Because we are interested in creating non-hierarchical ways of being and making music, friends, and scenes based on communication and understanding instead of competition and good-bad categorizations. Because doing, reading, seeing, hearing cool things that validate and challenge us can help us gain the strength and sense of community we need in order to figure out how bullshit like racism, able-bodyism, ageism, speciesism, classism, thinism, sexism, anti-Semitism, and heterosexism figures in our own lives. Because we see fostering and supporting girl scenes and girl artists of all kinds as integral to this process. Because we hate capitalism in all its forms and see our main goal as sharing information and staying alive, instead of making profits or being cool according to traditional standards. Because we are angry at a society that tells us girl equals dumb, girl equals bad, girl equals weak. Because we are unwilling to let our real and valid anger be diffused and turned against us via the internalization of sexism as witnessed in girl-girl jealousies and self-defeating girl-type behaviors. Because self-defeating behaviors like fucking boys without condoms, drinking to excess, ignoring true soul girlfriends, belittling ourselves and other girls would not be so easy if we lived in communities where we felt loved and wanted and valued. Because I believe with my whole heart, mind, body, that girls constitute a revolutionary soul force that can and will change the world for real.
So when it comes to Bikini Kill, the two songs we picked out from the Yeah 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 from 1993, which was a release, I think, on a compilation with their first two albums were kind of put out, I think, on CD together, because I think they were released as two records.
It's actually Yeah 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 Yeah.
Yeah. How many yeahs did I say?
You did three, which is the other band.
That's the band. Yeah. Sorry. It should have been a fourth. Yeah. I fucked up. But I do play Rebel Girl in my rock history class when we get to kind of the 90s section. and we kind of analyze the lyrics a little bit and kind of talk about like what this song might have been like having heard it in 1993, especially as like a younger female, what it makes you think about, and so we have some kind of interesting conversations. And I think it's hard sometimes for them to imagine what the early 90s is like, just based on the previous conversation we were having a couple minutes ago about, OJ, Anita Hill, like we live in different times, they don't fully comprehend how much things have evolved, I mean, I was just having the conversation with my kids in my horror film class about like Rosemary's Baby, that like when her husband like essentially drunk rapes her, right? And that's what he claims to do, that like it wasn't illegal to rape your wife in 1968. And they were like staring at me. They're like, what are you talking about? I said, yeah, it was like legal as a husband. You could like not be punished for raping your wife.
Well, I think they thought that it was antithetical to being married that you could do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so like the kids just couldn't really wrap their head around that. I was like, that's not that long ago, so like it's really fascinating how much things have evolved since the late 60s, when like the first wave feminism movement kind of really started to gain some traction. But
technically first wave feminism is like 1917.
Yeah, that'd be the suffrage movement. You're right. Yeah. So second wave feminism. I should know that as a history person. I did know that as I said
well,
it.
I didn't know this, but until I researched.
Gotcha.
So because I like we're me and Lisa were talking about it, and then I said, oh, so was the Rye Girl thing like second wave? It's like no, that's like third wave. It's like okay.
Yep. And, there's something about we're going to hear the, Rebel Girl and White Boy to kind of open up this sort of set. And I think these two songs, you can dissect a lot out of them. But Rebel Girl, there's so much fucking power in Hannah's voice, especially in the second verse when she screams, "I taste the revolution." And her voice just goes into this like shrill scream that like Sleater-Kinney will use that a lot in the future and a lot of stuff that they do. And it also makes this kind of rallying cry, not just for women, but it also sort of addresses LGBTQ in a way that like a lot of stuff wasn't doing then either. Now it's pretty common to like kind of talk about that stuff, but like
back then it was more the queer movement. I would say.
And this is like kind of like flying the flag for everyone, that everybody's kind of safe in this kind of thing,
But it was a very female dominated, like that was the point.
Yep. And when we talk about LGBTQ, we're talking mainly, lesbians, is kind of what they're flying the flag.
Yeah, the terms of today the communities weren't quite as large and as they are.
Or as shorter. Yes, the alphabet was shorter.
In some aspects, yeah.
And then I think, with White Boy, you get this essentially this like incredible diatribe against rape culture, and what that must have been like to hear this song. I don't know if it would have been as a female, like especially like a, older teenage or college age girl, getting a hold of Bikini Kill and hearing a song like White Boy. Would it have been refreshing and scary that like they were talking about this stuff so openly? I mean, this is very much a very hashtag Me Too kind of culture.
I mean, it was very like kind of upfront and honest about what it was talking about.
Yeah.
I think it was, I think all those things they talked about were problems at the time, and people probably were aware, like we were a little too young for just to have that kind of scene or to be, really understand too much about that.
No, I was just going into high school when this happened, Yeah,
so. My interest was completely elsewhere, but years later finding out about them and how like there's also like a lot of femininity in the movement, like embracing everything feminine, even like including like dressing ridiculous. Like, I don't know if you've seen some of the outfits that Kathleen wears.
Oh yeah.
Like some of the big t-shirts and like no bra underneath, like in talking, like being open about like, sexual conquests and things like this.
Goes back to the beginning of the show with the Fast and Frightening L7 song, about just like owning the sexuality in a way.
Well, and talking about every aspect of a woman. It's not, there isn't just one aspect, every woman, every person is a multifaceted
absolutely
person, but we don't we had these, media ideas of what certain things should be or what women shouldn't talk about, or, the double standard of, a guy that has a lot of romantic conquest is a stud and a woman's a slut, that kind of shit. So kind of taking a lot of that stuff back.
Yeah. I mean, like when the sample of the guy at the beginning says, these dumb hoes, these slut rocker bitches walking down the street, they're asking for it. They may deny it, but it's true. I mean, that's like the birth of this like toxic masculinity. I mean, I was talking about Andrew Tate earlier, who luckily you don't know who he is, but like that's when he like becomes like the final boss. Like he's who they're trying to defeat in a weird way, And I think it also like addresses this double standard of how these female punk, metal, grunge artists and how like the way that they dressed was always going to be sexualized no matter what they did.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's something that comes up with Hole and Babes in Toyland and L7. It's like, like,
but it is a unique.
Are they hot?
Well, it's a uniquely female thing too. The sexuality component, because it's powerful, but it's also can be perceived as like a limiting factor, like where this is like you're just based on your looks or whatever. And the whole,
I was gonna say it's their currency for a lot of history, in a lot of ways.
It is, but it's a powerful thing that I think should be like that. I think that this kind of riot girl movement embraced as well, even into the like Babes in Toyland and Hole, like taking that that kind of theirs was much more kind of cynical with the baby doll dresses and the smeared makeup and
what they call it, kinder whore fashion or something like that.
Something like that. I think I have it written down somewhere, but that was a very definitely an aspect of it.
Sure. Now, I knew some girls, like I remember dating a girl who made a mixtape for me. She was younger, but she was pretty politicized, and that was cool. Her name was Reagan. And she put Huggy Bear, Bikini Kill, Heavens to Betsy, all that stuff was on there. And I liked it all. It was all cool. Mm-hmm. I think the Bikini Kill song was Suck My Left One, so it wasn't Rebel Girl or White Boy, but and I was like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Because I was into Hole and I was into Babes in Toyland at that point. So it all just seemed there. I didn't know anything about the manifesto or, any of that stuff. But like, were you hanging out with people? Because you were, of high school age in 93, you were, senior year. Was this around in Mount Pleasant amongst like girls in high school that you were kind of hanging out with in the punk and metal scene? Or
it wasn't the stuff that most of like kind of the girl contingent of the the skate crew or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was more like I would say more like 80s stuff. It wasn't as contemporary. So there's I would say like Suzi and the Banshees and Bauhaus and Sisters of Mercy and Ministry and more kind of like harder edged stuff, because I didn't really know much about, I think, Bikini Kill until I would say the early 2000s.
Okay.
And then the one show that you weren't on, where the Metal and Punk Unite, what I did with my friend Kevin Cross, we talked about Bikini Kill on there a little bit as well. Because I didn't at the time, back then you didn't know, you couldn't just go Google real quick and see like, give me like a paragraph on what this certain scene was or band was about. Like you had to know somebody, or you'd have to buy the thing and read the liner notes and fill in between the lines there a little bit. But I don't remember much about that. It was more of like Bad Religion was a big deal at that point.
Sure.
Some of the more contemporary stuff, like just before Green Day broke, like a lot of those type of bands were kind of, that was more the scene. Because I don't know what kind of distribution Kill Rock Stars had at the time.
I mean,
and how like I don't remember seeing that stuff until way later.
I guess by the time I started to hang out with like older cool girls in high school, that's when I knew about some of this stuff too. I think like the Polinas of the world were listening to this. Mm-hmm. Some of that crew that were a couple years older than me, that were a couple years younger than you, so you kind of knew them briefly,
Yeah. Also, we were sometimes like 2 or 3 years behind certain things.
Yeah. So I think like 95, when I started to like hang out with that crew, they knew about Bikini Kill then, which was like 2 years after. Right. So like right when my like sophomore year was happening is when I was like starting to kind of find out about this stuff, but I think the Riot Girl thing had like gone and passed probably by then. in a weird way. But
Well,
we were
it wasn't like a specific. I don't know how many people were called that outside of Bikini Kill and a handful of other like was it Brat Car? Was that one of the other ones too?
Was Bratmobile?
Bratmobile from DC, Slant 6.
Yep.
Oh
There's
shit!
some-
I just found in my notes. Also, let's take a moment of silence for Mark Adams from St. Vitus.
Oh yeah,
We had two very opposite deaths this week.
I shared our St. Vitus Part 1 on the feed in honor of Mark Adams the other day. So, but yeah, if you don't know that we've done 2 parts on St. Vitus, scroll back and find those episodes. It's quite good. We had who was on the episode? Why can't I draw a blank? Dave?
Jesus, I should know that.
Main guy. God damn it. I can't think of his name.
Yeah,
I'm in a
different mode
right now. I know. I want to say Dave Chandler. Was it Dave Chandler?
I think it's Dave Chandler. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Dave Chandler. Okay, yeah. For some reason that sounded like wrong in my head, but yeah, we had Dave Chandler on for both parts.
Yep.
So yeah, I'd us through a St. Vitus journey. So, and yeah, so then we crossed the ocean over to England with England's kind of biggest, I guess, quote unquote riot girl band, which is Huggy Bear. A tune called Her Jazz from Taking the Rough with the Smooch, which put out in 93, same year as Yeah. Did I get enough yeahs there? I think I did.
Yeah.
They were a UK riot girl act that grew pretty infamous because they performed this song, Her Jazz, on a British TV program called The Word. Have you heard the story yet or no?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay. And then they stayed in the studio to watch a report on the American. Do you remember the Barbie twins? Those 2 like plastic surgery kind of like I don't know if they did Playboy or whatever, but they were pretty like.
Oh, they looked like they didn't look like human beings.
Yeah, it was a weird thing or whatever. And the fans of Huggy Bear and also the band themselves started heckling and shouting at Terry Christian, who was the host of the Word program, and they got ejected from the studio. There was apparently a fight that ensued. There were rumors that like somebody from the band's fan base like bit one of the producers in the face and like all this other crazy shit. It got them the cover of Melody Maker because of this controversy. And it kind of helped them in a weird way, like in terms of publicity. And they kind of compare it to like the notorious incident where the Sex Pistols did the Bill Grundy show and scored with Suzi Banshee and all those other people that were like Johnny Rotten was like high on some kind of amphetamine of some sort. I think he took like anal nitrate or something. I don't know, but he was like fucked up. And so anyways, that's my Huggy Bear story. That's all I got, Mark. So, but again, it shows you like that they were like putting their money where their mouth was, right? They were going to speak out against kind of shit that they thought was kind of anti-feminist or like bullshit, and I give credit for that,
Yeah.
So
their sound is, it's great. I mean, just a very kind of dissonant, not necessarily what I would have thought with a band name.
Yeah.
Because all I think about was it Starsky and Hutch? Is that their
Starsky
like
and Hutch,
informant or something?
Yeah, I think it's it's who Snoop Dogg played in the remake. He played Huggy Bear in the remake a decade ago or whatever that came out. So
who's in that?
That's the one with Owen. I think it's Owen Wilson and oh my God, why can't I think of him? Tropic Thunder, dude. Dodgeball. Yeah, Dodgeball. Why can't I think of him? He hasn't done much lately.
Jerry, I'm thinking of his dad.
Yes.
Jesus.
We're bad at this.
Ben Stiller.
Yes, thank you. Ben's fucking Stiller. Yeah,
I never saw that. So
it's actually it's fine. It's not, it's like a good, like if you have nothing else to watch on HBO, like turn it on, lay on your couch kind of movie. It's not like great.
Watch it on an airplane or something.
Yeah, it's a good airplane movie. I'd say that. So, but yeah, anyways, yeah, that's what I think of with Huggy Bear as well. So other than, like I said, that mixtape that girl I dated gave me. So that was like, I'll be honest, I hung out with some pretty cool girls that were probably a different generation than the girls that you were hanging out with. This was like,
yeah, I would hope so. Because at that point, it'd be weird if you're like 18 hanging out with 14-year-olds.
Yeah, no. No, but they were older. It was older girls that were getting me into like some cool shit. So like Leslie McIntyre and Mr. McIntyre's daughter, our math teacher. Yeah, she was like the one that turned me on to Sonic Youth as like a freshman and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. So like, and I think through her, I got into like maybe some of the Riot Girl stuff a little bit as well. So, but yeah, so then we go from Huggy Bear to the Gits, and they were a Seattle garage punk band that was led by Mia Zapata, and she was incredibly charismatic. And their debut record was Frenching the Bully in 92, but they had quite a bit of momentum kind of leading into that. A lot of people thought like they were going to be kind of like L7, that they were going to be one of these bands that was going to like kind of break through, after, Nirvana and some of the other bands that were kind of paving the way a little bit. And they were on the verge of breaking out in 92, 93 until Zapata was raped and murdered. And that kind of, inspired a lot of dialogue in the Seattle kind of music community about issues of violence against women, especially in light of, I guess, the police kind of handled it pretty poorly. They basically claimed that the only victims or only suspects that they were focusing on were like her degenerate friends and peers in the scene. And,
yeah, I mean, it went on for like years and years, like 9 years or something. So I don't think anything was ever, or no, there was a DNA thing.
Yeah,
they found like on a random DNA test, they found some dude that rang some bells or something. But actually, they're from Ohio as well.
Oh, they are? Did they relocate then to Seattle?
Yellow Springs, Ohio is what the wiki says. Okay. But they did relocate in '89. Yeah, just
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say they got big in Seattle, so they're
that's like the same with the Cramps, is that they started in Ohio and then they got big in New York.
Yeah,
or they got found in New York, I guess.
Poison, they were a Pennsylvania band, and they went out to Sunset
that's
Strip.
Tough putting them in the same categories.
I was just thinking of other bands that did like a relocation to like a scene that's geographic.
Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah, Cannibal Corpse did it. Who else did it? I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So
that's another show.
Yeah, that is another show. But yeah, I've always liked the Gits. I don't spend a lot of time with them, but they're definitely a band that got mentioned a lot as being incredibly, both I think contemporaries of Babes in Toyland and L7, but part of that sort of Pacific Northwest thing that was kind of starting to happen.
Yeah, also based on a Monty Python skit.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I didn't know.
The sniffling little rat-faced Gits was their original name.
Is that where it came from? Okay, got it.
That's my notes here.
And then we go from the Gits to 7 Year Bitch. And this was a band that was definitely inspired by the Gits. It's interesting that they write this song in 92 because their next album is going to be a tribute to Mia Zapata. And so, it's called Dead Man Don't Rape from the Sikkim record in 92. And, it's just a really incredible, like, I don't know, the foresight in the song is pretty interesting in terms of what it's talking about and some of the issues that we've been unpacking, this whole talk set. I think, that this is an incredibly charged group of songs that we're playing here. And, I don't want to like overanalyze or underanalyze it or whatever from our perspective, but it's just, I think it's pretty overt with what it's kind of trying to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, that was such an affront to the whole movement, too. It just like completely, I think, really kind of grabbed everybody by the throat. Holy shit, what the fuck happened?
That doesn't happen to like, the male rock stars.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, you don't hear about Bret Michaels, being raped and somebody taking his insulin or some shit. It's like,
it's not exactly, it's not going to happen. And so, they actually recorded a tribute second album to Mia from the Gits called Viva Zapata, I think in 94, I think. But, this is the last album, I think, that had their founding guitarist, Stephanie Sargent. And she also died pretty tragically, I think, the next year, 93, from heroin and alcohol on her way to the party or her way home from a party and stuff. So there was just like, it seemed like a lot of bad mojo that was kind of going on in the sort of Seattle sort of girl fronted scenes that were kind of happening at the time. And people were very outspoken about a lot of intense feelings, I think. And that comes through in a lot of this music. And,
this whole Riot Girl and Rat Girl adjacent stuff was such a like a grassroots kind of movement, created by similar like the whole like DC hardcore kind of thing.
K Records was part of this too. The beat happening.
And it didn't really ever I feel like the kind of stuff that they were starting to espouse and, talk about and perform and that kind of ethics behind it all got gobbled up by the commercial machine a couple years later.
Yeah.
And they kind of pull all that in and that they make money out of it.
Yeah.
The same with cramming all the different, Seattle, Portland, all these other bands together as some type of unified scene when it wasn't. Like the commerciality starts to come in with some.
Well, and then you end up 3-4 years later with Creed.
Exactly. You've got these bands that are like Creed and what's the Canadian one?
Nickelback.
Like these bands, I could not tell you. I could tell you a Creed song for sure that whatever that's the big one was on such rotation, but it was so just like a blatant ripoff of like the worst parts. It was a stereotype of the good stuff.
It was a derivative of a derivative.
Yeah.
It made what Stone Temple Pilots do on the first record seem
like high art.
Yeah. And I like Stone Temple Pilots, especially their second record, but again, they weren't reinventing the sun.
Is that Core? Is that the second one?
Core is the first record. That's the one that's really recycled grunge. Second record's actually pretty that's where they actually became their own band, Purple. That's like Interstate Love Song and some of that stuff. But
is it the Dogs Will Find You song? Is that on that album?
That's on Core. That's Plush.
Okay. That was on so much.
Yeah, that was everywhere. That was as ubiquitous as a song in I think it was 8th grade. That was like middle school, everywhere. You couldn't escape that song.
Yeah, that was when I was had my own apartment and MTV, and that's all they were fucking playing is that goddamn song.
Playing that all the time. Oh man.
Well, Alice in Chains too, so it wasn't all
that, there was a lot of stuff going on. It was a really interesting time period. So but one thing I would say about 7 Year Bitch for metalheads is they're pretty heavy. If you go deeper cuts than just Dead Man Don't Rape, songs like Sink and other things had some pretty doomy vibes to them. They definitely were probably a little one step closer to what Melvins and Tad and some of those bands were kind of doing than maybe say what Bikini Kill was doing, for example, in terms of musicality. So definitely we're checking out some of those kind of deeper cuts on that stuff. And finally, Mark, my dream has come true. Fucking Sleater-Kinney. I get to play a goddamn Sleater-Kinney song on Requiem Metal Podcast. If you had told me this 15 years ago, I would have told you you're a fucking liar. So people that know me know I've always been a stan for Sleater-Kinney. Goes back to my friend Chris True, who is an occasional listener of the show, but he's the guy that was really into X. But he got me into Sleater-Kinney in college, and they're always my favorite band of this movement, I guess. And they're kind of post Riot Girl. They sort of.
I think so. I think they're more. I think there's a definite division there between them and the earlier part of the movement. They weren't quite as. I don't think it was. It was more. It was on the indie rock side of things.
Yes. Yeah. And they were musical. They were much more interested in being I think dynamic musically.
It wasn't about politics or about ethos. I think it was much more musically based. Sure. I think.
And they definitely had some very charged songs. They are a very political band in some ways, but they're not as militant maybe as what Bikini Kill and some of those other bands were doing.
Yeah. I think they're kind of the next, the younger sister of that movement.
Yeah, they're like post-punk to Riot Girl or to Riot Girl's punk or something. They found a pathway out to be creative and not get trapped in conventions and stuff like that. But they're definitely, unique sound, twin vocals and twin guitars, no bass player. So you've got Corinne Tucker doing the very high vocals and Carrie Brownston, who came from Heavens to Betsy. So she came from another Riot Girl band to form Sleater-Kinney. And a lot of people know Carrie from Portlandia, if you're a fan of that show. Alongside, for most of their career, they had one drummer, Janet Weiss, and she was just she kind of had a Mo Tucker vibe. She just beat the fuck out of the Skins, and she's a really impressive drummer. If you kind of listen to a lot of their catalog, she's good stuff. But no bass, high pitched vocals are their defining features. But man, those guttural screams near the end of Call the Doctor, those are those are real, and that's the thing about Sleater-Kinney is like they're all about energy and emotion and intensity. And if you're into this stuff on some level, maybe you're new to a lot of this music, but you kind of find some of this fascinating, they are definitely worth going down the rabbit hole with. I would recommend Dig Me Out probably is a good place to start. That's kind of considered their masterpiece. But even One Beat's my favorite of theirs. That's their kind of post 9/11 record that they kind of wrote about, post 9/11 American culture and stuff like that. That was one of the CDs that I had with me, one of 50 CDs that I took with me to live in England when I was student teaching there. So I just remember walking around London a lot, like listening to Sleater-Kinney sometimes, so.
On your CD Walkman that had skip protection?
That's it, man. And I mean, I lived basically with just 50 CDs for 4 months. So yeah,
that's good. I think when we had like fewer, we didn't have, Spotify and YouTube and all this. I think you kind of digested stuff more.
I think I will always remember those CDs and the 100 that I took to Italy for 6 months as well. Those are always like very intimate records for me, so
for sure.
Yeah, I actually wish there were like less choices. I wish like they like took some of the selections off, and just said, here's your options to listen to and watch and things like that.
Yeah.
I'd probably be a happier human. So, all right, well, let's get into it. We've got Rebel Girl and White Boy, both from Bikini Kill from the Yeah from 93. Then from Huggy Bears, Taking the Rough with the Smooch, Her Jazz. Then from Frenching the Bully, 92, we've got Second Skin from the Gits, Dead Men Don't Rape from 7 Year Bitch from the Sikkim record, and then Call the Doctor, the self-titled song from Call the Doctor from 1996, Sleater-Kinney.
think it's a problem because most of the girls ask for it.
How do they ask for it?
The way they act, the way they... I can't say the way they dress because that's an own personal choice. Some dumb hoe that you butt rock your face is walking down the street. They're asking for it and they deny it, but it's true.
show me. So show me. I run you over. Watch me. When you say it, it's us two. True taught me how to shoot. And best pull up my skirt and put up with hurt. Oh, girl, revolutionaries, you lie to me.
That was Call the Doctor from Sleater-Kinney. Then we had Dead Man Don't Rape from 7 Year Bitch, Second Skin, The Gits, Her Jazz from Huggy Bear, and then White Boy and Rebel Girl from Bikini Kill. Here we go, Mark. Here's where we get into the weeds, I think, a little, perhaps for some people, because, all right, I'm going to share my thoughts. Okay. I wrote some thoughts down. Feel free to interrupt me, but I was kind of like just doing some things. Okay. All right. First off, I think it should be known from my perspective that I am an incredible Hole and Courtney Love fan and have been for decades. All right. I was, at Lollapalooza when they headlined with Sonic Youth. I had a fucking whole like button up fucking bowling shirt or whatever that I bought there. I was in high school. I didn't know any better, but like
it's okay. Bowling shirts were a thing for a while.
They were a thing. Yeah. I never really got caught up too much in the bad press, and I've even come to appreciate Celebrity Skin, their third record, as kind of an interesting aspirational mainstream rock kind of minor masterpiece that it is. Yet at the same time, it's this sort of like slick kind of mainstream rock record that's also masking a lot of mourning over her dead husband. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a really like interesting. It's interesting. It's something I don't think I understood when it came out, at the time. Courtney Love had an insane childhood. I mean, like we could unpack a lot of this. We don't have time. It's its own fucking episode. Involved like fucking hippies, perhaps being fed LSD at like the age of 3 by her father, topless dancing in Japan, like lots of things, just a lot. She was in Sid Nancy. She was an actress. She was doing like a lot of like kind of crazy stuff. In terms of her musical journey, she hooked up with Roddy Bottum and convinced him to let her sing for Faith No More. As their vocalist in 1982.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so she was at one point a vocalist for Faith No More way back in their early days, because she was kind of hanging around the San Francisco scene at times. She was bouncing everywhere. She was like living in multiple countries, New Zealand at one point. She's just, like I said, her childhood is really pretty fucked up.
How was she able to be was it like military family? Like what's the...
No, like parents got like she lived with her mom until she emancipated herself. She did like the Drew Barrymore thing.
Okay, that was big back then.
Yep. I don't know how old she was when she did it, and then she basically set a goal for herself that she was going to be famous by the age of 25, or she was going to jump off a bridge. So she just fucking like went for it, and she just kind of like went all in. In 1984, this is kind of like the crux of our episode right here. In 1984, she met Kat Bajellan, and they formed a band together called Pagan Babies. Mm-hmm. And they moved to San Francisco, where they recruited a bassist by the name of Jennifer Finch, and they'll disband in late 85. Courtney Love will move to Minneapolis, kind of following Kat. Kat moved from the Pacific Northwest over to Minneapolis. And that's where Kat hooks up with Lori Barbaro, and they form Babes in Toyland. And Kate was
the drummer, right?
Yep. And she was the one that was living in New York, watching like a lot of the CBGB shows in the late 70s, early 80s and stuff. And I think, Courtney and Kat, like Courtney, like I think jammed with Babes in Toyland, like at a session or something like that, but nothing ever really serious. But I think like Courtney and Kat Bajellan have this like, I think a lot of people think they hate each other. And the way I heard it put like recently when I was kind of listening to some podcasts is they're this really interesting pair who seem to have this like bitter rivalry, but in a lot of ways it's more of like a hyper competitive sisters. They're both like incredibly like type A. They're both front women. Mm-hmm. Neither of them can be in a band with each other. And there's a lot of like jealousy between them, kind of the way that like, again, I have a lot of aunts on my mom's side. And so I see a lot of the hyper competitiveness amongst like the sisters. I think it's more like that. It's very like love hate in a lot of ways and stuff. So I think a lot of the controversy that's like surrounding like how, Babes in Toyland versus Hole and some of that kind of shit. I think the media played into that a lot because it was a cool story for them to like sell magazines or to like create whatever hype around this shit.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of animosity too. I was watching an interview with Kat about this is contemporary, like something from 2 years ago or something. And the kind like she doesn't have any like ill will, but she's like, you know, she wanted to be famous. I wanted to write songs.
Yeah.
Like there was definitely some different motivations happening there. And you can tell that from the output.
Yep. And the next thing I wrote, it's almost like you read my mind, Mark. So congratulations.
I've known you for a while.
Yeah. I said, whereas babes seem content with their position in the heavy rock, grunge, sludge, punk scene, Love wanted to be taken as seriously as the men in her life. Billy Corgan, Kurt Cobain. She didn't want to be a girl band or a grunge band. She wanted to be like an eternal band. Mm-hmm. And I heard it put this way the other day, and it kind of hit me. And I was like, man, they might be onto something. She might be the last rock star. Because she outlived Kurt, obviously, she's still alive. But like in terms of how she carried herself, her controversy, her, you know, her antics, like she's kind of like in the late 90s when she was still doing some kind of wacky shit, she was still kind of almost like this rock goddess, rock god kind of persona that like doesn't really exist anymore because we don't have those kind of bands anymore to like rally around. And so like that's how she thought of herself in a lot of ways. And that's how she carried herself, not as like kind of a female artist representing kind of that perspective, you know, but as like somebody that wanted to be a stadium rock band, you know. And I think that's like, I think I thought of Hole differently, or I think I thought of them the wrong way throughout the years. You know, if that's the case, and if that's like really where she's at, then, you know, she wasn't content with like the kind of Olympia scene or the Riot Girl manifesto. She wanted like hooks and bridges and choruses and fucking big songs. And, you know, and so like a lot of her beef with the Riot Girl thing was a philosophical belief, not necessarily. I think Courtney's a feminist, but I think like she thought that the Riot Girl thing was probably limiting musically, and she wanted to have like poppier songs, or she wanted to write whatever songs she wanted to write, you know?
Yeah, I would think that, I don't even know if she even thought about it. I think it wasn't like a fast track anywhere either.
Yeah.
It was a very, and cause I think she was cultivating this like, you know, cult of personality. And it was about her and about, I mean, all the songs are about her. It's a very like band it's about personal shit. It's not about ideas. Like, you know, like a lot of the Riot Girl stuff was more idea based than like, you know, personality based or I was trying to come up with some type of very succinct term about that, but that was kind of my takeaway is from like out of what made the Hole and her whole thing so different was she was a pure cult of personality person. She was like what Bowie was doing with Ziggy Stardust or something with, you know, this like alien.
Well, and I think too, like Courtney, like Bowie, was like ever changing. You know, like she did not want to be limited by anything. She never wanted.
I don't want to put her in the same category as Bowie, but I think in a general sense, you could, as far as like approach.
But what I mean is like the musical approach, because like Pretty on the Inside is this like really like caustic, noisy record, and then, you know, Live Through This is something different. And if you continue through the trajectory, I mean, you probably don't know Celebrity Skin that much because it came out in '97, and you were probably,
I know a couple of the hits on it or whatever, or the singles or whatever,
and they were really slick and kind of like poppy and stuff. And there are songs that aren't poppy on that record, but like, she was willing to like morph into whatever, and she didn't care. She just was writing songs. Whatever came to her, and she didn't care if she had to change genres or change styles. And that's what I mean by like the Bowie thing, you know? Nobody ever accused Bowie of selling out when he like switched to electronic music and then the pop music. They were just like, oh, that's just fucking David Bowie. And that's how she always wanted to be taken. And she was really, I think, frustrated with the fact that like there was this weird expectation that she had to be something because of how her image was, so she had to sound this way, and she's like, no, that's fucked up. Like, you know, and she fought
the noisier stuff was like, you know, people really pushed back when they you know, changed their sound a lot as well. So it's
and I think a lot of her visceral too stuff towards like there was a lot of animosity between like Bikini Kill and Hole, probably more than even the Babes in Toyland kind of stuff, and a lot of that had to do with I mean, Toby Vale was still writing letters to Kurt while like Courtney and her were married, and Courtney and Kurt were married.
Mm-hmm.
Like Courtney was fucking pissed about that. Like she was like, "Step off, bitch! Like this is my man. Like you got to like get over this." And like I get that on some level, you know,
because I've heard a lot. I mean, there's lots of different ideas about all this stuff. I don't know what's true.
Sure, and a lot of it's tabloid and
yeah, and there's a lot of it that's gossip. You know, that's that Courtney was jealous of Toby Vale as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a, you know, it's all personal, you know, stuff at this point. Like nobody's going to exactly know, but what she did with that band was only possible in the 90s.
Yeah. Why you say that?
It sums up every, like there was not, we have not had any type of like that culminated the whole quote unquote grunge movement.
Yeah.
You know, that went as far as it could possibly go against all odds too.
Yeah. Are you thinking Live Through This, the second one?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about, yeah. I mean, Live Through This is like, well, I guess we'll mention it. Teenage Whore, the first song, because I want to get to Live Through This, but you know, lots of noisy feminist anger on that song. You know, it was produced by Kim Gordon. So, you know, that's kind of a cool connection. So like, you know, their heroes are coming out of the woodwork to do their stuff. And we'll see that Lee Ronaldo from Sonic Youth is going to get involved with Babes in Toyland. And so like, it's kind of cool how all this, the narrative of this episode starts to kind of merge here. But, when she put something in the flyer to find to find a guitar player to start a band with, she basically said, I'm into Big Black, Sonic Youth, and Fleetwood Mac. Mm-hmm. And I think that in a lot of ways that is whole, right? Like she wants to be the rock star that Stevie Nicks was and write those big fucking hooks, but she also likes the noise and the chaos and all that. And so I think that's kind of her personality. And that's how she got Eric Erlandson to be on board. And he's the only guy that stuck with her through her whole career. So like they've gone through a lot of bassists and drummers and different things like that, but it's been like Courtney and him the whole time. And that's pretty cool. And so then you get Live Through This, obviously, right? This record that I think, and you know the timeline of this record, right? Like the weirdness of it all, you know, coming out a week after Kurt killed himself. And so, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot for her to deal with. This is her like kind of work of art. And she had to kind of like fight through the perception and a lot of the stuff. And I just recently heard an interview with her that was like, look, if Kurt had written songs on this, like I would fucking be talking about that today. Like, why would I hide that? She's like, first of all, I wouldn't let him because I needed to like do things on my own. I needed to be famous on my own regards. And I just wanted to be taken as seriously as him as a songwriter. And it used to piss me off how easily he could write songs and like how frustratingly long it took me to like do this shit. And so like, that's her like blood, sweat and tears. And the fact that like it came out in such a weird fucking nexus of chaos, you know, with her husband dying and all the rumors about, you know, like, I mean, just the rumors that she had something to do with it and like all this kind of stuff that has evolved through time. Like, I think it's took
all the Yoko stuff, you know, that she basically destroyed him and used his, you know, notoriety to propel her own career. And there's stuff with Billy Corgan and with Trent Reznor. And I mean, there's definitely, there's lots of different ways to look at all the whole thing. But the thing that you can keep as a testament is, you know, the couple records.
Yeah.
Everything else, like as a person, I do not like her. She seems to inhabit a lot of disingenuous aspects of people that I don't like, but I can't deny that I think she did some really good stuff. She did some really good music, but personally, she seems like a nightmare.
I think she, like I said, I think if you read up on her childhood, she shouldn't have even lived. She shouldn't have made it this far.
But your childhood doesn't dictate your life.
No, I agree. Either. So I think she's messy. She's definitely a messy person. She wears a lot of things on her sleeves and stuff. And I would not defend everything Courtney Love has done. Trust me.
Well, and just where she's come lately, like what even is, like, you know, she went straight into acting and seemed to abandon music altogether. So like, there's a lot of ideas where you're just like, I don't know what's, was it an accident this happened or?
No, I don't think so. I think she's been kind of culminating and working towards a lot of this, this record as well. I think the thing that like you have to think about Live Through This is an album about what it's like to live with a person who you love, who's slowly trying to kill themselves and give up on life. And I think that's like what's really fascinating. So like Live Through This is like, it's about Courtney's life, but it's also about what it's like to like be with somebody that's like on a suicide mission essentially. And like how you get through that, and you're sharing a child together. And there's a lot of that in here. Like there's a lot of that anger and a lot of that animosity in there. There's still some feminist bits in here. I mean, Jennifer's Body inspired a movie because of what it's, kind of talking about, doll parts and Miss World and all the stuff about like the judgment of females and like, I think it's there. I think there's some spirit of that, but I think it's looking beyond. I think maybe she saw Riot Girl as limiting and for good or bad or whatever, right or wrong. We don't have to debate that. That's how she saw it, and that's just her perspective on it. But
she's always been, she's the personality of the band. That's all. It's about her.
Yes. And she's definitely had her eye on the prize. She's never apologized about that. Like she wanted to be taken as seriously as like Billy Corgan was or Kurt Cobain. Like she didn't want to be a girl band. She wanted to be a rock band. And like, she wanted to be a rock god, like her own version of like Robert Plant. Like, why can't I be that? And like, that's kind of cool in a way. Like, I get it. Like, that's almost as feminist as anything else that we've been talking about. And she kind of got character assassinated by that in a lot of ways. And I think one of the things that's really interesting about it is like, I think critics hate it more. I think they hated her more after his suicide because she didn't like just kind of roll over and go away. And I think that's also like something that like has hit me like lately when I kind of think about that. I think like she didn't die with Kurt Cobain. She didn't just like kind of like fade away into the distance. That she like was like, no, I'm going to like persevere through this and I'm going to maintain my career and I'm going to keep my eyes on the prize. And I think there were like rock critics or maybe, that didn't like that on some level. They thought like,
well, I think on a gut level, they wish she was dead.
Yeah. Instead. On some level,
like everybody loved Kurt. I don't know as much. I don't really, I respect what they did, but Nirvana was not like a defining band for me by any, a lot of this stuff. It's weird because I had this kind of parallel trajectory with all this stuff. Like, I really liked like the second Soundgarden record, the first Smashing Pumpkins record, just bits and pieces of stuff in there. And I was never, I didn't really care about a lot of the stuff. It was all kind of periphery. So like, I'm coming at it from a totally different vantage point than like some of the stuff was like very pivotal to your like musical history. I mean,
Live Through This is like such a, like I sat with that record a lot. And in a lot of ways, that record and I think Little Earthquakes from Tori Amos, probably more than any two like kind of female artist records, like shaped the way I think about maybe like certain gender politics. And like if it kind of feminized me in a weird way, like, and it's hard for me to articulate that because it's such like being a teenager, but like it forced me to kind of consider a different perspective in a way.
Yeah.
It's almost like
both those records are very raw.
Yeah. And I was drawn to raw, right? And I think that's why I eventually ended up at death metal, on some level or extreme metal, because I live for like raw emotion. Like I like really fucked up movies that go like into, places that a lot of people don't want to go into, because to me, it's like, I don't know, you're getting closer to like a universal truth on some level. And so, I don't know. So like, that was very interesting to me. I don't know. I didn't have a spirit guide through it either, though. I didn't have like females that were sitting there listening to that record with me, like explaining like, oh, when she makes this reference, she's talking about like this. And that would have been helpful probably. So I had to make sense of it from whatever I could make sense of it with, I had
there wasn't a ton of criticism about this stuff early on either. It's like, it takes time.
Yep, absolutely. I'm not like knocking myself. I'm just saying like, hey, for whatever it's worth, like they were important records to me, but I'm not going to pretend like I'm, some kind of expert on it or that I understand like the female experience, because I don't, but I can sympathize with it and I empathize, and that's all I, and be an ally, and that's all I can try and do, but yeah, I mean, I knew that there was like gold here, like I that's all I could explain. And like, I had a lot of friends that didn't like Hole, just because they didn't, because I don't know why. Maybe sometimes that, they didn't like female vocalists, or they didn't like Courtney.
I think a lot of people didn't like her personality. She was brash.
Yeah.
She came off arrogant.
Yep.
She was doing the rock star thing. She in the 70s, she would have been somebody throwing TVs out of a hotel window.
Exactly. And I think
so. It's a kind of like grabbing that traditionally male held thing, and also like uncomfortable sex appeal.
Yeah.
Like 100%. Like just like being as like pushy as guys would be, on stage and stuff, and just doing controversial-ish stuff. But
I mean, Iggy Pop used to talk about like like when he was playing on stage, like he wanted to make powerful music to go and like it like go take the woman, like just go out in the crowd, grab the woman, like
caveman stuff.
Yeah. And I think that's what Courtney was doing. And I think that's what Babes in Toyland were doing and L7 were doing. And like to a certain crowd, like that was like scary, especially like depending on what you're, especially a male audience, maybe wasn't, some male audience members were probably not into that, and that's just what it is. I think there's still people that are very scared of strong females probably. But I think like, it's interesting because you kind of mentioned the double standard, because I think if Courtney had been a male, like no one would have batted an eye at anything she was doing or anything she was, like the way she was acting. It was no different than like Axl Rose or someone else that was moody and
a difficult musician. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that's one of the double standards about that. And that's something I've kind of like learned to maybe appreciate about them, is she was just like trying to fight through that as much as she could. And I don't think she always did it the right way. I think it was messy. I think she made some mistakes. I think she had addiction issues too.
Oh, of course. I mean, she did stuff to fuck with people.
Yeah.
She's an antagonist.
Yep. And
so going back to the, people that make interesting art aren't necessarily always good people.
Yeah. No. Don't follow
like your ethical standards on stuff, but it's interesting,
Yeah, for sure. But it's tune like Gutless. I mean, that's just got power, and I mean, we could have played a lot of songs, some of the more hits or whatever, but I thought Gutless was probably the best song for the Requiem audience, because it's just like fucking boom, punches you in the face there. But there's, something about like the line, I don't really miss God, but I sure miss Santa Claus. I mean, that's kind of like brilliant. That's like a Bob Dylan type line in a way. Because like you're kind of like offending like organized religion and like the idea of like, like it's all there and stuff. But
well, and like, it's like a bit of innocence there too with,
I want to go back.
Stuff. Like, yeah, like I think that's what if you want to go back to the childhood stuff, like it seems like a thing that people go back to for solace, is that the innocence of childhood.
Well, and supposedly
those ideas.
As I've come to understand it, I'm probably like wrong on some detail here, that like originally Courtney was wanting to title this album In Utero, and she talked about the idea of like crawling back inside to your childhood and going back to your past or whatever. And Kurt kind of was like, oh, I sort of like that. Like, could I use it? And like she kind of conceded or whatever. That's, again, who, I don't know if that's out and, Kurt Cobain's said that out loud, or that's just another like kind of Courtney tall tale. But it would make sense, because that's kind of the sentiment of some of the things that she's talking about on this record, obviously. But interesting, again, there's a million Courtney rumors, and that's not what this episode's about. But yeah, so I think Hole is definitely like part of this, but again, the episode that we want to really get to is these last two bands, and that's Babes in Toyland and L7. And so, they're connected. Kat comes from, starting this band with Courtney and then kind of going off
Pagan
and
Babies and going back to the era or the home of Husker Du.
Yes, absolutely. And
probably one of the biggest bands in this whole, I don't know, that whole like going from punk to hardcore into like this melodic new stuff. Them and Fugazi, maybe.
I think them, Fugazi. I think the Replacements. There were a handful of bands that were kind of doing a lot of that stuff.
Replacements, I think, are also from Minnesota.
Yeah, they are. Yep, they're part of that whole Minnesota scene. But Kat was a huge growing up before she discovered punk. She was really big into Rush, Plasmatics, Kiss, and Captain Beefheart. And I think that's super interesting because one of the observations that I made when I was kind of revisiting a lot of this Babes in Toyland stuff over the last couple months is how much, especially on like the early Babes records and even a few things on Fontanelle, remind me, and I'm about to fucking freak you out here, so just bear with me, of Voivod. And what I mean by that is some of the weird, strange, like dissonant riffs that are sort of there. And I don't mean like early Voivod. I mean like kind of the, Angel Dust and some of
Angel Rat.
Sorry. Not the German power metal band. But like some of that kind of era, Nothing Face, just these like things that were, Lori's drumming is really like kind of interesting. I'm not saying she's like at the level of Away. I would never compare that. But like, it's some of the weird dissonant things and also like, the Bauhaus kind of riffs that are kind of in there as well. Yeah. And it makes sense that she grew up with Rush and Beefheart and Plasmatics and like things that were like off kilter and weird and progressive, but not traditional, and that like bled into like how she kind of constructed riffs a little bit, So anyways, I don't know. She might not give a shit about Voivod or have even heard of them or whatever, but it's just this weird parallel there. And I think like another Minnesota band was I think Die Kreutzen is Minnesota as well. And they were a huge inspiration on Voivod. So like something was kind of happening there in like the Midwest Canada kind of connection that was maybe happening between some dissonance. And anyways, so that's my profound weird metal thought is like listen for some weird Voivod riffs that you might hear, in like Dust Cake Baby and Map Pilot and shit like that.
You were into Babes in Toyland as well as
I was
teenager.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially Fontanelle. I didn't know Spanking Machine or To Mother though. I didn't hear their early stuff, but I had Fontanelle on cassette tape from Columbia House. The second I heard Bruise Violet, it fucking was like a game changer for me. Like I just was way, way fucking into that record.
Well, that song's supposedly about Courtney.
It is, although it's come out now that it's not. Kat has kind of come out and said it's not about Courtney, that it's actually like a mutual person that the two of them actually knew. So, but yeah, we'll get to Bruise Violet for sure. But what were your thoughts on Spanky Machine, the two songs, Swamp Pussy and Dust Cake Baby, which by the way, Swamp Pussy, one of the great titles of all times.
Sounds like a Melvin's album or something.
It's like completely there.
I find a lot of this does not age well for me.
Okay. I can see that.
This is my contrary take on the thing, but like I didn't have much outside of like Bruise Violet. I think is was probably the biggest, their biggest.
That was
hit.
A big song. Yeah, it was a huge hit,
and actually has a lot of like subtlety in it that is lacking in some of the other songs. I found a lot of it to be kind of like repetitive. I'm trying to think of things that don't sound super critical, but it seemed really dated to me in a way that like Pantera is dated to me.
Okay.
Like it was almost kind of, and the same with L7. Seems dated to me in a way that like Pantera, like it's for teenagers, and I'm not getting it. Like the anger, I don't understand. I don't identify with, I guess.
Probably if you don't find this stuff at the right age, it
makes a big difference. And I think there's certain stuff. It's same with like White Zombie. Yeah. I don't ever have any want to revisit all that. It's kind of that weird 90s era where I felt like the stuff that I was listening to is way more interesting. So like, why bother?
Sure.
Yeah.
But
like, 10 years earlier, I was like, I thought In Excess was like the best thing ever. So it's like, it comes down to personal taste for sure.
And when you discover it, what age.
And exactly.
Where your
Because some
mentality is.
some people would hear, fucking, I'm trying to think of a band that might be a slightly divisive back then. Jesus, I don't know. But just that I think I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder about some of the quote unquote grunge stuff too.
Uh-huh.
Because I felt like the stuff that was happening in extreme metal was more interesting because I was invested in it.
Yeah. I can completely see that.
And that's why like the whole like, mind fuck of the episode is that, I think Hole's pretty good.
Well,
that's not what I expected for this.
They write universally great songs beyond, because I think they were looking beyond this scene. Do you know what I mean? You get what I mean? Like she was trying to write universal songs that were like bigger. Fleetwood Mac, like whatever. Like that's
it totally makes sense.
Yep.
And like Babes in Toyland there's like some good little bits, but everything is like seems very kind of percussive. It's almost like the chorus of what the fuck burst it at now? I forgot. Something Violet.
Bruise Violet?
Bruise Violet. Like where there's a dun 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 dun. There's so much of that in like this kind of like percussive, all the instruments at once doing this thing.
Yeah.
It didn't, there's something about it like didn't hit me like some of the other stuff did, like, like Alice in Chains or Soundgarden or, fucking Green River or any of that stuff. It was
I think those bands were trying to write beyond, like Alice in Chains wasn't necessarily trapped by grunge.
Yeah, I mean they had one foot in fucking hard rock.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe this is like I don't know exactly what genre any of this stuff is or like where it kind of fell. It was a weird thing. L7 was an anomaly.
Yeah.
At the time, because they were kind of more marketed as like a metal band. When really they have a lot of like stoner elements. Like they sounded more like Trouble on the first record than they did.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of
kind of alt stuff,
Definitely they're all fans of Sabbath, and Melvin, all that sort of stuff, I mean, Spanky Machine was recorded in Seattle. So, even though they're a Minneapolis band, it's got Jack Andino, who did Bleach and Mudhoney and early Soundgarden and that sort of stuff for people that don't know. It did catch the ear of Sonic Youth. They loved it. And so they took them out on tour for the Goo tour, probably. What you get with these two songs is, you get Kat kind of doing her. I think it kind of matters, like, what your thoughts are on Kat's kind of vocals. Because to me, like, her vocals kind of become like a lead instrument. And so, like, if you're into it, you're into it. If you're not, like, I can see it not being that interesting. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
And so, like, that was always like the fascinating thing for me. It's probably why I got so into like Royal Thunder at first, because I heard a lot of like Kat Bjelland in some of the stuff that what's her name, Millie, I forget her name from Royal Thunder, starts with an M.
Minnie.
That was I thought when I say Millie,
she reminded me of Ann Wilson.
Yeah, she's got like Ann Wilson mixed with a little bit of like Kat kind of stuff, because she could do the baby girl vocals sometimes. Sort of innocent stuff, and then like the fucking like really like big voice coming out of that. And I think that's something. Yeah,
I feel like the quieter baby girl stuff or whatever it was more interesting to go back and forth.
Yeah,
with that stuff, like how Bruise Violet is, and I didn't listen to full albums. I just listened to what we were talking about in the show.
Yeah,
but I don't feel like they really did that very much.
Yeah, I think Fontenelle, she does it the most. That's the most dynamic stuff definitely going on. And I think that whole record holds up pretty well. And they're all like kind of short, digestible songs. But there's definitely a lot of like, I listen to all of Spanky Machine a few times to try and pick out like the best songs. There's a lot of sameness. It's kind of that.
But there's also that's a kind of a part of that era of music. It was like this kind of like new stuff happening and trying to be like abrasive, but there's all this abrasive stuff happening in other areas, like, Jesus Lizard and stuff too. Like there's all this abrasive music and a lot, just like for some reason, this reminds me of like very teenage high school memories for me.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of like colors some of this too. It's like, you know, like the brattiness of some of it, which I didn't take as being feminist as a kid. I was just like, oh God, like, come on, like being difficult.
I kind of found the brattiness to be really attractive.
Okay.
To say that I definitely had a weird crush on Courtney Love and Kat Bjelland. Like I definitely did. You know, I was like 14, 15. There are these sort of like angry, snarling women on MTV that were wearing these like baby dresses and shit. And I was just like, and they were kind of pretty, but kind of scary. And I was confused by it all, but I kind of liked it all at the same time because I didn't really know what was going on. So
well, I think that was probably the motivation.
For sure it was.
Be confused and like make you feel weird. Like, why do I feel, you know, why am I attracted to this, you know, person's attitude or their whatever it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. And it worked for me. I was the right target audience. I was the right target audience, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, this is from Mark Deming, of All Music. He said, Spanking Machine sounds like the blueprint for the music that Love would make during Hole's first incarnation, the, Pretty on the Inside, their first record.
Mm-hmm.
He says that Spanking Machine is more compelling and emotionally powerful work as Kate Bjelland's songs pull no punches. So there, you know, I think it's maybe a better debut than Hole's, but it's also like not their best material at the same time. You know, I mean, I think I can see exactly your critiques. You know, I think I like it probably more than you do. It's not like my go-to stuff. That I'll
sure.
say that.
But you've got an emotional connection, because that was one thing I put in here is like I don't have any, like when I talk about, like, you know, last episode talk about Entombed, I have an emotional connection to that stuff that definitely it changes. You know, it might not. Some people might hear it and think like this is just trash.
Yeah,
like I have an emotional connection to this that kind of like caters how I feel about it.
Sure.
I can't say this is objectively good, only in my opinion.
It's very much like, I think you're right. It's very much of an era. It's very much representing a very specific point of view. It's sort of like, you know, in a lot of ways, I think a lot of early 90s, the sort of like early grunge stuff is like, it's like late 60s psychedelic stuff. Like you had to be there, and it doesn't always age well. You can sometimes apply historical context to it, but like some of it's a little fruity in the like psychedelic stuff, because it's like, okay, all right, this was probably weird and experimental in 1967, but now it just kind of sounds a little hokey.
Sure.
Like you said, maybe like some of the anger now seems kind of like not empty calories, because I think it's real anger for what it was, but it's very.
It just reminds me of Pantera anger.
Yeah, it's a little
like youthful. That's what, like I can't revisit Pantera without feeling like teenage angst and vibes that I don't have any connection to anymore.
Well, it's like why emo bands probably shouldn't be in their 30s.
Or
like
or Jonathan Davis should not be, you know, singing about the stuff he did on his first record as a 40-something year old guy.
Yeah, like it's the weird thing about art, right? It's the weird thing about music, where that's like so personal.
Yeah,
you know.
And I think some genres are less cringy than others, but it's still, it's just a lot of this is just about, you know, personal preference and what else. But like it's weird in a historical context as well, because I don't know how, out of the whole like grunge movement, which is it's not a cohesive thing.
No.
Like some bands, you know, had big strides and did way better than they probably should have for what they were. And then bands like, you know, like the Melvins and Tad are kind of relegated to this other just weird thing. Yeah. And then some other bands come in that, you know, trying to make the Meat Puppets like some huge, you know, pop act almost later on down the road seems like a weird choice. Like they were like the industry people were trying to grasp at whatever was around there to get that magic. And it was just like a really weird time. I can't think of another. I mean, that's why there's probably like, you know, hundreds of books on this era, is that it was such a redefining of popular music in a way that we hadn't seen since like the 70s.
And that's why it was such a formative era for me to be like a middle school into high school kid. Because I was like, I was living it all, you know, like I missed Spanking Machine. I was too young for like early stuff. But, you know, come 92, 93, I was pretty fucking plugged in. Like I knew exactly what was going on within like the MTV alternative nation headbanger ball culture, you know?
Sure.
But I wasn't into like anything that far beyond that yet. That would take probably another year or two before I kind of started to discover, you know, Tiamat and Entombed and the Earache Columbia deal and, you know, that thing. So it was just a weird, it was in a weird sweet spot where this is like, some of this music is at a perfect time for me, you know?
Well, and yeah, it's funny that it happens, you know, that's when like death metal really hit too. Like all of this like really kind of radical music happening at it. Like, what do we have now that's, especially on that level, on like a mass appeal level?
Yeah.
We don't have anything like that. Like pop music now seems to be just like the most like really simplified, boring, repetitive stuff. It's like kids music that would be on like Teletubbies is how I feel about it right now.
I mean, I don't
like
know
what you hear on the radio or like, I don't know what there is. Yeah. But there's no rock music in popular culture.
No, that's definitely,
it's all hip hop or derivative hip hop, you know, like Post Malone stuff. That's the most boring shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, like all this stuff is just like, what's there?
I mean, Taylor Swift is what you get. Like Taylor Swift's doing like stadium rock. That's like what like is the equivalent of like Def Leppard in 1987 is what like Taylor Swift's doing. It's stuff like
it's just so not exciting
and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Taylor Swift. I don't really like care one way or the other. I get it because my students are all into it.
Well, my niece is really into it. We're trying to figure out ways to, you know, turn around to different music, which I'm not really good at. So I'm just like her Christmas list had a bunch of Taylor Swift stuff, and I was like, man, if you were into something else, I'd love to buy you some music and a record player, but I'm not going to buy that.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I'll say about that, without going into too much of it, you know, it was cool to see all my like students like super excited about trying to buy Taylor Swift concert tickets, and like it's cool that kids are going to like live music at least, because at least that's a door. Like that, you know, it's something. It's better.
Yeah, but that's also like I remember on the local news they were talking about how this is such a big deal just to get tickets to the show.
Sure.
Like how expensive everything was too, and I was just like,
yeah, I mean that part sucks.
What's the experience like? Is there explosions? Is there like?
Oh yeah, I think she does like the full thing. I think it's like Garth Brooks in the '90s type shit. You know, like
that also makes, you know, that's like a wet fart to me.
Yeah, it's not our thing. You know, like
a Garth Brooks show, like the, you know, Thunder Strikes or whatever that song was.
Thunder Rolls, baby.
Thunder Rolls. Like I would rather see like, you know, Def Leppard, you know,
well, sure,
do something. Like
that's
crazy.
our version of it. You know what I mean?
But yeah, just the excitement level is just like, ugh. So like the 90s definitely had an up on that for like, it's probably the last time we had like pop music that was actually good.
Well, and like I said, that's the Nirvana factor, is that Nirvana like broke through and like made it like so that weird shit was going to be popular for like at least like 2 or 3 years. And then the corporations caught up and figured out how to like control it all. But for a while, it was like the inmates
how to ruin it. Yeah.
You know, it's like that was a sweet spot to be like watching MTV when it was like, why the fuck is like this being played on MTV? And I love it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I was here for it. So
MTV went from this thing as a kid where I could watch like, you know, Fine Young Cannibals and Van Halen and whatever might have been on. And I was like, oh, cool. And then nothing was on. And then we just waited for Headbangers Ball to get like those 2 videos.
Sure.
You know, at the very end of the night.
Coming home from middle school and it was like, oh, Ministry, Nine Inch Nails, and Nirvana are on. And then like TLC would be in the middle of that, but you didn't care because like the next video was going to be like Onyx and then like Danzig. And you're like, this is so fucking strange. What's happening right now? You know,
well, it was cool that there was that kind of variety. Yeah. You know, I miss that.
It was a pretty awesome time, you know, to be kind of formed into, but, yeah, so we kind of go from Spanking Machine to an EP called To Mother with a tune called Map Pilot. And I said, you know, this is kind of probably a shot towards Kat's mother, who she's pretty openly accused of, you know, kind of having been abusive when she was young. And so, you know, there's another song we're going to hear called Mother off Fontanelle, you know, and so it's like, yeah, you know, definitely kind of things happening there. But it kind of reminds me of like Ultra Mega OK Soundgarden in terms of the sound of it a little bit, as well as a little bit of like Melvins and kind of noisy pieces as well.
Sure. Yeah, I mean the production. Who did the production? Is this Jack?
I don't know if Jack did the EP and it would make sense if it was Jack, because these two are kind of like both together, and I think Caroline Records put both those out before they got signed.
But the Matt Pilot has a very more like raw vibe to the production.
I think it sounds better than Spanky Machine for sure. Yeah. The Two Mother EP. So, and then we're going to hear a pair of tunes from Fontanelle on our way out, and we'll come back and talk about them and Fontanelle.
This is their Van Halen cover.
Yes, right now, after all. Yes, we've got Teenage Horror from Hole from Pretty on the Inside, 1991. Then from 1994's Live Through This, we've got Gutless from Hole. Then we've got Swamp Pussy and Dust Cake Baby from Spanky Machine from Babes in Toyland. Matt Pilot from Babes in Toyland's To Mother EP from 1991. And then a year later, we get a pair of tunes, Right Now and Mother from Fontanelle from Babes in Toyland. That was Mother and Right Now from Babes in Toyland's Fontanelle. Then we had from Babes in Toyland, Matt Pilot from To Mother, Dust Cake Baby and Swamp Pussy from Spanking Machine. Oh my God.
Swanking Machine.
Swanking Machine. Yeah. And then from Live Through This, Hole, Gutless. And we open things up with Hole's Teenage Whore from Pretty on the Inside. So those last two tunes, Mark, were from 1992's Fontanelle. And that was kind of their breakthrough. And we'll, kind of talk a little bit more about that. But right now, that's kind of when the tune, when Kat breaks into the riff and the vocal of the line that says, like, well in the right now. I said both the Melvins and the Pixies are served well. It's this monstrous, like, heavy fucking riff. That part gets me. It's very, like, quiet, loud, dynamic, and just really raging and stuff. But again, I understand if it works for me because I kind of go back to where I was when I heard this for the first time on cassette tape.
Sure.
Well,
like, you know what right now makes me think of?
What's that?
Rollins Band.
Yeah. It's the same era. Yeah.
And I don't like Rollins Band.
Oh, you're never into those guys? Okay.
No, I didn't like, it took me so long to check out Black Flag because I didn't like Rollins Band. Because that was just like Liar was constantly on rotation.
Yeah, that's true.
And I didn't really understand where they were coming from. It didn't sound punky to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was like that kind of vibe. So there's like a 90s chip on my shoulder about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Just like a personal preference kind of thing. But nothing else has sounded like this since. Like the 90s was able to kind of capture something that's really not ever been captured since. Like there's not, to my knowledge, there's not like any kind of, you know how metal has all these different, you know, like tribute bands about a certain type of sound, or, you know, like early death metal or early black metal or, you know, hard rock or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I don't think this type of music has any of that, does it?
I think the closest you get is like these sort of like retread bands that are like stealing like Alice in Chains riffs. That's about as close as you get. You know,
who's that though?
Is that Nickelback, like, Godsmack, all that kind of shit? That's
okay.
Kind of,
okay.
You know, there's other bands that I
because like some of the bands that have like,
but no one's doing Babes in Toyland. You know what I mean? No one's doing
I think
I
was thinking like the yeahs is definitely pulling in some of that old, you know, energy from probably that Riot Girl stuff and the name of the band in general. But but also like a pop element and Sonic Youth stuff like that. That's the thing, is it's weird when there's eras where things you don't hear it again.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting thing. And so if that's something you hear when you're a kid, and you're like, fuck this, this really gets me, or, you know, I really feel this.
Yeah.
And then like you never hear it again.
Well, it's one of the reasons why like I've been so devoted to Sleater-Kinney that whenever they release a new record, it's just like they're singular. It's like always just going to sound like Sleater-Kinney, and like no one else will sound like them. And they've evolved. They've definitely like changed their sound through the years, but they're still always Sleater-Kinney. And it's like, I can't get that from anyone else. You know what I mean? And that works for me, you know, and I'm sure it's that way with the like certain metal bands. Like you're always just going to, Paradise Lost is always going to be Paradise Lost or whatever, you know? So I had to make sure people could drink this far into the episode.
Catatonia is always going to be Catatonia.
Got to get them a couple drinks in there. So, but yeah, it's kind of interesting that it is such a singular sound, singular era. But basically, then we got Mother, and that's unpacking some definite issues, talking about mothers and sisters and, you know, that main grunge punk riff and her fucking creepy little girl vocals that move into guttural screams. That's that's really kind of some dark, kind of psychoanalytical kind of shit. It works for me, you know, but again, maybe that comes off to you like, you know, like Korn kind of like singing about like their childhood or something, but it
just comes across as more like the unrefined teenage emotion. I think is like the most succinct way I could say it.
Definitely what it is. Yeah.
And like I remember going to see Pantera, and I fucking felt like fucking hostile. Like, oh yeah, man, this is it.
I feel I'm fucking hostile,
and I can't any of like the raw like emotion of that stuff I've really felt, and I can't go back and listen to it again. It's just weird. Like I think Cowboys from Hell is good. I think like some of the earlier stuff, the more power metal shit I like.
Yeah.
But man, the real aggro stuff, I don't get it. It
I'd
doesn't
be really
connect with me.
curious if we could somehow sneak in a listen of Great Southern Trendkill. I actually think
I've never listened to it.
That's the one that's like got grindcore parts to it.
Okay.
That's where I'm
That's
like,
when Phil was wearing, Dark Throne shirts and shit.
yeah, I think you would actually like find that record fascinating. I think that record, it's a lot like what was the the Satyricon record that everybody like kind of was annoyed with, but we kind of loved?
Rebel Extravaganza?
Yeah, it's kind of like that in a weird way. It's just a fucking weird record. Like it doesn't make sense why it is the way it is, Whereas I could see Vulgar and Far Beyond are pretty aggro, pretty traditional. It's pretty like meat and potatoes shit.
There's interesting stuff, but like vocally and thematically, it feels unrefined teenage angst to me.
I think Great Southern Trendkill, they grow up a little bit, and it's also like just weirder ideas, which I think is kind of cool. It's a record I don't give enough credit for, but sometimes when I hear songs, I'm like, this was weird that this was so popular. Like it doesn't like.
Was that the one that came in at like fucking number 1 or something?
Far Beyond Driven did, but still, I think Great Southern still did pretty well.
Like 5 and that's back when like units were actually being sold.
Yeah, that mattered a lot.
Yeah, it's not like when Enslaved gets on like number 14 on the Billboard charts in the US.
Yeah. So with Fontenelle, they bring in a new bassist, Maureen Herman, and they sign to Warner Brothers Reprise, and they bring in Sonic Youth's Lee Ronaldo to do the production, and both I think him and Kat kind of both helped produce the record. And of course, the aforementioned song, both from the beginning of this episode and Mark and I think talking about last Talkset a little too, is Bruise Violet. And that's the song that kind of kicks everything off. And I think the 1-2 punch you're going to get from Bruise Violet and Handsome and Gretel are fucking epic. These were the 2 songs I locked into as a kid, and they still like sort of bring me this like kind of great joy. I think, the drums, what Lori does with the drumming on Bruise Violet is pretty awesome. Kat's laugh that she does on both Bruise Violet and Handsome and Gretel, like some of the sinister, like laughing that like it comes in there. I mean, how can you top a line that says, "You fucking bitch, while I hope your insides rot"? I mean, that's like everything a 13-year-old wanted out of music when I heard this shit.
Oh, totally. And I'll say that Bruise Violet, I think, is the best song that I've heard that they did.
It's pretty incredible. It's hard to beat.
As far as like they managed to get in elements of like melody. There's variation in it. There's like a lot of aggression. There's like the hook is basically her screaming.
Yep.
Like it reminded me of fucking Beavis, like going off.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why connecting back to Beavis. That's why they love Beavis and Butthead, or why Beavis and Butthead love this song so much. Yeah. Probably it's visceral for them, And according to Kat, it's not about Courtney Love. So we'll just leave it. Now, Handsome and Gretel, quote, "My name is Gretel. Yeah, I've got a crotch that talks, and it talks to all their cocks." Again, as like a 14-year-old that's like hearing this, like hearing that line, I just remember being like, this is the greatest fucking song I've ever heard in my life. Like, I've never heard women talk this way, like powerful women that in heavy riffs, like all of it. I was just like, this blows my fucking mind. This is the kind of like shit 2 Live Crew said, but like I never heard a line like that in my entire life, And so like it just lays waste to any of the terrible like hair metal double entendres that were still like being like there's no subtlety to that. It's just like boom, there it is.
I think maybe that's
I want the sex. Here it is. Yeah,
maybe that's what's like as stupid as some of the later on Kiss stuff. At least there was like bad innuendo, like log in your fireplace.
There's no stuff. They're just it's just
it's all like just raw naked anger and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was talking with Lisa about this earlier tonight about like when Wolverine Blues came out and there was just songs that just ended with fuck.
Yeah.
I was like, this sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Just like blatant swearing for no like extra reason always kind of like I don't know. It's just like kind of like if you can't come up with something more clever, like when I was younger, I thought it was great. Like, oh yeah, I want to hear fucking shit and all these things on these things.
To be fair,
it seems like they're a little bit lacking, but
I do think it's like this idea of like being a sexually liberated person. I think they do it clever enough with like, you know, I've got a crotch that talks and it talks to all their cocks. Like it's, I mean, it's overt with what it is, but it's also like kind of smart offensive in a weird way. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying. They're not just like swearing for the sake of swearing. And I think Hansel and Gretel is like, I don't know. There's just other things kind of going on. And to me, like, this is where she does her best baby girl voice. When she says, "Oh, you feel so bad," like in that baby girl voice, it fucking used to blow my mind. And there's a moment, and you know, maybe it's worth listening to like after the show, but like go to the last 20 seconds of the song. And there's a moment in the last 20 seconds where like it does like the false finish, where like the song like should end, and like Kat screams back into the song with the fucking Melvins riff. And there are moments I remember driving, listening to the song when I was a teenager, where I fucking probably almost swerved off the road because I was just fucking like beating the drums on like the steering wheel and not paying attention. And so like it's like a minute and 45 seconds the whole song is, but yet for it kind of encapsulates like whatever the energy of the scene kind of was. And it's just this really solid fucking heavy riff with like these just, I don't know. It's probably very personal, I think. You know what I mean? I'd be curious to talk to another Babes in Toyland fan and be like, do you hear this song the same way? And they'd probably be like, fuck yeah. Whereas like to an outsider, it's like, yeah, it's a fine song. It's got some cool riffs. It's got a couple Melvins vibes, but it's just like, I've heard it for 25 years or whatever, 30 years. And so it's like in my brain, you know, on some level. So, and then you go Spun, and Spun this is the one where like, for newer Babes in Toyland, this is very Voivod, especially in the chorus with the drumming, the staccato, like kind of dissonant riffing. It's very moody, very dark, doomy, heavy. I don't know. I think it's like underrated how heavy sometimes they were, because I think so much of the attention was put on the fact that they were, you know, girls or the baby doll dresses or whatever, you know, just all the other stuff that was going on. But like when you cut through the bullshit, there was some pretty like kind of cool, heavy stuff going on here. And then to sort of wrap up Babes in Toyland stuff, we got from the Painkillers EP. They do, you probably didn't know this, but this was a re-recording of a song from Spanking Machine from back in the day.
Okay.
He's
so
my thing.
They did an Aerosmith then.
They did, yes. And both versions are pretty badass, actually, I'll be honest with you. But like, she is off the fucking rails with her vocals here. And like, when she does like oh my God, it's the way she sings like, oh, own. And I can't do it with my voice because my voice is so fucking torn up right now. But it's like, she like almost does this like rapping thing with it. Like, why don't you get your own? Like, it's like really fucking funny and yet like brilliant at the same time. It's not quite like Steven Tyler scatting in like, you know, Ragdoll kind of. But it's definitely an earworm for me. But one of the coolest things about this EP is like some of the songs on it are pretty decent. Actually, it's a pretty good EP, and it's like it's called an EP, but the final track is a 35-minute live recording of them playing Fontanelle at CBGB's. So it's like a 60-minute EP.
Is it a hidden track?
45. Yeah, it's not even a hidden track. It's just called track 6. It's called Fontanelle. Okay. And like it's literally a 35-minute long, and they start with Bruise Violet, they end with Hansel and Gretel. It's like fucking brilliant. It's like a really great concert. And so like for EPs, it's worth the price. You know what I'm saying? You get like fucking 5 songs plus track 6 is 35 minutes long. So
yeah, and this is after they stopped doing vinyl for most things at this point.
Yep. So good stuff. And then we end with Ariel, which is their last record, Nemesis Sisters. Not a great record. It's a lot of forgettable songs. The big song off of it was Sweet 69, which is actually a pretty cool song. It's very catchy. I caught myself singing it a little bit. But Ariel, kind of like Spun that we just talked about before, is pretty doomy. It's got like kind of some eerie kind of dirge qualities to it, especially in the chorus that I think is pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's their final album. So like they haven't really done anything since 95. They've had some reunions since then. I talked to Nick Green. He was going to maybe put me in touch with Lori because he had some connections, and he says Kat is off the radar screen. She is deep into the throes of heroin yet again. So
at fucking like 50 something.
I know, it's very unfortunate to hear that. So they had a reunion a few years back, and it was short lived, and I think it's because of that. So it's very sad to hear. So I doubt we'll get anything ever recorded again from Babes in Toyland, let alone reunions or anything like that. So they basically were around for 5 years of recording, and that's kind of it, so, but, yeah. And then we're going to end with a pair of L7 tunes, but we'll kind of talk about L7 when we come back, because that's like the last band that we're going to kind of chat about. So we've got Bruise Violet, and Handsome and Gretel, and Spun, all from Fontanelle from Babes in Toyland. Then a re-recording of He's My Thing from Painkillers, the 93 EP, Ariel from Nemesis Sisters in 95, and then Miss 45 from L7, self-titled debut in 1988, and Right On Through from Smell the Magic in 1990.
You're older than you look. Cracked eyes, black as soot.
was Right On Through from L7, Miss 45 from L7 as well. Then we had Ariel, He's My Thing, Spun, Handsome and Gretel, and Bruise Violet from Babes in Toyland. So the last band, here we go. So L7 was formed by Danita Sparks and Suzi Gardner in LA in 1995. And Suzi Gardner had actually kind of done backing vocals the previous year on the Black Flag song Slip It In. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of where she sort of entered the punk scene, the LA scene a little bit. And I think about a year later, they brought in Jennifer Finch on bass. And of course, Jennifer Finch had been in Pagan Babies with Kat and Courtney back in like 85, 84. And so it's kind of an interesting connection between those three bands that they were all at one point shared members. Yeah. It's weird how
wildly different
this stuff kind of works. And Jennifer Finch, she was the most kind of fully tapped into the sort of LA punk scene a little bit. And she actually knew Brett Gurewitz from Bad Religion, mm-hmm. and also the guy who ran
Circle
Epitaph.
Wasn't he in Circle Jerks for a while too?
I don't know. He might have been. Is that where he came from before he started Bad Religion and Epitaph?
I'm gonna have to check this real quickly.
All right, so that got them kind of their demo and their debut, which came out in Epitaph, and it was a self-titled debut. We just heard Miss 45 from it, and it's just LA metallic punk. It's got some feminist anger, about Miss 45, like kind of standing up to the man a little bit. But I would say, in terms of debuts, it's relatively it's okay. I picked it up. It costs a little bit of money because it's hard to find because it's low print on Epitaph. Yeah. But, now I guess I own the L7 debut. So for whatever it is, but really, to me, they don't really become the band that they're going to become until Smell the Magic in 1990. And we, of course, already heard a pair of tunes that open up the whole show from Smell the Magic. And that's kind of really where the band coalesced their sound and their lineup. They bring in D. Plakis on drums. They had originally had a guy named Roy Kutsky on drums. That's who played on the debut. So they actually weren't an all girls band at first. And actually, they never really set out to be. They kind of were like, that was never our intention. It's just whenever we tried to like hire people in our band, boys didn't want to be in the band with us because like, we don't want to fucking be in a band with girls. And so it was a lot of that. So like they just kind of had to like do what they could do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they end up with four women, and they bring in trying to think who recorded this. I thought I had that written down. But they get Shove, which we open the whole show up with. They get that sort of hooked in with Sub Pop, and it becomes the Sub Pop single of the month, which was kind of a big deal in the early 90s because Sub Pop was such a taste-making label at that point.
I think that got them over to Europe or something early on, didn't it?
Yeah, that got them the Nirvana tour. Basically, they went on tour with Nirvana like right after Bleach came out and stuff. So like that's kind of when they befriended the band and things like that. And then that got them the record deal with Sub Pop to put out Smell the Magic. And, you can hear it on this record and on the song, Right On Through, that it's definitely more metallic than what you heard on Miss 45. It's more attitude. Yeah. The twin guitars, they've got this kind of Runaways kind of swagger mixed with kind of some Motorhead, AC/DC kind of boogie to it and things. So they're definitely thinking in terms of like, a hard rock band. They're definitely not as punky as they were probably on the early stuff. And yeah, like you said, that's kind of, they became close friends with Nirvana before Nirvana kind of broke punk. And they stayed friends with them after. In fact, it's Jennifer Finch who kind of reacquainted Courtney with Kurt, which led to magic, as they say, Mark.
Then you could smell it.
You could smell the magic, indeed. And that got them signed after they put out Smell the Magic. This gets them signed to Slash Records, which I believe was what the label Faith No More was on, and some other kind of, I think it was a sub-label of Elektra, I think. I can't remember what Slash was.
I think it wasn't all under Warner Brothers.
Maybe it was Warner Brothers. Yeah, that's what it was. I knew it was something big.
Brett Gurewitz was not. I was full of shit about that. I thought I heard something about him being part of Circle Jerks for half a second, but I know everybody was waiting with bated breath to find that out.
right? And NBC was right. The more you know. And now we know that Brett Gurewitz was not in Circle Jerks. So
Not even for a second.
not even for a second. But he was in Bad Religion, and that counts for something. So I really like
He co-wrote the song Spun.
Oh, he did?
No, he didn't. It was not that song. Sorry. I'm gonna have to reopen close tab now. I saw it, got some knowledge, and then I
thought you were
quickly
going to
forgot
that he reopened that he co-wrote Spun from Babes in Toyland. I was
it's
connections are weird.
Shit. He co-wrote the song Scrap on Bricks Are Heavy.
Oh, okay. There you go. Cool. Yeah. So he's obviously friends with them and stuff, which is cool. And basically around that time too, after they get signed to Slash Records, they help co-found the Rock for Choice benefit shows, which was a kind of a pro-choice kind of thing. And then
like any band that was anything was doing those things, like every huge band that was at Lollapalooza and all that shit.
But I think it's cool that they were like co-founders of it too. Like it wasn't just that they were playing it, but they were like kind of part of the building of that, and it kind of helps kind of the spirit of like what a lot of these bands were trying to stand up for,
Well, they always kind of had like a fun vibe, but they stood up for more. They were more kind of political with their causes and stuff.
Yeah, and I think there's something I'm going to read from the Decibel interview where they kind of talk about how like you don't have to like sing political, but like the way you live your life is like how you can be political too. Like just your values and your ethics and things like that, the choices you kind of make. Speaking of kind of the pro-choice kind of thing, one kind of cool story for people that don't know it is so Kurt was hanging out with Kathleen Hanna and with Toby, and they were actually like spying on a abortion clinic. And it was an abortion clinic that anti-abortion people had set up as a fake abortion clinic.
Jesus.
And so basically what it was a way to like lure like women in, and then they would like shame you and talk to you about like how terrible it would be for you to get an abortion and all this kind of stuff.
Try to get you to come to God and
all that kind of stuff. And so they were basically like kind of trolling it and waiting for it to like close. And then they basically did like some graffiti and like spray paint on it. And that's the night like Kurt like spray painted like God is gay and things like that on it and stuff. But anyways, they went back to like their place, wherever they were staying. They were squatting somewhere or whatever. And they had spray paint still. And they were like kind of getting fucked up and all that stuff. And that's when Kathleen Hanna, with the spray paint from like, kind of, housing or casing this like abortion or anti-abortion clinic or whatever, spray paints Kurt smells like Teen Spirit on the wall. And he didn't know it was a women's deodorant at the time, but he thought it was a cool fucking sounding thing. And so that kind of was the impetus for the idea right there. So I don't know. I thought that was a kind of a cool little connection. But yeah, speaking of Rock for Choice, there's the other abortion story that deals with this episode, I guess. And this gets them kind of in contact with Butch Vig, and Butch Vig is going to record Bricks Are Heavy, their 92 sort of album. And I wanted to read.
He was in Garbage, right?
He eventually, yeah. So he'll do Nevermind in 91, and then he'll do Bricks Are Heavy, and he does quite a few like kind of big records in the early 90s. And then
what did he do before Nirvana?
What did he do
production wise? Because he's got a pretty huge. I can't think. I've seen him like on so many Talking Head things, but.
And I'm trying to remember what he did that got him the Nirvana gig, but he had done at least a couple things, Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to like look that up. Maybe in the next Talkset, I can kind of look it up real quick. But but this record, Bricks Are Heavy, this is kind of their breakthrough record in a lot of ways, and it was inducted into the Decibel Hall of Fame way back in 2014. Mark, I'm going to tell you what your lead review was. Illustration.
I don't think I was I doing them then? Oh
yeah, in 2014 for sure you were.
What year? What number?
Issue 121.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I forget I've been doing this for like 15 years.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was right around when we started Requiem that because we interviewed Albert and kind of got the gig, I think, hooked up then. Yeah, you did Godflesh, Sun's Out, Guns Out. So for a world lit only by fire. So it's the burning crosses from Street Cleaner in the background, and GC is holding the flame, and Justin's just kind of sitting there.
Okay.
Or not sitting there, standing there. Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, shit. Okay. Real quick on Butch Vig.
Yeah, tell me more.
We got a Michigan connection here. Laughing Hyenas.
Okay.
John Brannon, previously of Negative Approach. He did their 1985 record, Come Down to the Merry-Go-Round. Did Killdozer, Die Crimson. Several of them.
Did he?
House of Pain, Shamrocks and Shenanigans, Sonic Youth, Dirty.
Oh yeah, I knew he did Dirty. Yeah, that's the one I was kind of thinking.
Tad, Eight Way Santa, Smashing Pumpkins, Gish. Like he was some fucking big hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, Shamrocks and Shenanigans is my favorite House of Pain song. To be real, we could do a whole.
That was a kind of a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean, Jump Around is great, but Shamrocks and Shenanigans. I mean, that's got a line in it, Mark, that says, "You make me sick like Strawberry Quick," and I really. In the great pantheon of lyrics, it's hard to beat that, you know?
Yeah.
So,
he also did the last two Foo Fighter records.
Oh, okay. I knew that.
Or no, I guess, no, he did Wasting Light and Sonic Highways. I think they have another one after that, right?
Yeah, I think they've done one since.
Okay. But yeah, he's got a pretty prolific career of this type of music.
I mean, just the residuals he makes off Nevermind.
Oh, he doesn't need to do anything anymore.
You know, that's probably why he's like, I'm just going to start a band. And if they suck, who cares? And,
yeah. And then they became like fucking huge.
Pretty big. I saw Garbage live. They opened for Smashing Pumpkins when I saw them at, I think, the Palace when I was in high school, 96.
Okay.
Yeah. So I crowd surfed, got to high five, I think either Darcy. I think it was Darcy from Smashing Pumpkins. So, you know, again, when you're in high school, it's a big deal. So, but Gene Fury did the Hall of Fame, and I wanted to read what she wrote as kind of the intro piece to the Hall of Fame, and then read a couple of just choice passages from it real quick, so we could kind of get through this.
I still can't believe that was that long ago.
I know.
I thought that was only a couple years ago.
What, that this was in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of the Decibel stuff is like bled together for me in a weird way.
2014.
Yeah. Yeah, they're talking.
Okay. Maybe they did like a reunion tour or something. That.
So it has a book excerpt from the Peter Steele book from Jeff Wagner.
Now in its second printing.
Yep. The cover is At the Gates, and it says, "Can the Swedish death metal kings top Slaughter the Soul?" So this was just about where their comeback record was going to come out.
Okay.
So that's a time and a place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be interesting. So Gene says, "We can debate at length about what caused the demise of hair metal and the rise of the so-called grunge era in the early 90s, but one thing is indisputable. The latter's mainstream takeover was absolute. From the radio to the runway, America had its fill of glam ham and was increasingly obsessed with waifish anti-rock stars who slung gloomy dirges and ugly noise. Not coincidentally, this cultural sea change foretold a shifting political climate. The Reagan-Bush reign of the 80s would come to a close in 93 with the swearing in of President Bill Clinton, and not before the U.S. went to war abroad, the invasion of Panama, the Gulf War, and fumbled its way through the Iran-Contra scandal. There was also loads of strife at home. Women's reproductive rights were being threatened by anti-choice clans. AIDS was a full-blown crisis. Reaganomics made the rich ridiculously richer. Homelessness surged, and the crack epidemic caused a spike in violent crime. One can see how platinum-selling spandex-clad dudes scissor-kicking their way through mounds of blow and boobs could be considered out of touch. And yet, while the newest crop of MTV-endorsed bands were unabashed feminists who leaned hard to the left, their music didn't overtly reflect their political views. That is, until L7 stepped forward. Guitarist singers Danita Sparks and Suzi Gardner, bassist singer Jennifer Finch, and drummer Dee Plakis were products of the LA punk scene who radiated brute strength, shrewdness, and a scathing sense of humor. There was a toughness to them, an impenetrability that both genuinely fearsome and completely fucking awesome, or that was both genuinely fearsome and completely fucking awesome. L7 were acutely attuned to the turbulent socio-political climate. Of major alternative albums of the early 90s, it's hard to find one as brazenly political as L7's third release and major label debut on Slash Reprise, Bricks Are Heavy. Bricks aired a variety of grievances: patriotism as pornography, girls getting bullied in mosh pits, dickhead exes, and societal apathy. L7 paired their contempt with a thicker, heftier, more melodic sound than their previous release, 1990s hardcore punk ambush, Smell the Magic. The move paid off. Of its many critical accolades, Bricks reached #1 on Billboard's Heat Seekers album chart and peaked at 160 on the Billboard 200. The single Pretend We're Dead hit #8 on the Modern Rock Tracks chart. More than 20 years later, Bricks Are Heavy remains startlingly relevant and badass. The reason is not only because we as a society failed to dig our heads out of the crapper, it's also because songwriting of this caliber is immune to trends and expiration dates. Else Evans still felt like a fresh threat. Now get in the pit, but don't cross the line. So that's the intro piece. And I think you kind of would disagree a little bit with maybe some of the timelessness of this, in your opinion, you said?
Yeah, but that's, it's my opinion.
Sure. Yeah.
Obviously lots of people involved with, a magazine I've been a part with for years think differently, but that's fine.
Yeah. I think Pretend We're Dead, we're not playing it because it's really kind of like a pop song in a lot of ways. I mean, it's not poppy, but it's got hooks and poppiness to it. That song, when I hear it, still brings it still brightens my day a little bit. It's the song, for them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unrepresentative of the rest of the record.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I was like, not sure.
I think that's why the management or the record label probably picked that, because it was probably the easiest, most digestible thing they were doing,
Sure. Yeah. So I want to read a couple quick quotes from the actual interview that I think are interesting. Jean asked them, I think it's the second question. She says, Decibel had wanted to induct Bricks back in 2012 in our Women in Metal issue, but you turned it down. And Danita Sparks says, we don't do women in music issues. So we're already fucking up with this, Mark, by the way, Mark, just so you know. I think it's silly.
I agree.
Yeah. I
think good music's good music.
Exactly.
This is highlighting a specific thing.
That's what we're doing.
This is not like a be all end all treatise on, women in music.
No, I know. I was just poking fun at us for failing to. She goes, I think it's silly. When I was first approached about that, I was not told that it was a women in rock or metal or whatever issue. I thought we were getting inducted because we were a good band. Decibel certainly didn't mean to offend, but that's just been kind of our policy. We don't care for women in music issues. If you're always categorized due to something that doesn't necessarily have to do with anything, it's frustrating. You're never in the big leagues if you're always thrown into these categories. Susie Gardner says, yeah, pigeonholing doesn't let the band stand on their own as what they are. It's identifying as gender first and musician later. It's annoying. It's not just about us. It's about all the gals who rock. We want to be known for what we are, for being rockers versus having pussies. I used to get asked a lot, what's it like being a gal in a band? I don't know. I've never been a boy in a band. Yeah. And then
I kind of feel I have a similar sentiment to that, but
yes, exactly.
It's but there, it's weird because, trying to spotlight something in a way that's trying to show underrepresented people. Sometimes you get, it kind of bounces back and oh, okay, well, we sound like we don't understand or something,
Exactly. Yeah. They ask another question. They said, Bricks came out during the height of grunge. The mainstream made the jump from hair metal to sub pop sound. What do you remember about that cultural shift? And Spark says, because we were pretty tight with Nirvana, we saw what was happening with them, the trajectory. It was kind of like, oh, wow, we're getting on this ride too. That time was interesting because metal was all of the sudden not in vogue. It felt triumphant in a way because so much metal, I'm not saying all of it, was stock, played out, and misogynistic. It felt like this big dragon had been defeated, and this new sensibility came into rock, which was more diverse and cool. It wasn't just white guys with long hair playing doodle-doodle-doodle. That's the sound that she makes. All kinds of people were playing heavier stuff who looked more like freaks or more like regular guys next door. The lip gloss was gone. And Gardner says, I was happy that the alternate grunge era happened so that there was more variety. And also, you might not have been noticed for being a heavy rock band unless you were kind of mainstreamish metal. There was another genre opening up. As far as being in it, it was a whirlpool, making that sub pop single shove, then the EP, Smell the Magic, then the Epitaph self-titled punk rock record. It's easier in retrospect to look back and go, wow, what a trip. We lucked out so hardcore. As much as persistence in part of being in a rock band, just making it through rehearsals without ripping each other's hair out. I mean, we got along really well. were so many others trying obstacles that came along. It just takes a certain ridiculous persistence. It's just very fortuitous. So
it's kind of weird that the Smell the Magic's referred to as a punk record when it sounds like Fu Manchu.
Oh, it's definitely got those kind of big fucking meaty riffs to it. I mean,
it's got like Jesus, what the fuck's the band? Ain't No Cure for the Summertime Blues.
Big Blue Cheer.
It's got heavy Blue Cheer vibe. Like I don't hear a thing punk rock about it.
I think it's because they came from the punk scene.
I think,
I think that's always just going to be kind of tagged on them a little bit. But yeah, to me, it's like more of like a.
It's like calling St. Vitus a punk band.
Yeah, I know. Just because they're in.
Because just like whatever that pedal setup and amp setup they have is just like Jesus. This just sounds like Blue Cheer and Fu Manchu and that whole kind of before the stoner thing became kind of a stereotype of itself.
Oh, for sure. Well. And they ask him, this is the last thing I was going to read. It says the album, Gene asks, this album is heavier than Smell of Magic. Was Bricks influenced by heavy metal? See, Mark, you always read my mind. Spark says, oh, for sure. Suzi and I, very early on, love Hawkwind and Motorhead. Suzi was very into Black Sabbath. I liked a lot of metal songs, the distortion, the muffle, downstroke tone, the tones of our lead guitars, even though we didn't indulge in the sort of doodle a lot. We either got really out there chaos on our leads or we got melodic, singable, hummable riffs. We didn't go for that in-between stuff. It was really cool. We got a lot of love from the metal scene, and that wasn't really our scene per se. We were on the cover of Kerrang! I felt support from that scene, even though before that I thought it was kind of a misogynistic scene, but I felt like we got some love there. It was a nice surprise. And then Gardner says, I have to say, if I make it to 90, I'll still be listening to Black Sabbath. I saw Black Sabbath in my local auditorium at 15 and put my head into the speaker on Substances and almost blew my hearing. Mahogany Rush, Black Sabbath. I grew up on that stuff, but I also grew up on the blues.
Nobody ever talks about Mahogany Rush.
No, I know. That's a cool little get. Motorhead, Deep Purple, these kind of things. But I also love Black Flag and the Ramones. And then Finch says, my playing has always been influenced by heavy rock. My musical taste has always been influenced by heavy metal. I still go see Cannibal Corpse when they play. So there you go. That's a little bit from the Decibel Hall of Fame there, But yeah, no, it is. Mahogany Rush does not get name dropped very often. I can't remember what they're.
I've heard like a couple there. That's one of those bands when I was working at the record store. We put one on. I was like, oh, there's some all right stuff on here.
I think I put them in the History of Heavy Metal countdown, but I can't remember what the songs were offhand. It's not ringing a bell.
So. Yeah, I couldn't tell you a single song, but I remember like just pulling it out and asking the manager of the place at the time, like, what the fuck is this? Like, check it out, dude. There's some cool stuff on here. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So we got 4 tunes from Bricks Are Heavy. They're kind of their masterpiece, I would say. You got Wargasm. Very much kind of Dead Kennedys kind of grim humor here. This idea of getting off on war, the sort of masturbatory nature of like, masculinity being attached to like killing people and some of that sort of stuff. I think is kind of a
prophet of the war machine too.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think that's like the idea of the wargasm sounds like something like fucking Jello Biafra would kind of come up with and is like twisted by the holiday in Cambodia or something like that, Great grinding riff, really cool kind of riff there. Speaking of riffs and Doom and Sabbath, Diet Pill has that like Sabbathian riff that's fucking awesome. I think one of the things I do appreciate about L7 is how underrated the 2 lead guitar players are. I think they do like a lot of really cool like dual leads that are really tasteful. Mm-hmm. They're not like trying to do anything too flashy, but like
a lot of this like predates Queens of the Stone Age.
Exactly. Yeah,
a lot of that vibe,
Yep. This sort of simplicity, but like musicality at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And there's a lot of killer mini leads throughout Diet Pill. They just kind of like fluctuate in and out. And I think that's pretty awesome. Especially the ending lead in the song is also pretty cool. So, and then we get Everglade, one of the first, again, another political song. This one's the aforementioned one that Jean mentioned in the her intro about it's about a Southern girl going to a concert and kind of getting thrown around in the pit by a bunch of like fun, bro culture dudes and kind of standing up for herself and basically saying like, no, like, you're not going to do this. And so that's cool. That's kind of a, protecting yourself in the pit and kind of sort of a pit feminist anthem, maybe. And, you know, that's something I know, like, you know, you and I and Lisa, when we saw Carcass, had to deal with a lot of that kind of stupid shit, you know.
Well, we go back to the Tom Araya, you know, if you see somebody go down in the pit, man, help them up, all right?
Just there's obnoxious people that sometimes don't like read the room of the people they're kind of near sometimes. And
I think like with Pantera was the worst when I, you know, got trampled in a pit. Any of the other ones, it was more the, you know, the Tom Araya thing, like, you know, we're all in this together. Like, so you see somebody go down, you help them out.
Yep, absolutely. That's kind of what happened at the Morbid Angel show I was at recently. Like, the pit kind of opened up pretty wide, but people were, for the most part, looking out for each other, you know. And then we get Shit List. This is one that, like, I first heard this from the Natural Born Killers soundtrack before I picked up Bricks Are Heavy.
This has definitely got some Jello Biafra warbleisms on the vocals.
Yeah, the sort of emotive, metallic fury of the song is great, and they actually use this for wrestling entrance anthems for a couple wrestlers. One in the 90s and then one in the 2000s.
What wrestlers?
I'm trying to think of the one in the 90s. Oh, it was Brian Pillman.
I don't know who that is.
He was in WCW. He had blonde hair. He was actually a tag team partner with Stunning Steve Austin before Steve Austin went to the WWE and became Stone Cold.
Okay.
Pillman actually died pretty young. He died in like 1997. I think drugs, pain pills, some of that kind of stuff.
Steroid abuse.
But he was a really fantastic wrestler, like really good. I think he would have done really well in the Attitude Era. But his son wrestles now, I think, in AEW. But yeah, I think. But yeah, he was like part of like the Hart Foundation faction with like Bret the Hitman Hart and British Bulldog and some of that crew for a while. But and then a guy named John Moxley when he was on the indie scenes, and he became Dean Ambrose for a while in WWE. I don't know. He's like a newer big guy. He's really huge in AEW right now.
Okay. It always feels weird when the wrestlers are just like somebody's name.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
I'm back, you know, the era of like, you know, Ravishing Rick Rude and
Brutus the Artist Beefcake. Yeah,
yeah, like all this stuff. And then when it like the Attitude Era was where I was like, I was an adult watching wrestling, and I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like, it's crazy how I can't believe how resilient that shit is.
It's pretty amazing because like I was way out of it even before the Attitude Era. Like I was out of it by like 91. And I skipped the whole Attitude Era, but then
I would just watch it occasionally on TV. I wasn't really following it, but I knew enough to like know wrestlers and stuff.
It's more now like the curiosity of like kind of like I don't watch it regularly. I record Raw, but I don't watch it unless I hear that there's something worth watching. But I listen to like wrestling podcasts. So it's like people who like keep up with soap operas, but they don't always watch the soap operas. I just want to know what the plot is, like comic books or something. Like I don't have to read it monthly, but as long as I just kind of know what the characters are up to. And then like when they have pay-per-views, I'll watch that because like whatever.
That's where the good stuff happens.
That's where the good shit is. Exactly. You know, so, but yeah, Shit List. There you go. Great tune. Then we end with a pair of tunes from their 1994 record, Hungry for Stink. And this was, you know, this is a big record for me because this is 94. I'm at like peak buying music at this point, you know, and I'm buying everything I'm seeing on MTV and Headbangers Ball. And so I saw the video for Andre and I was like, oh, here we go. And I think at that point I'd gotten Bricks Are Heavy on cassette tape used at New Moon. And so I kind of knew who L7 were and I was kind of here for it. And so I like this record. I know you probably only listen to the two songs, but the whole record holds up still pretty well. I think even Jess mentioned it in her little piece that she recorded that this was a big record for her as well. I mean, Andreas, it's just, you know, catchy, aggressive, noisy leads, kind of fun stuff. But Baggage is just fucking doomy, sludgy. The way she screams baggage in that fucking chorus is just like pained. It's pretty good stuff. You don't hear that from them too often, but yeah, just acidic vocals, real classic kind of like Iggy Stooges kind of guitar solo. That's pretty good in this as well. So Yeah, not a lot. I mean, it's 07's just very. I think if you like them, you like them. If you don't like them, it's just sort of not like. There's nothing offensive about L7, I would say, right? Like it's not like.
I mean, but it's kind of there's a lot of meat and potatoes there.
Yeah, they're like kind of like got an AC/DC Motorhead kind of vibe to them on some level. Like I can see where, and some people probably find those bands kind of repetitive and boring. And
and there's also like they're kind of like a good time band.
Yeah,
is how I would associate them. And I normally don't like good time bands. I like bands that are fucking miserable, or that if it's like a good. I'm trying to think of like what is a good time band I like.
I don't know. Would you consider like Fu Manchu and some of that stuff good time bands? Is that too good time, or is that heavy enough that it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But like, I feel like Fu Manchu is one of those weird things where it's not. I feel like they've got like a vibe. They're like remind me of like a Rise Above band or something, like where they're like this very specific thing where they just talk about. It's like Dismember, like they talk about murder and death and, stuff, but it's not like there's never anything personal to any of their stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's like very, just kind of like, I don't know, 15-year-old boy type stuff before, not even 15, like 11-year-old boy stuff. Like I'm into robots and I like boogie bands and, but it doesn't, I don't know. It feels more timeless to me.
Yeah.
But that's purely my own thing, but they're definitely one of those bands. I've always had a hard time with silliness in punk rock. Back then, I don't have a problem with it now. But like when I was younger, I thought everything needed to be. I thought Entombed was dead serious, but they were totally not dead serious. They were,
very tongue in cheek.
They're talking about fucking Evil Dead shit, and like there's nothing serious about anything they did. I thought all this stuff was completely dead serious because I was a teenager that never knew what any of this stuff was from mid Michigan, like the suburbs of middle class life. Like this seemed like, wow, this shit's fucking crazy. They're from Sweden. What's from Sweden? Like nobody knew IKEA. Like we just knew.
I mean, I guess ABBA. Like Pretend We're Dead, like kind of has like that good timey feel to it. But I don't know. There's some like kind of venom in some of like Baggage and Shitless, like here and there. But
sure. But I think I threw them more in like that whole like the White Zombie thing, which seemed more like kind of party music. Maybe that's a better term for it. Like it didn't make me want to like reflect on the lyrics on any of the stuff. Like if I was listening to like a Ministry song seemed to be more serious to me.
Yeah. I agree. I think they, like I said, I think they hide their politics more in their like their interviews and things like that.
Sure. And they were also really like in interviews and stuff, they're engaging and funny and they didn't seem serious at all. It seemed like a fun band.
They're a party, they're kind of a party band in a lot of ways. And at that
point, when I was a younger kid, I thought like, I don't have any space for party bands. This is all serious. This is fucking serious. It's a heart attack.
Sure. Yeah. But then you hear like the tampon story and some of that stuff and you realize, okay, they're like real fucking hardcore punk rockers, in terms of their attitude and their Iggy Popisms and stuff,
Well, and in the 90s, I didn't know what the fuck. I didn't understand punk rock music. I understood what it sounded like, but I didn't understand the political stuff. I didn't like, I was, we growing up in like the Midwest, it's a pretty like mellow area. Like you're seeking out extremity because you don't have any in your life.
You're trying to like create causes,
like just trying to understand the stuff. Like I didn't know anything about shit from Shinola at that point. But so I couldn't, unless it was blatant, I didn't identify it. Unless it was like something like Napalm talking about Nazi punks fuck off, which at the time I don't even think I knew was a cover. I was like, that's a bad thing. That's good that they're talking bad about it.
Sure. Yeah, I guess it'd be like a thing where I'd be curious, and I think Jess spoke to it a little bit, but I think she heard the stuff in it. You know what I mean? So I think like maybe I don't know if I did. I'll be honest. I'm not saying I did it by any means because I don't know if I was looking for it, but I think like if the right audience, especially maybe the sort of female audience that was into punk or heavier music, maybe you were like, okay, I get what Diet Pill's talking about. Like I get, like,
oh sure, like what I was
subtle nods or things that are hidden messages or whatever. For
sure. Like when I was looking for stuff that was like anti what I thought, like, okay, Slayer, awesome. I went to Catholic. I was raised Catholic. I hated going to church. I hated the doctrine. I wanted, like, that made sense to me. It was very easy, like,
Jesus saves, spoke to you,
anti-Catholicism. As a, almost 50-year-old man, it's pretty simplistic ideas about a lot of the stuff too. But at the time, it like that really hit home. And there wasn't a whole lot of subtlety, I think, in my my life at that point. I was like, it was like on or off.
I was gonna say, I think teenage boys are very unsubtle in a lot of ways.
No, we don't know shit. We're just trying to figure things out. We're trying to figure out what our place is in the world.
Well, and testosterone's pumping through your body all the time, and you're
changing. Like, you're trying to figure out what does it mean to be like a good man? Like, what are ethics and all this stuff? It's easier just to, listen to Ender Dice Clay records and fart on each other and have the occasional beer.
There you go. Well said. All right, well, let's get into it so we can kind of wrap things up here and say our goodbyes when we come back. We've got Wargasm, Diet Pill, Everglade, and Shitless from Bricks Are Heavy from 1992. And then from 1994's Hungry for Stink, we've got Andre and Baggage. That was Baggage, Andre, Shitlist, Everglade, Diet Pill, and Wargasm. And so, yeah, we kind of wrapped this up, this kind of crazy Patreon takeover experiment. Hopefully we did these bands some justice and maybe, got you a little bit of interest. Perhaps there's some new discoveries, either old or kind of 90s era that people kind of dug on, hey, Mark found Hole, so anybody can find anything. We can all find true love somewhere out there.
It's probably the last thing you would have expected from the show, but
it's funny because I don't know. It doesn't surprise me because like you like good music, and once the artifice of like some of that stuff like goes away, like Hole's objectively just a good band, regardless of what your feelings towards the participants are,
Yeah.
So so it's just interesting because I thought I was going to have to come in here and be like, oh man, it's just going to be like, Mark's not going to like Hole or Courtney Love or, I mean, I had no idea what your feelings were from that era because like we weren't really hanging out when all that shit was like going on. So I was kind of like, well, I know I can defend Courtney Love because I kind of, am always been an apologist, but so it's pretty funny. But yeah, L7 ended with two last records in the 90s. They kind of faded a bit after Hungry for Stink. They did do a Beauty Process triple platinum in 97, and they actually filmed kind of like a mini movie for it that Chris Novoselic from Nirvana actually filmed for them. And it was kind of like playing on the idea of like being like a corporate kind of like rock band that had gone triple platinum. And it's pretty interesting. It's on the DVD special features that I have.
Yeah.
So I watched a little bit of it, but
that was something that me and Lisa were talking about. Like, what the fuck happened to Chris Novoselic?
Yeah, I mean, he's living off residuals.
But like he's been like some forgettable bands.
Yeah, he definitely was not the songwriter of the band. That's for sure.
I mean, you can definitely tell that that Grohl and
Kurt were the
Kurt were the guys.
Yeah.
But it's just like, he's just like some kind of old bald guy with a mustache. He just looks like some weird dude that hangs out at the public library or something. But he's probably doing pretty well with his residuals still.
He was on a song. He was on a Foo Fighters record probably a decade or so ago, and on a couple of really good songs, actually. Like he kind of did some vocal hooks there. So, Dave just gets him a little work when he can, or, whatever. Just like friends helping each other out a little bit. Like, I'll get you.
I mean, none of those guys need to work again daily.
No, they're all doing fine, So. But Beauty Process, triple platinum, and Slap Happy. These are kind of the two records that end the 90s. And that's pretty much it for L7 until recently. They've actually reformed in recent years. And they put out a pretty good record in 2019, I think it was. I actually listened to a few songs from it. I was like, this isn't half bad. But Slap Happy I never had. I think I had Beauty Process, or at least I listened to it, or a friend had it. But I
this one, like the song Drama, is just, it sounds like Helmet.
Oh, it's fucking earworm for me, man. It's on. Yeah, the fucking solos are fierce in it at times. That's good. I didn't even think of Helmet. That's
just that riff, just like a dan like that very like just dead simple riff.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody did it as pure as Helmet did, and it just started. I mean, they basically did one record that way, then everything else kind of like, Betty changed completely.
Yeah.
But that's that one, like, Meantime record. Like, I can't believe how influential that fucking thing was.
Yeah. No, you're right. That's good that you said that, because I never would have picked up on that. I thought Drama was like kind of earwormy and catchy in my brain the last week or so. But it's probably the Helmet parts of it. So, but
and that was like Meantime was what was that, 93?
92, I think.
92? Okay. Betty was like 95, right?
94, but yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, that and Sepultura just like blew up everybody's fucking
those are huge records for sure. It's weird the people you talk to now that like got into Helmet, that like shouldn't have gotten into Helmet. And you're just like, huh? They know that song, they know like Unsung and things like that. So
seeing them like Sepultura, Ministry, and Helmet in one show at Van Andel and like fucking, what was it? I don't know, 94 maybe. Incredible.
Yeah, I bet that was probably 93 even.
It might have been. Yeah, might have been.
Because that was kind of KSAD. It was 93,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So
Well, I saw Sepultura twice that year
okay.
because they played with Fear Factory and Fudge Tunnel as well.
Oh,
That was in Flint.
damn it. That sounds fun. It sounds like a good deal of fun.
It was just like that era is kind of how I felt like how other people thought about the indie, like the alternative rock era.
Yeah.
Because those really weird, like all those bands, none of those bands sound alike, but they had some type of, I don't know, some similarity that somehow they worked together when when they were on a package tour. It's just like, Jesus, man, this is crazy.
Yeah. No, and I think it's so weird for me because like by like 93, 94, I was doing both.
Mm-hmm.
And so it all made sense to me. Like, so it's all always been that. Like, to me, like, I had mixtapes that were Bruise Violet, Wolverine Blues, like Fear Factory song, Helmet song. Like, that was how my brain was working. I would throw like Carcass Heartwork on there too.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that was how I thought of this whole era. Like, it was all just good music that was heavy. It didn't relate to each other necessarily, but it was all in the same club, you know, and I didn't know any better. I didn't know that like, oh, okay, death metal people don't like this and these people don't like this. I just was like, I don't know. It's on Headbangers Ball. It's on the Concrete Corner tapes. It's on whatever. Like it all, I like what I liked. You know, at the time, I didn't really know what I was supposed to like and not like. And that's pretty cool, actually.
What's how Fudge Tunnel, it was on Earache, but it didn't sound, it sounded like, you know, not anything that should be on Earache.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was just like, fuck, this is heavy as shit. Like, this sounds awesome. I never, at that point, I think we didn't really care about genre tags quite so much. It was neat that there was something that we were really into that other people liked too.
Yeah.
Nobody'd fucking heard of. Like Fudge Tunnel was one of those bands for a lot of people are like, oh, you like, I don't know, fucking Jesus Lizard or whatever it might have been. Some more like underground heavy thing, like, oh, check this out. I was like, oh, this is fucking great.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's good times, man. And it seems like we go back to this era quite a bit for a lot of reasons, you know, both in the extreme metal scheme and other things, because it just was a pretty fascinating time to like kind of unpack for sure, you know. Yeah. So. But thanks to Jess for being a donator, obviously as a Patreon and doing the matching donations last summer and really contributing a lot. We do appreciate all that. And thanks for giving us the task of having to put this pain in the ass episode together. It's a big one. Sharp. Yeah, it keeps us sharp, you know, keeps us on our toes a little bit. If you would like,
it's good to do any of these things that seem semi out of left field for what we normally do. It kind of all makes sense. Like, it's just, you know, I could talk about the Eagles for 3 hours, but I wouldn't be super happy about it.
No, me neither. Yeah, I could.
So I just like talking like music. Contextualizing music is really a thrill to me.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, yeah, I like being given like a little bit of a challenge because it's like fun to like figure out the puzzle of how this stuff fits together, because I know it does. Like I know
we always get surprised about one thing or one band or one thing about a certain thing we're talking about. Like, I would not have expected that's where I would have been drawn to.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm trying to think if there was something on here. I guess maybe for me I was really kind of getting into X again. That was kind of like really drawing me in a bit. Let's see, looking through. Most of the other stuff I kind of was already more or less a fan of, I would say. Not too many. The Gits, you know, I always like to kind of be forced to like pull them out. And then it just kind of, I think, reaffirmed my appreciation for how like good Live Through This is as a record. I was like, okay, yeah, it's still good.
Yeah, I was doing more historical stuff outside of song analysis on this one.
Yeah, same.
Which was interesting. So like, and then that got like Lisa, that she was like reading listening to an audiobook about the whole Riot Girl thing as well. So like us talking about it encouraged her to like dive deeper into, you know, remembering stuff. And it was just all around a good experience.
That's great. Yeah, I'm glad that Jess got to force us to go on this memory lane. And for her, I hope she's proud of the episode and enjoys it, you know, stuff like that. But speaking of patrons, if you would like to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the Patreon link there. If you haven't yet switched over to our new feed, or you're not seeing all our old episodes, maybe you're still on Apple Music. We do have a separate feed on Apple Music that you need to resubscribe to. We're still feeding both right now, but we hope to get everybody sort of moved over to that other one, or to somehow link them together. We still got to kind of fuck around with that.
Yeah, let's try to figure that out. But moving and everything else is taking priority.
For sure. For some reason,
for the next, probably like 3 or 4 months, I'll probably keep uploading to both.
Yeah, and if you're on Spotify, it works. Like we managed to merge on Spotify and Stitcher and all the other ones, but for some reason,
Apple's been a fucking pain in my dick, man. They keep changing stuff all the time.
I think we were having login problems. We couldn't find how to log into through our Apple account or something. It was weird,
it's because we started this back when it was part of iTunes. And now it's changed. It's become its own thing where you have Apple Music, but then you have Apple Podcasts. They kind of split the two apart.
Yeah.
So there's some disconnect there, and it's just oh Jesus! I was going through old emails and reading Reddit things, trying to figure out what the fuck to do. So
Jesus.
Yeah.
We do want to give a shout out to a Patreon that we got a couple weeks ago. Thank you, Ryan Tvort, for signing up to become a $10 patron. We do appreciate all that support. So welcome to the club. And one thing for patrons that we did sort of load up there lately is all of the actual videos of the interviews that we did for the Venom episode. So if you want to see Tom G and all those kind of guys and some of the other jokes that got cut out and some of the other kind of side conversations and fun kind of little things that were kind of going on. Plus there's some previews for future episodes because I did some future investigations predicting some episodes that we'll be doing down the road. You can get some insight into that. So again, if you want
to
and support what we do, because this is a quite an endeavor, quite a lot of time. I had 8 pages of notes for this, and I thought it was going to be an easy episode for notes, and I didn't write that much for songs. It was just more little band history stuff and things like that. But
I got 6.
Yeah, so that's that's a lot of research that we did. Plus,
I spent I would say at least 8 hours on Tuesday watching documentaries, making notes about historical kind of stuff just to kind of reacquaint myself with what was happening.
Yep, same. I had the day off of school today, and had I not, I wouldn't have had this episode ready because it was just required a lot more time. So, and we're just doing this for free because we like doing it. It's non-commercial. That's what we're trying to give to you guys, and we hope you appreciate that. To the integrity, the punk aesthetic, the punk attitude, the punk, purity that we're trying.
You will never hear us do any, type of commercials for Bespoke Post or anybody else that you hear on your favorite podcasts. We will not be doing any of those breaks. So
we just live off your Patreon donations and things like that. So again, patreon.com /Requiem podcast. Do appreciate it. $5 a month, whatever you want to give. Cup of coffee. And that's really just $10.
At this point, $10 a month is that's probably one trip to Starbucks.
I was gonna say, you could do that. You can do that for us.
Inflation, with how much we give you, probably more content than you get on your, any of your Paramount Plus or any of those type of things.
Exactly. If you want to give us some feedback on recent episodes, the In Tune episodes, if you're still catching up on the Venom stuff, please reach out, requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can check us out on Facebook, Jason and Mark. You can go on Twitter @Podcast Requiem, or just look up Requiem Metal Podcast there, or on Instagram as well if you want to befriend us and follow us along there. As summer happens, I'll probably update that a little bit more. It's been kind of a rough little stretch. Excuse me, my voice barely made it through this episode, Mark. So, we've got Drama from L7's The Beauty Process Triple Platinum, and On My Rockin' Machine from Slap Happy from 1999. So for L7 and Babes in Toyland, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.